Chapter 506. 506 Tragic. You want to rush out. In your dreams. Kill them all. A corpse guard with an extremely powerful aura shouted. This corpse guard's cultivation had already reached the lower tier of a king. Buzz. Buzz. The sky was filled with iron chains that looked like black poisonous snakes. The black chains either stabbed towards the crowd like spears or wrapped around them like ropes. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone's attacks landed on the chains, but they were all bounced back. Only the attacks of 3 lower-tier king tiers managed to break through dozens of chains. But dash. Buzz. Buzz. The 9 lower-tier refined corpses roared and waved their arms. A few chains flew out from each of them and swept toward the 3 lower-tier kings. With a loud boom, the 3 lower-tier king tiers were also sent flying back, unable to break through. Damn it. What do we do? Some people panicked and couldn't rush out at all. Kill. The corpse guard shouted. The refined corpse roared and the iron chains swept across the sky, killing everyone. Someone screamed as the chains pierced through his body and he was killed. In a few breaths, another 4 to 5 people were killed. Continue charging. Zhuang roared as he charged forward with all his might. However, the 3 of them were completely blocked by the 9 lower-tier king-level refined corpses. It was impossible for them to get out. For a time, everyone was caught in a bitter battle and people were constantly killed. What do we do? Lu Ming's brows were tightly furrowed. He waved the long spear in his hands, continuously blocking the chains from all directions. The difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the martial king realm was the dividing line between a lower king and a lower-tier king. Therefore, the difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the martial king realm was not a simple one but 2 levels. Therefore, although Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the martial king realm, he was no match for a king tier of the lower tier of the 4th level. Zhuang and the other 2 lower tier kings were all at level 4 martial king realm. If they could not break through, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to do so as well. Ah! Screams rang out. Another person was killed and his body was dragged out by the chains. At this moment their numbers were less than 30. Furthermore, Zhuang and the other 2 lower-tier king tiers were also in a tough battle. Being besieged by several refined corpses of the same level that were impervious to swords and spears, they were no match for them at all. It had only been a short while but they had a few more wounds on their bodies. Buzz. Buzz. The chains danced in the air and one of the lower-tier king tiers was caught by one of them. Damn it, break. The lower-tier king tier roared as he tried to sever the chains. However, after a few consecutive slashes and sparks, only a shallow dent appeared on the chains. Whoosh! A metal chain pierced through his chest. It was as fast as lightning. The Detian Divine Guard roared loudly and tried his best to shift his body to the side. Poochie! The iron chain was like a long spear, directly piercing through his shoulder and blood splattered everywhere. Don't even think about resisting. Die and become my refined corpse. On the side, the corpse guard's cold laughter came. In your dreams, scumbags of the heavenly corpse sect. Don't even think about refining my corpse into a refined corpse. Run. I'll block them. The Detian Divine Guard's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Zhuang and the others. At the same time, the aura on his body went berserk. Damn it, he wants to self-destruct. Stop him. One of the Detian Divine Guards shrieked. Ha ha ha. The Detian Divine Guard laughed loudly. Charge this way. Zhuang and the others gritted their teeth and suddenly changed their direction, madly rushing towards the other side. Boom. At this moment an earth-shattering explosion was heard, and violent energy spread in all directions. The Detian Divine Guard had self-destructed. The power of a 4th level lower tier king tier self-destruction was beyond imagination. The 9 lower-tier refined corpses were sent flying, and some of the lower-tier refined corpses were directly blown into pieces. With a large number of refined corpses blocked, the pressure on Zhuang and the others was greatly reduced. Boom. Boom. Zhuang, another lower-tier king tier, Lu Ming, and a few other powerful Empyrean Sky Divine Guards joined forces and blasted a huge hole in the refined corpses' encirclement. Charge. Buzz. Buzz. Immediately they rushed toward the gap. Lu Ming followed closely behind Zhuang Hong and rushed out of the gap. Damn it, block it, block it. A large group of corpse guards roared. Iron chains flew across the sky and that gap was instantly blocked. There were still more than a dozen people who did not manage to escape and were trapped inside. In the next moment, screams rang out one after another. However, Lu Ming and the rest could not care so much because there was still a barrier in front of them, and that was the corpse guard. You want to leave? Impossible. Die. The corpse guards made their moves. Corpse chi surged and all kinds of palm winds, claw gleams, and blade auras that contained corpse chi blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. As long as these corpse guards stopped them for a while, they would be in danger because those refined corpses would immediately surround them. Boom. Boom. Zhuang Hong and the other lower-tier king-level corpse guards were blocked. The other side was also 2 lower-tier king-level corpse guards. If the corpse guards got rid of the refined corpses, their combat power would be weaker than martial artists of the same level, but it was no problem to hold them back for a short time. Hee die bastard. A Lever 3 Martial King Realm corpse guard clawed at Lu Ming with its claws. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. He twisted his spine like a dragon and thrust his spear forward. An extreme strike. After breaking through to the Martial King realm, the power of an extreme strike was extremely terrifying. Pucci. This corpse guard's head was directly pierced by the spear and he died. Once this corpse guard died, the few refined corpses he controlled stopped in the air, not moving at all. However, there were too many refined corpses and it didn't matter if a few of them stopped. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure flashed past and he was about to break out of the siege. Stop right there. A cold shout was heard. A saber ray filled with corpse chi was aimed at Lu Ming's waist. Lu Ming held his long spear horizontally and blocked in front of him. Clang. A terrifying force gushed toward Lu Ming. His body trembled and he could not help but retreat. A corpse guard with a pale face and a saber in his hand appeared in front of Lu Ming. Without a doubt he was a king tier at the lower tier. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment 9 refined corpses of the lower tier king level were madly rushing over. The iron chains crossed the sky and rushed over. Dandan, smash it. At this moment Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Buzz. Dandan, who had been hanging on the ends of her hair, trembled slightly and flew out with a swoosh, smashing towards that corpse guard's face. Ever since Dandan had eaten the heavenly tribulation last time, she seemed to have been digesting it. It was only a few days ago that she had digested it and had a reaction again. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on it. He wondered what the effect would be after he digested the heavens test. It's just a piece of rock, break it. That corpse guard sneered and slashed out a saber ray, wanting to cut Dandan into pieces. However, Dandan completely ignored those blade lights and rushed past, directly smashing towards that corpse guard's face. Bang! A sound that made one's teeth ache was heard. Chapter 507. 507 The situation in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Dandan accurately smashed into the Detian Divine Guard's face. Ah! The Detian Divine Guard let out a blood-curdling screech and retreated frantically. Lu Ming saw that his face was already smashed to pieces. His facial features were completely deformed and had rotted into a mess. Even his head had almost exploded. If it wasn't for the fact that lower-tier king tiers had extremely strong vitality, an ordinary person would have already lost their life from this injury. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the 9 refined corpses of the lower-tier king-level cultivators had arrived. Some of the chains were flying towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, run. I'll stop them. Zhuang Hong appeared in front of the 9 refined corpses and shouted. Old Zhuang, let's go together. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go together. No one can escape. You should leave quickly. We've been betrayed this time. Someone must escape, find the mastermind and take revenge for us. Zhuang Hong roared. Boom. Immediately after, the true energy within Zhuang Hong's body began to surge. It's this move again. Damn it, move aside and kill the others. Damn it, dodge. The corpse guards all roared. Lu Ming, find the mastermind and take revenge for us. These were Zhuang Hong's last words. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge explosion. Zhuang Hong had self-destructed. The terrifying energy swept in all directions and the corpse guards retreated. Whoosh! Amidst the violent energy waves, a storage ring flew toward Lu Ming. It was Zhuang Hong's storage ring. It was obvious that even if Zhuang Hong were to die, he would not want to let the Heavenly Corpse sect benefit. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Die. Those from the Heavenly Corpse sect must die. The mastermind must die too. I, Lu Ming, swear that I will avenge you. Lu Ming roared in his heart, bursting with an intense killing intent. Not long ago Zhuang Hong, this straightforward and burly man, had been drinking and eating with him. Now he had died a tragic death, not even leaving behind a corpse. Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the sky. Dandan! Lu Ming shouted again. Dandan trembled slightly and rushed out again, smashing towards the corpse guard whose face had already been smashed. Bang! This time it was even worse. That corpse guard was almost smashed to death. Gakudo path attack. Lu Ming turned into a ray of spear light and disappeared in a flash. The corpse guard did not have time to react and was killed by Lu Ming. A lower-tier king tier had died just like that. With the corpse guard dead, there was no longer any obstacle in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the other party's blood essence. At the same time he took the storage ring. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, a few Detian divine guards also took the opportunity to rush out and run away. Chase them, don't let a single one of them escape. A corpse guard roared. Nearly 100 corpse guards took the refined corpses and split into several groups as they chased after the Detian divine guards. Brat die. There were also some corpse guards who hid behind the refined corpses and charged at Lu Ming. Heavenly Corpse Sect, I'll remember this. Lu Ming said coldly. He then turned around and stepped out. 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. Buzz. Using the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps, Lu Ming's speed was so fast that he disappeared into the distance in an instant. No matter how the corpse guards chased, they couldn't catch up. Damn it, this brat got away. A corpse guard unwillingly shouted. Let's go after the others. We can't let more people escape. Immediately after, these corpse guards all chased in several other directions. Lu Ming cast the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps and moved at a terrifying speed. It did not take long for him to appear 100,000 miles away. Buzz. He rushed into a mountain forest, his eyes extremely cold. This time was too tragic. They had 50 people and almost all of them were annihilated. In the end, only a few people managed to escape. The fate of those few people was also unpredictable, because most of them were injured and might not be able to escape the pursuit of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. This time Lu Ming had to thank Dandan. Otherwise he might not have been able to break out of the encirclement. He also had to rely on the extreme speed of the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps to escape from the Heavenly Corpse Sect's pursuit. Heavenly Corpse Sect will have to settle this score sooner or later. Also, that mastermind behind the scenes. Who's the one who betrayed us? Is it the Xing family? Lu Ming kept thinking in his heart. Currently the Xing family was the most suspicious. After a moment, Lu Ming had an idea and appeared in the Supreme Shrine. Then he began to refine the blood essence. The corpse guard was a level 4 Martial King Realm King, a king tier with rich blood essence. Lu Ming used all of it to improve his 9 dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, after the blood essence was completely refined, the 9 dragon bloodline was still at the 6th level of the king tier. It seems that it's too difficult to advance to the 7th level of the king tier. Lu Ming sighed. Up until now he had never seen anyone with a 7th level king bloodline other than Xianxia. No matter if you were a genius or a demon, you were still a 6th level king. This was the highest level. It seemed that there was a gap between the 6th and 7th level of the king level. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He then moved his fingers and a few storage rings appeared in his palm. 2 of them belonged to the corpse guards that Lu Ming had killed and 1 belonged to Zhuang Hong. Old Zhuang, I wonder if you have any relatives. When I return to the Eastern Palace, I'll definitely give your storage ring to your relatives. Lu Ming moved his hand and kept Zhuang Hong's storage ring. He then checked the storage rings of the 2 corpse guards. The two corpse guards, one at the level 3 Martial King realm and the other at the level 4 lower tier King realm, had a lot of wealth in their storage rings. There were 5 to 6 secret manuals, one of which was specifically on how to refine corpses. Lu Ming casually flipped through it and put it away. What Lu Ming valued the most were the top-grade spiritual crystals. The 2 storage rings added up to a total of 180,000 pieces. This was already considered quite a lot. As for the ultimacy crystals, there was not a single one. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. After packing up, Lu Ming waved his hand and a total of 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals floated in the air. Lu Ming wanted to continue to improve his cultivation. His cultivation base was still too weak. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could definitely crush anyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. No one could withstand one move from him. However, that was only in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. In a bigger stage such as the entire Xianxia region, it was not enough. For example, if Lu Ming had the cultivation of a lower-tier king, Zhuang Hong and the rest would not have died and they would not have been nearly annihilated. Strength was supreme. Moreover, the Heavenly Profound region was only a small region among the many territories under the control of the entire Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was only one of the 4 strongest forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Divine Wilderness continent was divided into Central Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Nether, Western Desert and Northern Plains. The Eastern Barren Territory was just one of the 5 vast regions of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's current location could only be said to be a corner of the Divine Wilderness continent. Bang! 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 The 20,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals exploded one after another. The 9-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and sucked in a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Then it began to refine them crazily. Chapter 508. 508 Chapter 508 Framed. Lu Ming's cultivation level began to increase rapidly. When one reached level 2 Martial King realm, the amount of spiritual crystals needed to improve one's cultivation would also increase greatly. Lu Ming's cultivation had only advanced from the early stage of the 2nd level of the Martial King realm to the middle stage after refining 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. 50,000 yuan. When he was at level 1 Martial King realm, he only needed 30,000 spiritual crystals to advance one level. When he reached level 2 Martial King realm, he needed 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming did not stop. He kept taking out top-grade spirit crystals. Upgrade, crazy upgrade. In less than a day, Lu Ming had refined all 180,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. His cultivation had also risen to the peak of the 2nd level of the Martial King realm. If he wanted to break through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, he would need more resources. The next moment, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and looked to the west. Xianxia Sub-Palace, Xing family, I Lu Ming am here. Buzz. With a flash of light, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Xianxia Sub-Palace. Not long after, he passed by the place where he was ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect. At this moment, other than some blood on the ground, there was no other trace. The corpses of the Detian Divine Guards must have been taken away by the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming stopped for a moment, then turned into a ray of light and continued to Xianxia Sub-Palace. Since Lu Ming was traveling alone, his speed was much faster. He took 7 days to arrive at the half-month journey that he had previously scheduled. In front of them, an ancient city appeared. The city was black in color and there were marks left by swords, spears and sabers on it. It was filled with the aura of time as if it had crossed time and space from ancient times. The city was not large and it was much smaller than the Myriad Star City. However, the reputation of this city was much stronger than that of the Myriad Star City. This was because this city was called Xianxia City. This Xianxia City was the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace's branch palace in the Xianxia region. It was said that Xianxia City had existed for countless years. It had been preserved from the ancient era for over 1 million years. This city had been built by human powerhouses in ancient times. The entire city was built on a super large spirit eye and a Dao eye. The spiritual eye could provide endless spiritual qi. Therefore, the spirit qi in Xianxia City was the densest in the Xianxia region. The Daoi contained the Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that anyone who cultivated in Xianxia city would be able to comprehend force and intent much faster than anywhere else. Having grown up in Xianxia city, it could be said that he was blessed by the heavens. Hence, there was not a single ordinary person in Xianxia city. There were only people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. If people outside the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace wanted to enter, they would have to pay a huge price. Within 1,000 miles of Xianxia city, there were 8 huge satellite cities. They surrounded Xianxia city like stars surrounding the moon, providing Xianxia city with an endless stream of resources. Lu Ming looked around for a while before he flew toward Xianxia city. When Lu Ming was within 10 miles of Xianxia city, he suddenly felt a strong pressure on his body. Lu Ming could not help but land. As expected, there's an inscription formation in Xianxia city that restricts one's flight. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He was well aware of this. The entire Xianxia city had been engraved with a powerful inscription formation by the experts of the ancient era. It was so strong that it was difficult for outsiders to break through. At the same time, there was also a flight-prohibiting formation. Even a martial king would find it difficult to fly, let alone a martial grandmaster. Lu Ming had heard that one had to be at least a peak-tier king to fly in Xianxia city. Lu Ming walked toward Xianxia city. The gate of Xianxia city opened and people came in and out occasionally. There was a group of soldiers standing guard at the gate. Each soldier exuded a powerful aura. So strong. There are 15 of them and 5 of them are lower-tier king tiers. The other 10 are all level 3 martial kings. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw a group of soldiers at the city gate. This was only a group of soldiers guarding the gate, yet they were already so terrifying. He really didn't know how many powerhouses were entrenched in Xianxia city. There was no doubt that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. 8/10 of the experts from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace in the entire Xianxia region were here. Lu Ming strode toward the city gate. Stop, who are you? Only disciples of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace can enter this place. If you are not a member of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, you better leave as soon as possible. If not, I will kill you without mercy. A soldier in iron armor stared at Lu Ming. His gaze was like 2 sharp swords piercing Lu Ming. I am Lu Ming, a Detian Divine Guard of the Eastern Palace. This is my Divine Guard token. Lu Ming took out his Divine Guard token and handed it to the armored soldier. The Detian Divine Guards from the Eastern Palace. The armored soldier was a little confused. He took the token and scanned it with his mind. Then his eyes calmed down. It's really the Detian Divine Guards from the Eastern Palace, and it's even the newest one. Could it be that you've been sent from the east as reinforcements? But why are you here alone? The armored soldier mumbled in confusion as he returned the token to Lu Ming. Can I enter the city now? Lu Ming asked. Since they're Detian Divine Guards, they're naturally allowed to enter the city. The armored soldier said with a smile. Lu Ming was about to enter the city when an inharmonious voice was heard. Little bastard, is that you? You're not dead yet? A gloomy voice called out. Lu Ming was stunned and looked at the city gate. A few figures walked out from the city gate. One of them was staring at Lu Ming with a dark expression. Holy sky! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect to encounter the holy sky as soon as he arrived. There were 2 other young men beside the holy sky, but Lu Ming had never seen them before. Xianxia, is he the guy in the east you were talking about? A tall young man looked at Lu Ming coldly. That's right, it's him. Killing intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Xianxia, what do you mean? Could it be that you knew I would be in danger? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said. Could it be that the Sheng family had really informed the Heavenly Corpse sect and betrayed them? What's so strange about that? We received news 2 days ago that the first batch of reinforcements sent by the Eastern Palace was ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect on the way. They were completely annihilated and none of them managed to escape. You are among the first batch of people, right? Xianxia said with a cold smile. Not bad. Lu Ming said. How dare you, Lu Ming? How dare you betray the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, collude with the Heavenly Corpse sect, and caused the death of dozens of Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. You deserve to die. Today I'll cripple you as a warning to the others. Sheng Kong suddenly shouted. Sheng Kong, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ming's expression was calm as he said coldly. Nonsense? Lu Ming, how did the Heavenly Corpse sect know about your whereabouts? If someone hadn't linked up with the Heavenly Corpse sect, how could this have happened? Furthermore, the first batch of king tiers had been completely annihilated, and there were even 3 lower tier king tiers among them. You're not a traitor. Who else could you be? Go. Sheng Kong shouted, looking righteous. Chapter 509. 509 Free Falling. Ha ha ha. At this moment Lu Ming burst out laughing. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? Sheng Kong shouted. Sheng, I'm laughing at you. Is there something wrong with your head? Do you think I'm a traitor just because I'm alive? What kind of warped logic was this? Do you want us all to die in battle before you'll feel good? I now suspect that you are the traitor who colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect and tried to harm us. Lu Ming shouted. You're making irresponsible remarks and slandering me. Sheng Kong roared. At this moment, there were some people at the city gate who were attracted by the two's voices and curiously watched. The soldiers guarding the gate had obviously recognized the identity of Sheng Kong and the others, but they did not interfere. Slander? If I remember correctly, you were beaten up by me in the Eastern Palace, and then you returned to the Central region. Not long after that, the news spread to the Eastern region and you specifically asked me to come to the Central region to help. I now suspect that this was all a trap set by your Xing family. You leaked the news to the Heavenly Corpse sect with the purpose of killing me, right? Die. Lu Ming shouted. His aura was like a dragon as he closed in on Holy Sky. You're slandering me. Holy Sky was stunned by Lu Ming's aura and was almost speechless. How dare you slander the Xing family? You're looking for death. Sheng Kong, get out of the way. Let me cripple him. The tall young man stepped forward and looked at Lu Ming coldly. His eyes were like lightning. A powerful aura exuded from the tall young man's body. It was terrifying. The peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. This tall young man's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. He was definitely a genius among the Martial Kings. Who's that kid? I've never seen him before. How dare he offend the Xing family? I just faintly heard that they seem to be coming from the Eastern Palace. What? How dare the people of the Eastern Palace offend the people of the Xing family? They are simply too audacious and are courting death. I heard that kid say that Sheng Kong suffered a loss at his hands in the Eastern Palace a while ago. I don't think that kid is easy to deal with. Not a good person? So what if he defeated Sheng Kong? Sheng Kong is just one of the many direct descendants of the Xing family. Xing Feng is much stronger than him. On the side, the onlookers were whispering to each other. Brat, are you going to kneel down and cripple yourself or do you want me to do it? If I do, you're going to suffer. Xing Feng was tall, half a head taller than Lu Ming. He looked down at Lu Ming with a cold and arrogant expression. Lu Ming pursed his lips. The people of the Xing family were probably used to being overlords in the Xianxia region. Every one of them had the same conduct. I advise you to get lost. You probably don't know how badly I beat up Sheng Kong in the East. Be careful that you don't end up like him. Lu Ming glanced at Xing Feng indifferently and said. Arrogant. You're looking for death. Xing Feng shouted. Bang. The holy wind took a step forward like a giant beast and the earth rumbled. Then he struck out with his palm. Kneel down. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered and formed a palm print, which slammed down on Lu Ming's head. Even an ordinary peak level 3 Martial King realm expert would not dare to take this attack head-on. Buzz. A light flashed in Lu Ming's hands and a long spear was formed. He then pulled it out. Boom. The spear struck the palm print and the palm print instantly collapsed. You're the one kneeling. Lu Ming took a step forward. The long spear in his hand grew to tens of meters long and as thick as a water tank. He smashed it down on the holy wind's head. Xingfeng's expression changed. Clearly, he did not expect Lu Ming to be able to destroy his palm print so easily. You have some ability, but this is not enough in front of me. Boom. Xingfeng coldly snorted. A 10-meter-tall bear appeared above his head. This bear was covered in scales and a fierce aura filled the air. At the same time, 6 Silavir chakras on the bear's body were shining. The next moment, the giant bear rushed into Xingfeng's body, making his burly body swell up again. Earth overturning palm. The holy wind leaped high into the air and slammed its palm down on Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear upwards and a 3-colored true dragon flew out with an imposing aura. Now Lu Ming's will of wind had already condensed into an intent rune, which made the power of the 3 absolutes of the dragon god even stronger. Boom! The 3-colored true dragon broke through the holy wind's attack in one fell swoop, and the remaining power continued to bombard the holy wind. Xingfeng screamed. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew up to 100 meters in the air and then free fell under the effect of the no-fly formation. Catch me quickly! Xingfeng was screaming in the air. Sheng Kong and another young man wanted to catch the holy wind. However, Lu Ming held his long spear horizontally and blocked the two of them. Get lost! The other young man shouted, but he did not dare to make a move. His cultivation was only at the early stage of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, far inferior to Xingfeng's. It was obvious that he was no match for Lu Ming. As for Sheng Kong, his face was already pale and his face was filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had become stronger again. A few months ago he was definitely not this strong when he was in the Eastern Palace. Even the Holy Wind, which had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, could not fight back against Lu Ming. How did this happen? Bang! With this slight delay, Holy Wind directly hit the ground. The ground at the city entrance was the same as the city walls of Xianxia City. They were both left behind from the ancient era and were extremely hard, a few hundred times harder than steel. Xingfeng's face hit the ground heavily, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. Blood splattered everywhere and everyone could even see 7 or 8 teeth in the blood. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Xingfeng struggled to get up and shouted frantically. He was a peak level 3 Martial King realm genius, but he had been seriously injured from the fall. This was a great humiliation. From now on, no matter how glorious his achievements were, this would be a stain on his body. He would become a laughing stock that would never be washed away. The anger in his heart could burn the 9 heavens. But what welcomed him was a long spear. Bang! A long spear directly hit one side of his face. His body flew out directly and the other side of his face heavily smashed onto the floor. Blood spurted out and teeth flew everywhere. Xingfeng was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded, and so were the others. Lu Ming was really ruthless. He had not even finished his sentence and he had already taken action. This time Xingfeng was twitching on the ground. He couldn't get up at all. Sheng Kong and the other young man from the Xing family broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked Xingfeng's storage ring into his hand, putting it away without any hesitation. Now he was extremely lacking in resources. How could he miss such a good opportunity? I'll let you go if each of you hands over 50,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Hurry up and take the spiritual crystals. Lu Ming looked at Holy Sky and the other young man and shouted coldly. Chapter 510. 510 Battling a lower-tier king tier. His voice spread and the surrounding onlookers were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. Where did this guy come from? How audacious. Not only did he seriously injure Xingfeng and take his storage ring, but he also asked Sheng Kong and the other two to pay 50,000 spiritual crystals each. This was a blatant robbery. The crowd was already in a mess. The two people from Sacred Sky were even more dumbfounded. They stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. What did you just say? What did you just say? The other young man from the Xing family thought he had heard wrong. There was actually someone who dared to treat them this way in Xianxia City? Even the Mu family's hero didn't dare to. I don't want to repeat myself. Give me 50,000 spiritual crystals in 3 breaths. 1. Lu Ming started to count directly. Fuck you, don't go too far. This is Xianxia City, not the Eastern Palace. You're courting death. No. Sheng Kong shouted crazily. 2. Lu Ming did not stop and started to count to 2. Detestable. Damn it, you guys, hurry up and take down this kid. Sheng Kong shouted at the armored soldiers. However, the armored soldiers were unmoved. They were under the jurisdiction of the Tianxian sub-palace and were only responsible for guarding the city gates. As for the personal grudges of the other Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, they would not interfere. 3. At this moment Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Retreat. Sheng Kong and the other young man from the Xing family retreated as fast as lightning. They were fast, but Lu Ming was faster. Buzz. The long spear in Lu Ming's hands was pulled out. Bang. Bang. The spear's shaft directly smacked the faces of the two. The two of them screamed and flew far away. Now it's not a problem of 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming strode toward the two of them. Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Sheng Kong screamed hysterically. He felt as if half of his face did not belong to him. How dare you? Who dares to hit my Xing family? You're courting death. At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the city gate. Then a figure dashed out like a gust of wind. Whoosh. Before he could reach Lu Ming, a water sword formed by water currents was aimed at the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. The sword of flowing water contained a powerful water concept. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a strong sense of threat from this sword. In an instant the true energy in his body burst out madly. His will gathered and he thrust the spear forward. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. Lu Ming realized that the sword of flowing water was harder than an ordinary 4th-level spiritual weapon. At the same time, a vast energy burst out. Lu Ming's body shook and he could not help but retreat. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the two of them. This was a young man in a blue robe. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old and was very handsome. However, there was a hint of cold arrogance between his brows. Sacred River, it's the Sacred River. As soon as this young man appeared, a series of exclamations came from the side. I didn't expect the Sacred River to be so close. That brat's days are over. The Sacred River has already become a lower-tier king tier a year ago. But then again, this brat is really bold. He even dared to beat up the hero of the Xing family. I heard that he's from the east, but he probably hasn't heard of the Xing family's reputation. Some people shook their heads and felt that Lu Ming was in grave danger. Brother Jiang, you've come at the right time. This brat dared to hit us and insult our Xing family. He's unforgivable. Brother Jiang, you must cripple him for me. When Sheng Kong saw the Sacred River, he was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. But what responded to him was a kick from Xinjiang. Xinjiang's kick landed on Sheng Kong's face, stunning him. You're just a piece of trash. You've been beaten so badly by a kid from the east. You've really embarrassed the Xing family. Xinjiang cast a cold glance at Sheng Kong, then turned to Lu Ming. However, no matter how useless a member of the Xing family is, he's not someone an outsider can beat. Kid, since you've made a move, you'll have to bear the consequences. His eyes were contemptuous and he had a haughty expression. Lu Ming pursed his lips and sneered, Oh? So you're saying that I can't fight back when they attack me? Is there such a logic in the world? Of course you can fight back, but if you do, you'll have to pay a corresponding or even more heavy price. Do you still need me to do it myself? Xinjiang said indifferently. Nonsense, if you want to attack, then attack. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Xinjiang's face darkened and he said coldly, Stubborn. Don't think that you can fight me just because you can block one of my attacks. How naive. Now I'll show you the difference between a lower-tier king tier and a lower-tier king tier. As he spoke, a powerful aura burst out of Xinjiang's body. The aura of the peak level 4 Martial King realm, and the initial success of the first-level water concept. Then Holy River waved his hand, and a large amount of water suddenly condensed in the sky. The streams of water were all transformed into water blades. Kill. With a wave of Sacred River's hand, at least 100 swords of water shot towards Lu Ming. The sword of flowing water pierced through the void, bringing with it a shocking sonic boom. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. He clenched his fist in the air. Between heaven and earth, Endless power of lightning gathered and formed lightning spears. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand and the spear of lightning flew out, clashing with the swords of water. Bang! 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 In the sky, there were more than 100 continuous thunderous sounds. This was the collision of intent realms. In the end, the sword of water and the spear of lightning disappeared together. The people watching the battle widened their eyes in shock. How was it possible that Lu Ming could block the attack of Xinjiang? Intent realm. This Lu Ming's thunder intent realm has already reached level 1 lower tier. The strength of his intent realm is not any weaker than a lower tier king's intent realm. Impressive, impressive. This way he will not face any bottlenecks before he breaks through to the lower tier. I think he will reach the lower tier in less than 2 years. Once one's intent realm was reached, one only needed to accumulate energy to break through. However, for an ordinary person, even if they kept refining supreme-grade spirit crystals, it would take 1 or 2 years. This was already very fast. Kid, it turns out that your thunder mentality has already broken through to the first level lower class. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, combat strength depends on a combination of various factors to form a powerful combat strength. You and I are still far from that. Bang! Xinjiang stepped forward. The true essence on his body was boiling like a real substance, dancing like blue flames. Slash! A middle lever 5 spiritual weapon sword appeared in Xinjiang's hand. His boundless true essence and water will merged as he slashed out. A crystal-clear blue sword gleam that was 100 meters long slashed at Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming shouted and burst out with all his strength as he stabbed with his spear. Chapter 511. 511 Mulan's father's true identity. A 3-colored true dragon roared and clashed with Xinjiang's huge blue sword. Boom! Energy of various colors swept out in all directions. Not good. Retreat. Some of the spectators with weaker cultivation bases were so scared that they retreated. When the energy hit the ground, inscriptions flashed on the ground, but not a single mark was left. Break! Xinjiang roared, his aura growing stronger. The power of the blue sword light grew stronger. The 3-colored true dragon only managed to resist for a moment before it was split into 2 by the sword radiance. The sword radiance did not stop and continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear horizontally in front of him. Clang! The sword light struck the spear's shaft. Lu Ming felt a huge surge of energy surging towards him. His body trembled and he flew backward. After flying for more than 100 meters, Lu Ming's feet finally landed on the ground. Then he took 7 steps back in a row. Every step he took caused the ground to rumble. Lower-tier king tiers are indeed powerful. Lu Ming felt the blood in his body churning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference between level 3 and level 4 Martial King realm was huge. It was not just 1 level but 2. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd level of the Martial King realm. With his combat strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. However, there was still a certain gap between him and a king of the lower tier of the 4th level. This wasn't something that could be made up for just by relying on one intent realm. However, he didn't know that Xinjiang was even more shocked. At the same time, a violent killing intent spread out. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 2nd level of the Martial King realm, but he had managed to block his attacks time and time again. This was simply unbelievable and it made him feel embarrassed. This was the first time he had been repeatedly blocked by a low-tier king tier. Die! Die! Xinjiang roared, a sharp killing intent erupting from his body. His aura exploded as he slashed his sword at Lu Ming. This sword strike had huge waves roaring between heaven and earth. It combined with the sword momentum of the Holy River, making the attack of the Holy River reach its peak. This sword was much stronger than the previous one. Boom! A faint dragon's roar could be heard from within Lu Ming's body. He circulated his essential core to the maximum and at the same time, the power of his blood vessels fused with his body. He also used his full strength. Even if he couldn't win, he would fight to the end. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout could be heard as a white figure rapidly approached. Before he even arrived, a bright sword light had already slashed toward the sacred river. His power was shocking. Who is it? Xinjiang's expression changed. He had no choice but to change the direction of his sword and attack the sword light. The two sword lights collided with a loud bang. The sword chi was overflowing. Xinjiang's figure could not help but sway and take 2 steps back. Buzz. A figure appeared in the field. He was dressed in a snow-white robe, snow-white pants and snow-white boots. He was as pure as jade. It's him. Lu Ming's expression changed. He recognized him. Wasn't this person Mu Shiyuan? He had once kindly reminded Lu Ming. When did he come to the central section of the Xianxia sub-palace? Lu Ming had some doubts. Mu Shiyuan, it's you? When Xinjiang saw Mu Shiyuan, his eyes narrowed and he asked in surprise. Xinjiang, long time no see. How can you improve if you don't see your abilities? Mu Shiyuan smiled slightly. Mu Shiyuan, didn't you go to the east to train? When did he come back? And why did you stop me? Xinjiang asked coldly. It's none of your business when I want to come back. Also, Lu Ming is my friend. Of course I have to help. Mu Shiyuan said. This kid is your friend? So you're going to interfere today? Xinjiang said with a gloomy expression. He was quite afraid of Mu Shiyuan. The other party's cultivation was higher than his, and he was a genius disciple of the Mu family. In the Tianxian region, the Mu family's strength was something that even the Sheng family was wary of. The Mu clan would not give the Sheng clan any face. That's right, since I'm here today, you can't touch a single hair on his head. If you want to make a move, you can try, but don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Shiyuan said with a smile. Good, very good. Mu Shiyuan, you can protect him for now, but can you protect him forever? There's plenty of time later on, let's wait and see. Xinjiang laughed in anger, then turned around and left. Xing Kong, Xing Feng and the others hurriedly followed him into the city and disappeared without a trace. This brat actually knows Mu Shiyuan. He's really lucky to have dodged a calamity. If I'm lucky, I can only avoid it once. It's not easy to avoid offending the Xing family. Based on my understanding of the Xing family, they won't let it go so easily. That's right. I wonder what will happen to this kid in the end. In the surroundings, some people were discussing animatedly as they slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, are you all right? At this moment, Mu Shiyuan looked at Lu Ming. Brother Mu, thank you for saving me. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. You're welcome. Since you're Lanner's friend, you're my friend as well. It's just a small matter. There's no need to thank me. Mu Shiyuan laughed heartily, very forthright. Little girl Lan, Lu Ming was stunned. Oh. Lu Ming, it seems that you still don't know? I'm Mu Lan's cousin. Mu Lan once told me to take care of you. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been of much help to you. Mu Shiyuan said with a smile. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. Mu Shiyuan was Mu Lan's cousin. No wonder he had been kind to Lu Ming from the beginning. May I know where senior sister Mu Lan is? I haven't even seen senior sister Mu Lan since I joined the Detian Divine Guards. At this moment, Lu Ming had to seize the opportunity to ask. Yan Lan had once told him that Mu Lan's father was an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, Lu Ming had not seen Mu Lan even after joining the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace for so long. Logically speaking, Mu Lan should have taken the initiative to look for him when she found out that he had joined the Detian Divine Guards. Lu Ming, it's not easy to see Mu Lan. Mu Xiuyuan sighed. Why? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. Lu Ming, it seems that there are many things that you don't know yet. Now I'll explain it to you. First of all, Mu Lan's father is the current family head of the Mu family and the current palace master of the Tianxian sub-palace. Mu Shiyuan threw out a heavy piece of news. What? Senior sister Mu Lan's father is the palace master of the profound sky sub-palace? Lu Ming was shocked and extremely surprised. Yan Lan had said that Mu Lan's father was an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He didn't expect him to be the #1 figure in the Tianxian region's sub-palace, the palace master of the Tianxian sub-palace. This was indeed beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Then Mu Shiyuan began to talk about it in detail. Although the Mu family was known as one of the 2 major families in the Tianxian region, it had only risen to power 100 years ago. Its foundation was still incomparable to the Xing family. If the Mu family wanted to continue to be strong and continue to be strong, they would have to rely on the strength of the Xing family. How could he borrow it? A marriage alliance was the best way. Chapter 512. 512 The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Mulan had been engaged to a hero of the Xing family since she was young. However, Mulan did not seem to like this arrangement. In her opinion, this was only an exchange of benefits, even if the person she was engaged to was extremely outstanding. Therefore, Mulan had left the profound sky sub-palace a long time ago and ran to the mystical sword sect. However, some time ago, because of Lu Ming, she had sent a message to her father and agreed to return to the Empyrean Sky Divine Palace on the condition that she would get an invitation card from Lu Ming. Later on, the proud son of heaven of the Xing family found out about this. That was why he sent people to the Eastern Palace, which led to the conflict between Lu Ming and the Xing family. Lu Ming had a sudden realization after listening to it. Combining what Yanlan had told him back then, he now understood everything. "Ai, senior sister Mulan, why is she doing this? You actually ran away from my invitation." Lu Ming sighed. "Lu Ming, you don't have to blame yourself. Actually, Mulan knows that she can't hide. When the time comes, her father will definitely send someone to bring her back. In that case, why don't I take the initiative to get you an invitation?" Mu Shiyuan said. However, Lu Ming still could not let it go. He frowned and said, "What do you want me to do? Only then can I help senior sister Mulan? It's very difficult to help her." Mu Xiuyuan sighed. "Tell me, as long as it's within my power, I'll do my best." Lu Ming said. "It's simple. As long as you defeat the genius of the Xing family that Mulan is engaged to, you'll prove that you're more talented than him. Then things will naturally turn for the better." Mu Shiyuan said. "I just have to defeat the other party?" Lu Ming said, his spirits lifted. "Lu Ming, it's very difficult to defeat your opponent. Do you know who he is? He's the once-in-a-century genius of the Xing family, the genius of the Xing family, Xianxia." Mu Shiyuan said. "Oh. How strong is he?" Lu Ming asked. Mu Shiyuan didn't answer, but muttered to himself for a moment and then asked, "Lu Ming, do you know about the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory?" The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Ming was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of it. Mu Shiyuan's hand moved and a thick book appeared. On it were 5 large words. The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory was written by the Secret Chamber of Commerce, the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the continent. The top 1,000 talents of the younger generation under the age of 30 are listed here. This is the list of top 1,000 talents in the East continent. In the vast Eastern Barren Territory, there are countless regions, but only 1,000 heaven's favorites are listed. You can imagine that each of them is a terrifying genius. The Holy Star is ranked 998th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. He's the only one in the Tianxian region who's ranked on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. His cultivation must have reached the upper tier of the king's realm. Mu Shiyuan explained seriously. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He flipped to the last few pages of the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory and saw the name of the Holy Star. The cultivation level indicated on it was also at the upper tier of the king tier, but it did not state which martial king realm it was at. Is the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory accurate? The East continent is so big and there are so many geniuses. Is it really possible to be ranked among them? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. Mu Shiyuan nodded and said, "The Tianji Chamber of Commerce is the #1 Chamber of Commerce on the continent. It's extremely powerful and has branches all over the continent. It's also the most well-informed. Although it can't be 100% accurate, it's close to the mark." The list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming nodded and muttered. "That's why it's too difficult to defeat the sacred constellation." Mu Shiyuan sighed. "I will definitely defeat him." Lu Ming muttered in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Before he had the ability, he just had to keep it in his heart. If he said it out loud, he would be treated as a joke by others. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Lu Ming, since you've just arrived at Xianxia City, I'll show you around. Xianxia City is very different from other places. Mu Xian shook his head as if he wanted to get rid of the troubles in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then Lu Ming and Mu Xian headed toward Xianxia City. As soon as he entered Xianxia City, Lu Ming saw layers of houses. The houses were pitch black and built with a kind of black stone. They were filled with a primitive and ancient aura. Most of these houses had been preserved from the ancient times along with Xianxia City. Such dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth. And is that the essence realm of heaven and earth? Lu Ming's expression changed and he looked shocked. The heaven and earth spiritual chi in Xianxia City was much denser than in the Eastern Palace. Moreover, the faint will of heaven and earth permeated the air, which surprised Lu Ming. Cultivating here would allow one to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth much faster than in the outside world. Mu Xian smiled and said, Xianxia City is built on top of a supermassive eye of spirit chi and a Dao eye. It's filled with rich spirit chi of heaven and earth, as well as a strong will of heaven and earth. This is only the outer area of Xianxia City. The deeper you go, the richer and stronger the spirit chi and will of heaven and earth will be. Oh! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then the two of them walked along the street toward the depths of Xianxia City. Along the way, Lu Ming's eyes swept around. There was not a single shop on both sides of the street. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. This was the first time Lu Ming saw no shops in the city. Mu Xian seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. He smiled and said, Xianxia City is different from other cities. Every inch of land in Xianxia City is worth its weight in gold. Every mansion and room is a sacred cultivation ground. Therefore, most of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards have to rent a house to live in Xianxia City. Rent an apartment. Lu Ming was very surprised. That's right, rent a house to live in. The entire Xianxia City is divided into 4 districts. The outermost ring is the first district. Generally, renting a house costs between 100,000 to 1 million lower spiritual crystals a day. Most of the houses here are rented and lived by martial arts grandmaster realm warriors. Go further in and enter the second area. The spiritual chi and the essence realm of heaven and earth are more concentrated, and the rent is also much higher. One needs to rent between 1 to 10 supreme spiritual crystals for 1 day. The rent for the third area is between 10 to 100 top-grade spiritual crystals for 1 day. Mu Shiyuan explained. Silk banner. Lu Ming gasped in shock. This price was too expensive, it was outrageously expensive. The Dao Enlightenment Palace in the Eastern Sub-Palace only cost 100 supreme spiritual crystals for a day of cultivation. However, the most expensive price on the 3rd floor was 100 supreme spiritual crystals for a day. What about the 4th region? Lu Ming asked. If the 3rd region was already so terrifying, how many spiritual crystals would the 4th region require? Mu Xian shook his head and said, the 4th region is usually not rented out. It's occupied by some of the higher-ups of the Mu clan and the Sheng clan, as well as some of the elite disciples. In addition, some of the higher-ups of the Profound Sky Sub-Palace also live there. If ordinary Emperor Sky Divine Guards want to rent the 4th region, not only will the rent be terrifying, but they will also have to meet special conditions. Chapter 513. 513 Every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. In addition, you can also buy a house or a mansion in Xianxia City. However, the price is ridiculously high. Therefore, there's a saying in Xianxia City. If anyone can get a house, they'll become rich overnight and they'll have less to work for decades. Mu Shiyuan said. Lu Ming was amazed. Indeed, every inch of land in Xianxia City was worth its weight in gold. If they could be allocated a house, they would be rich even if they rented it to others. However, it's very difficult for ordinary Ditian Divine Guards to be allocated a room unless they have made great contributions. Only the Mu clan and the Sheng clan will have some people assigned to a room. Mu Shiyuan continued. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could only be envious. No wonder there were so many geniuses and experts in the Sheng family. One could imagine how strong the geniuses of the Xing family would be if they cultivated in such an environment every day. On the other hand, the other Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards had to spend a large number of spirit crystals to rent a place for them to stay and cultivate. This was the difference between them. The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon the two of them arrived at the second area. Indeed, the heaven and earth spiritual qi and intent realm here were much richer than the first area. Lu Ming, which area do you want to rent a house in? Mu Shiyuan asked. Let's go to the third area, Lu Ming said. He didn't have many spiritual crystals left, but didn't he just get a storage ring from Xingfeng? He believed that there would be a lot of top-grade spiritual crystals in it, which would be a good use. Let's go. Soon the two of them arrived at the third area. Here the spiritual qi and the essence realm of heaven and earth had reached an astonishing level. It would cost at least 10 supreme spiritual crystals for a day, and the most expensive one would cost 100 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming looked around for a while and stopped in front of a mansion. Let's go to this one, Lu Ming said. Mu Xian nodded and said, Lu Ming, I won't keep you company then. By the way, the Detian Divine Guards sent by the 4 branches have only been here for half a month. They can rest well and don't have to go out to fight the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, they'll have to set off to fight the Heavenly Corpse sect in half a month's time. There are usually 2 ways. One is that the mission hall will issue some missions related to killing the Heavenly Corpse sect, and there will be a reward for completing them. The second way is that if someone doesn't accept any missions, they will be arranged to go to the battlefield and participate in the war against the Heavenly Corpse sect. Many thanks, Brother Mu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. All right then, I'll take my leave. Mu Xian smiled, then strode into the depths of Xianxia City. Mu Xian was a direct descendant of the Mu family, and his cultivation level was unfathomable. Naturally, he lived in the deepest part, the 4th district. After Mu Xian left, Lu Ming walked toward the mansion at the side. This little brother, are you looking to rent a house? There was a middle-aged man at the entrance of the mansion. He smiled when he saw Lu Ming entering. That's right. I'm here to rent a house. How many crystals a day? Lu Ming asked. 50 top-grade spiritual crystals a day. How long do you want to rent it for? He asked. The middle-aged man said. I'll rent it for 15 days. Lu Ming took out 750 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took it and the smile on his face grew even wider. He took out a jade token and said, Little brother, this is your key. Your room is room 19. All right. Lu Ming took the jade token and walked into the mansion. There were rooms in the mansion and each room had a room number written on it. Number 19. Lu Ming found room number 19 very quickly. These rooms were made of stone. Even the door was made of stone. There was a pit on the stone door. Lu Ming placed the jade card in the pit. Gotcha. The stone door opened automatically and Lu Ming walked in. The room was very simple with only a bed and a table. Lu Ming closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With a single thought, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with heaven and earth, quietly comprehending the concept of heaven and earth. The essence realm of the heaven and earth here is really clear. Lu Ming was rather shocked. He felt that even though this place was still lacking compared to the Dao Enlightenment Palace, it was still much stronger than the outside world. This area was only worth 50 top-grade spirit crystals a day. Even if the areas worth 100 top-grade spirit crystals were not as good as the Dao Enlightenment Palace, they were not far from it. Then what was the 4th region like? No wonder the Xing family had such resources. No wonder they had been able to dominate the Tianxian region for countless years. Lu Ming took out the Path Understanding Ancient Tree to help him comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth at a faster speed. His main focus now was to comprehend the essence realm of fire. In the 4th area, in an elegant courtyard, more than a dozen young experts of the Xing family were gathered. The Holy Wind, Holy Sky, and Holy River were all inside. At this moment, Xingfeng, Xingkong, and another young man were standing there with red faces. The few of you are really useless. You were actually beaten up by a country bumpkin from the east. You've really embarrassed the Xing family. This time, if it wasn't for Xing Zhang's arrival, the Xing family would have lost all its face. A young man wearing a purple robe and a purple jade ring on his finger said coldly. The purple-robed young man obviously had a high status among the dozens of young men. Xing Feng, Xing Kong and the others looked terrible, but they did not dare to refute. This time, if it wasn't for Mu Xiaoyuan's interference, I would have already crippled that brat and taken him down. Xingjiang said coldly. This time it's not your fault. Mu Xian will be taught a lesson sooner or later. The most important thing now is to take down that kid called Lu Ming. This is not only about the Xing family's face, but also the intention of the young master of constellation. The purple-robed youth said. As soon as the purple-robed young man mentioned the holy star, the other young men's expressions immediately changed, and they became unusually serious. It was as if they were in awe of the sacred stars. But that kid must have rented a house in Tianxian City. Tianxian City is so big with so many houses. It's hard to find him. Another youth said. That's simple. That Lu Ming came from the east to provide reinforcements. He can rest for half a month at most. Half a month later he'll definitely appear. By then we'll either accept missions or force him to take on missions. As long as we send someone to keep an eye on the mission hall, we'll know when he appears. The purple-robed youth said confidently. Bro, you is so wise. The other young men flattered. The purple-robed young man was called Xingyu. He smiled proudly and said, some time ago the young master of Star Palace had a fortuitous encounter and is now cultivating in seclusion. When the young master of Star Palace comes out of his seclusion he will definitely be stronger. What we need to do is to take down Lu Ming before the young master of Star Palace comes out of his seclusion. That way the young master of Star Palace will definitely value us more. Yes, that's for sure. Lu Ming is dead for sure. The others all agreed. Of course Lu Ming did not know any of this. He was focused on cultivating. In the blink of an eye 5 days had passed. He didn't know why, but he felt that he had cultivated the concept of fire to its limit, yet he still couldn't condense an intent rune. Chapter 514. 514 The Plane Mission. He felt that there was a force that was preventing him from forming the fire concept rune. This power actually came from the thunder and wind concept runes. These two types of concept runes were resisting, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the fire concept runes. In fact, Lu Ming had already noticed this situation when he was condensing the wind concept rune. At that time the thunder concept rune had also produced a kind of obstruction, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the wind concept rune. However, it was only a single type of thunder concept rune and the obstruction was not very strong. Lu Ming managed to break through it in one move. However, the obstruction created by the two types of concept runes was too strong. Lu Ming could not break through it in a short time. It was no wonder that others would say that cultivating several concepts at the same time would only get harder and harder later on, and there would be almost no achievements. Not only would it distract him, but it would also be difficult to break through. Lu Ming's 3 concepts had been successfully integrated, but it had produced such a strong obstruction. If the integration had not been successful, the obstruction would be even stronger. I'm afraid it'll take a long time to polish it if I want to condense a fire concept rune in one go. I'm afraid it won't be possible without 3 to 5 years. At the thought of this, Lu Ming shook his head. 3 to 5 years? There was too much time. Where would he find the time to waste? If this option didn't work, then he could only take the second option. He used external forces to force his way through. And among external forces, intent crystals were undoubtedly the most effective. And NBSP, however, normal intent crystals probably wouldn't have much of an effect. And NBSP, they needed middle-grade intent crystals to succeed in one go. But middle-grade intent crystals. At the thought of this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. And NBSP, intent crystals were divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade and top-grade. Lu Ming had come into contact with low-grade profound meaning crystals in the past. The lowest price in the market was 1 billion lower spiritual crystals, which was 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. And NBSP, but middle-grade intent crystals were 1,000 times more expensive than low-grade intent crystals. Yes, 1,000 times. And NBSP, a middle-grade intent crystal would cost at least 1 million supreme-grade spirit crystals, which was extremely terrifying. The main thing was that middle-grade intent crystals were too rare and could only be found by luck. However, the effects of middle-grade profound meaning crystals were still worlds apart from low-grade profound meaning crystals. They were much stronger. Therefore, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly. He only had 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals from Xianxia. 60,000 pieces of spiritual crystals were not even enough for Lu Ming to break through to the third level of the Martial King realm. He was poor. Lu Ming felt that he was too poor. He did not have enough crystals. Also, the demon-subduing spear was not in good use anymore. Lu Ming wanted to find a king-level alchemist to refine a long spear. It was not cheap to find a king-level alchemist to make a spear. All of this required spiritual crystals. I'll cultivate for a few more days and see if there are any missions. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. This time his main focus was to comprehend the thunder concept. 10 days passed quickly. His thunder mentality had progressed at lightning speed and was already at the middle stage of level 1 lower class. At this time, Lu Ming had been staying here for 15 days and the date for the house was up. Lu Ming returned the jade card and walked out of the mansion. He then headed to the mission hall. The mission palace hall was not in the third region, but the second region. In Tianxian City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the mission hall was not very big. People were coming and going in the mission hall. There were young ones and old ones. There were people of all kinds of colors, but each and every one of them had an extremely strong aura. They were all martial kings and every one of them was a second-grade Emperor Heaven Divine Guard. There were even third-grade Emperor Heaven Divine Guards occasionally. Rank 3 Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards were usually lower-tier king tiers. Lu Ming walked into the missions hall and looked around. What? Lu Ming suddenly realized that there were the most people under a stone tablet that was engraved with inscriptions. Most of them were young people. Lu Ming was a little curious and walked over. There were lines of words on the stone tablet. These words were all introductions to a mission. Lu Ming also started to read it. This mission is established. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This mission was very suitable for Lu Ming. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had discovered a brand new dimension not long ago. It had never been discovered before and no one had ever mined it. The experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace found the weakest part of the plane space and broke it down, creating an entrance. However, he later found out that the natural laws of this plane had the inscription of time, and warriors above the age of 30 couldn't enter at all. Only warriors over the age of 30 seemed to conform to the laws of that plane and could enter. Later on, there were warriors below the age of 30 who entered. They discovered that this dimension was extremely vast and boundless. Not only were there native inhabitants of this dimension, but there were also a large number of extremely precious materials. For example, intent crystals. Yes, this dimension contained dozens or even hundreds of times more intent crystals than the outside world. It was normal for a dimension that had never been excavated to have a large number of intent crystals. Intent crystals contained innate intent. For a time, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace sent out a large number of cultivators below the age of 30 to this dimension to mine for power Upanishad crystals and other precious materials. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace took a portion of the profits. However, at this time, they discovered that the Heavenly Corpse sect had also discovered this dimension. They had also opened up an entrance and sent a large number of corpse guards under the age of 30 into this dimension. Naturally, when the two forces met, a fierce battle would inevitably break out, and both sides would suffer heavy casualties. In the next few months, the two sides carried out a brutal hunt in this dimension. A few months later, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had already issued out missions. Any Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard under the age of 30 could take on the mission to enter this dimension and hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would not take any of the materials that he had excavated and would only buy them at a high price. Furthermore, killing the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect would also give them generous rewards. The reward for killing a Level 1 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was 2,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward for killing a Level 2 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was 5,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward for killing a Level 3 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward for killing a Level 4 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward for killing a Level 5 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard was as high as 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The reward was very generous and Lu Ming was very tempted. Not only did this mission have a reward but it also had intent crystals. However, this mission was also extremely dangerous. The Empyrean Sky Divine Guards would be rewarded for killing corpse guards, and the Heavenly Corpse sect would also issue missions to corpse guards. Killing Empyrean Sky Divine Guards would also give generous rewards. Other than that, they also had to be wary of the natives of that dimension. The natives of that dimension were called the Scaled Demon Race and it was extremely dangerous. This is the mission. Lu Ming walked directly to the counter. I want to take on a mission from the Demonic Scales dimension. Lu Ming said to an old man at the counter. The Demonic Scales dimension was the name of that dimension. Chapter 5:15. 515 Demonic Scales Plane forming a party. Sure, I'll help you register. How many soul-sealing crystals do you need? The old man asked. The soul-sealing crystal could seal the soul. As long as he killed the Heavenly Corpse Sect's cultivators and sealed their souls in the soul-sealing crystal, he could bring them back to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Then he would naturally know how many Heavenly Corpse Sect corpse guards he had killed. Besides, some inscription masters could also use the souls of warriors to refine some strange things. Normally, it was not allowed to kill other cultivators and seal their souls for inscribing. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was the enemy of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and they cultivated evil techniques, so there was naturally no problem. I'll buy 100 pieces of soul-sealing crystal. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. 100 yuan? Little guy, you have a big appetite. The old man was slightly taken aback. He cast a few more glances at Lu Ming in surprise. I'm just buying a few more pieces in case I need them. Lu Ming smiled faintly. 10 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals for one soul-sealing crystal. 100 pieces. That's 1,000 top-grade spiritual crystals in total. As the old man spoke, he took out a box that contained a dark red crystal with sharp edges. This was the soul-sealing crystal. Lu Ming also took out 1,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the old man. He then kept the soul-sealing crystal and walked out. After a while, Lu Ming left Xianxia City and turned into a bolt of lightning heading north. The entrance to the Demonic Scales dimension was 5 million miles north of Xianxia City. Even with Lu Ming's speed, he would need a few days. In Xianxia City, in Xingyu's courtyard, someone was reporting the news to him. Lu Ming has already received a mission from the missions hall. A young man reported to Xingyu. Xingjiang and a few other experts were also at the side. Just as I expected, Lu Ming has indeed accepted the mission from the Demonic Scales dimension. Now the news has spread. Also, we should set off. Xingyu said, the killing intent in his eyes flickering. It's finally here. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you this time. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also destroy your reputation. On the side, Xing Kong gritted his teeth. Among the people of the Xing family, he was the one who hated Lu Ming the most. He had already been abused by Lu Ming twice. In addition, Xing Feng was in a similar situation. All his belongings had been taken away by Lu Ming. How could he not hate Lu Ming? Lu Ming, how dare you snatch my storage ring? I'll make you pay 10 times the price. Xing Feng roared in his heart. 3 days later, Lu Ming had crossed a distance of 5 million miles and appeared in a small city. The entrance to the Demonic Scales Plain was in this small city. The city was clearly newly built for the entrance to the Demonic Scales Plain. It had only been a few months. Lu Ming walked into the small city and headed to a huge palace in the center of the city. The entrance of the palace was guarded by the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Not only the entrance but also some of the stone houses in the surroundings were guarded by some experts to prevent the Heavenly Corpse sect from launching a sneak attack. Halt. If you want to enter the Demonic Scales dimension, verify your identity first. At the door, a burly man blocked Lu Ming's way. Lu Ming took out the Divine Guard token and handed it to the burly man. After the burly man checked it, he nodded and said, "You can go in now." Lu Ming kept the Divine Guard token and walked into the hall. The main hall was very spacious. There was only a black vortex around which inscriptions were shining. This was the entrance to the demonic scales plane. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped in. The world spun, and in the next moment Lu Ming found himself in a huge square. A burst of noise entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming then realized that there were many people in the square. All of them were young men and women under the age of 30. They were gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Some were chatting with each other while others were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and discovered that there were hundreds of people. In front of the square, there was a majestic high wall that was 300 meters tall, surrounding the entire square. This high wall was built to defend against the Scale Devil race's attacks. This was because this was the place where the Detian Divine Guards would set off, as well as the place where they would rest, adjust, and gather. To the Scaled Demon race, they were outsiders and invaders. The Scaled Demon race naturally hated them and would attack them. Come. Our team is still short of one person. Anyone who is willing to join us? You only need to reach Lever 2 Martial King Realm. Once everyone is here, we'll set off immediately. Come on, our team is lacking a martial artist who comprehended the creation of wood. As long as you know a few healing techniques, you can join. Our team is lacking a martial artist who comprehended the concept of earth and is skilled in defense. Which brother is coming? At this moment, Lu Ming heard shouts. This was the Detian Divine Guard forming a team to hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect and search for treasures. Each attribute's intent realm had a different aspect that they were good at. Wind specialized in speed and fire had terrifying explosive power. For example, the intent of wood specialized in healing, while the intent of earth and mountain specialized in defense. Only when many people formed a team and complemented each other could they unleash the strongest power. After all, it was too dangerous to go alone. Brother, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time in my dimension? At this moment, 4 young men and women walked toward Lu Ming. 3 men and 1 woman. The one walking in front was a burly young man. He looked simple and honest, and he looked at Lu Ming with a sincere smile. It was this young man who had just spoken. Yes, it's my first time here. Lu Ming said. Oh, I'm Han Man. How should I address you, brother? Han Man cupped his fists and said with a smile. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. So it's Brother Lu. Brother Lu, our team just happens to be short of one person. I wonder if Brother Lu can join us and hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect together? Han Man said, his eyes full of sincerity. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and hesitated. Brother Lu, this is Zhou Xian. She has just joined our team. We are now short of one person. After all, 4 people is too weak. But Brother Lu, we can set off. Han Man pointed at the woman. The lady looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. She had a petite figure and an extremely delicate and beautiful appearance. She was looking at Lu Ming timidly. Furthermore, this is Brother Lu's first time in the demonic scales dimension. You might not be familiar with everything here. Join our team and we can discuss things with each other. Han Man continued. All right, I'll join. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. It was just as Han Man had said. It was his first time in the demonic scales dimension, so there were many things he did not know. He was completely clueless about the geographical location of the demonic scales dimension. It was necessary to join a team first and get familiar with it. He would consider acting alone after he was more familiar with the demonic scales plane. Chapter 5:16. 516 Devil Scales Race. Moreover, Han Man and the others looked sincere. They should be people who could cooperate. Therefore Lu Ming agreed. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Han Man was overjoyed. That's great. Brother Lu, let me introduce you. Han Man immediately introduced. Han Man himself was a late Lever 3 Martial King. Zhou Xian, peak Lever 2 Martial King realm. The other 2 young men were really a pair of brothers. Their names were Mu Lin and Mu Senior. One of them was at the early stage of the Level 3 Martial King realm, while the other was at the peak of the Level 2 Martial King realm. Everyone's artistic conception was different. Some were good at defense, some were good at attacking and killing. Alright, everyone's here. Let's go. Han Man said. Immediately the group of 5 walked towards the huge wall. Under the high wall there was a huge stone door. The 5 of them walked out of the stone door, and beyond the high wall was a vast mountain. And NBSP, the areas around the gathering point have all been explored, and all the treasures and intent crystals have been plundered. We can only go to a wider area to find some opportunities and treasures, Zhao Feng said. However, the bigger the place, the more treasures there are, but it also means that it is more dangerous. That's because there are a large number of scaled demon race members that haven't been exterminated. What are your thoughts? Han Man asked everyone. We have no objections. The 2 brothers Mu Lin and Mu Sin nodded. I don't have any objections even if I win. Yao Xian said timidly. I have no objections either. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Right, let's set off. It would be best if we could encounter a small-scale demon tribe. We would be rich then. Han Man's eyes lit up. According to his experience during this period of time, there would usually be a pit of profound meaning crystals in the scaled demon race's tribe where one could dig out some of the profound meaning crystals. Buzz. Buzz. The 5 of them rose into the air and headed deep into the demonic scales dimension. The demonic scales dimension was extremely huge. It was definitely one of the top small dimensions and could even be considered a medium dimension. It was so vast that it could be described as boundless. The Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had already discovered the scaled demon dimension for a few months, but they had yet to explore its borders. In fact, there was still a large area that they had yet to explore. The 5 of them continued to fly, and after a day they had already flown close to 1,000,000 miles. When they arrived here, their speed slowed down. This was because there were fewer people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace investigating this place, and the danger level was also higher. Look, that's the black forest grass. Suddenly, Mu Lin pointed at a mountain peak in front of them and shouted. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, he saw a patch of black spiritual herbs on the cliff of the mountain. There were about a dozen of them, and they were like black jade shining with light. It was the black forest grass, a medium level 5 spiritual herb which was very expensive. Haha, I didn't expect to see more than a dozen medium level 5 spiritual herbs as soon as we came in. We're so lucky, Han Man said with a smile. Lu Ming also sighed in his heart. As expected of a newly discovered plane, it was rich in resources. If it was outside, level 5 spiritual herbs were extremely rare. It was very difficult to find level 5 spiritual herbs in the wild, and they had all been picked by people. Some of them were artificially cultivated, or they could only appear in some deep mountains, lakes, or dangerous places. There were also some secret realms and plains. Let's pick them and split them equally, Han Man said. The 5 of them flew towards the cliff, and with a sweep of their Zhenyuan, they plucked all the black grass from the ground. We're so lucky. There are exactly 15 stalks. We'll each take 5 stalks, Han Man said with a smile. After that, each of them took 5 of them, and all of them revealed a smile. Let's take a look around and see if there are any other spiritual herbs, Han Man suggested. All right. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement and immediately began searching the nearby mountains. Lu Ming also rushed into a mountain peak alone and swept his gaze around. Could this be a 1,000-year violet mushroom? Lu Ming found a purple mushroom under an ancient tree. Rich spirit chi essence was exuding from the mushroom. The strength of the spiritual energy essence was even stronger than the black forest grass. It was a spiritual herb of upper level 5, 1 level higher than the black forest grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept it. Lu Ming's current physical body had already reached complete grade 6. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, level 5 spiritual herbs were almost useless. He needed level 6 spiritual herbs. Although the level 5 spiritual medicine could not help Lu Ming to break through, it was very expensive to sell. The more such things the better. Lu Ming was in high spirits and was about to continue his search. Boom. On a mountain peak not far away, a violent boom suddenly erupted. Scaled demon race. A loud roar came from Mu Lin. Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed in that direction. Buzz. From a mountain peak, a figure rushed out in a sorry state. Behind him, more than a dozen burly figures more than 2 meters tall were chasing him. These figures looked very strange. Their facial features were similar to that of humans, but they were covered in pitch-black scales that covered their bodies like armor. This was the scaled demon race. Wah! Wah! These scaled demons were shouting and shouting. No one could understand what they were shouting about. They were waving their battle axes and iron rods toward the forest. One was equivalent to the peak of the second level of the Martial King realm, 3 were equivalent to the early stage of the second level, 2 were equivalent to the first level of the Martial King realm, and the rest were all half-step king warriors. Lu Ming's heart stirred. And NBSP, no wonder Mu Lin had to flee. His cultivation was only at the peak level 2 Martial King realm. He was no match for so many scaled demons. Buzz. Lu Ming rushed over directly. Wah! One of the early level 2 Martial King realm scaled demons bellowed and charged at Lu Ming with his battle axe. The battle axe was swung out with a terrifying force. The physical strength of this kind of scaled demon race was extremely terrifying, and it had a strange power that was similar to true yuan yet different. Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear shook, turned into a flash of lightning and shot out. Puchi! This scaled demon's forehead was pierced through. The scaled demon race member roared and fell to the ground. Such hard scales, Lu Ming muttered. Even the face of the scaled demons was covered in scales. They were extremely hard. Lu Ming felt a great resistance when he thrust his spear. At this time Han Man Mu Sen and Zhou Xian had also arrived and were attacking the scaled demons. Han Man was at the peak level 3 Martial King realm, so his combat strength was extremely powerful. The peak level 2 Martial King realm scaled demon was completely suppressed by him and was killed by Han Man after a few moves. Lu Ming's long spear thrust forward and turned into a spear ray. And NBSP, 5 to 6 scaled demons were pierced by the spear light and fell to the ground. And NBSP, it didn't take long for them to all be killed. According to our past experiences, these 10 or so scaled demons should be a hunting team from a scaled demon tribe. They came out to hunt and just happened to run into us. Han Man said. Chapter 517. 517 The Heavenly Corpse Sect takes action. A hunting team of the scale demon race? If that's the case, there might be a tribe of the scale demon race nearby. Mu Sen's eyes lit up. With a scaled demon tribe, it meant that there was a pit of profound meaning crystals that could be dug out. The eyes of the others also lit up. 4 martial artists above the Martial King realm, an intent crystal was an irresistible temptation. Could greatly increase the speed of cultivation. I wonder how big this tribe is and how strong it is. Mu Lin said. This was something they had to consider. If it was a small tribe, they could consider it. If it was a larger tribe, they could only give up. Putting everything else aside, if there was an existence equivalent to a lower-tier king tier in this tribe, they would be dead for sure. However, they were not willing to give up just like that. How about this? It's not easy to encounter a scaled demon tribe in the vast mountains. Let's first find this tribe and investigate their strength before making a decision. Han Man suggested. All right, I have no objections. The others all nodded. Naturally, Lu Ming would not object to it. He was also very eager to obtain ultimacy crystals. Then the 5 of them assigned their tasks and began to search the nearby area. A few hours later they made a discovery. About 30,000 miles away from where they were, there was a tribe of the scaled demon race. The scaled demon race from before must have come from this tribe. The group approached carefully and began to observe carefully on a mountain peak not far away. There was a simple stone house in front of them, and within the stone house lived the scaled demon race. High stone walls were built around the stone houses. There are around 100 stone houses, and the number of scaled demons should not exceed 500. This is a small tribe. Han Man said in a low voice. Normally speaking, a small scaled demon tribe shouldn't have too many experts. There shouldn't be any king-level existences. We should be able to deal with them. Musen said. That's right. When the time comes, we just need to kill some of the strongest scaled demon race members in the tribe. The other scaled demon race members won't be a threat to us, and we can start digging the profound meaning crystal pit. Han Man nodded. Lu Ming and Zhou Xian did not speak. It was their first time in the demonic scales dimension and they lacked experience. Naturally, they would not speak easily. Brother Lu, Miss Yao, what do you think? Han Man looked at Lu Ming and Zhou Xian. I don't have any objections. I'll just follow your arrangements. Zhou Xian whispered. I also have no objections. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, then we'll wait for the sky to turn dark and charge in. Han Man said. Then everyone waited in silence. Time flew by and night soon came. Within the tribe of the scaled demon race, everything fell into darkness. Let's go. Han Man said. Wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke and his voice was extremely low. What's wrong? Han Man and the others were a little confused, but the next moment their faces changed slightly. Hoo-hoo. In the dark sky, 5 pitch-black coffins suddenly broke through the air and flew towards the tribe. The Heavenly Corpse Sect. Zhou Xian exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had met someone from the Heavenly Corpse Sect since he entered the demonic scales dimension. It seems like the Heavenly Corpse Sect has set their eyes on this tribe. What should we do? Mulin asked. Let's just wait and see and let the Heavenly Corpse Sect test the strength of this tribe. Han Man said. Han Man looked simple and honest, but he was actually very smart and had a strong cultivation. He was the leader of both Mu Lin and Mu Senior. In the blink of an eye, the 5 coffins flew into the tribe. At this time, the scaled demon race in the tribe had also discovered the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect and let out loud roars. Then from each of the stone houses a tall figure rushed out. Each of them was covered in black scales. Holding battle axes, iron staffs and other weapons, they rushed toward the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. The 5 coffins opened and 2 refined corpses flew out of each coffin. Swish, swish, swish. The iron chains flew across the sky and stabbed toward the scaled demon race. Instantly, some of the weaker scaled demon race members were killed. The scaled demon at the forefront was the tallest of them all. He was close to 3 meters tall and had the strongest aura. He had reached the peak of Level 3 Martial King realm. It was obvious that this scaled demon was the leader of this tribe. After he shouted a few times, some of the scaled demons below the Martial King realm retreated. Only the members of the scaled demon race who were at the Martial King realm and above continued to attack the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. 2 peak Level 3 Martial King realm refined corpses, and 5 at the middle and early stages of Level 3 Martial King realm. Han Man muttered, his voice filled with fear. The power of the Heavenly Corpse Sect had completely surpassed them and the scaled demon race. And NBSP, although the scaled demon race had the advantage in numbers after the war broke out, they were still in a one-sided situation. One by one the scaled demon race was killed. In the scaled demon race, there were 2 other people who had reached the Level 3 Martial King realm. The gap between them and the Heavenly Corpse Sect was too great. The difference in high-end combat strength was too great. The scaled demon race below the Martial King realm let out a series of shrill screams. In the end, regardless of the difference in power, they all rushed toward the refined corpse of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. A bunch of uncivilized animals, you still want to resist, you're really looking for death. A cold voice came from one of the coffins. Then a pale-faced young man walked out. Hee, but these animals have pretty good bodies. It's not bad to use them to refine into refined corpses. A pale-faced young man walked out of the other coffin. The corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. 5 young corpse guards walked out of the 5 coffins one after another. Die, you animals. The 5 corpse guards sneered and then pounced toward the scaled demon warriors below the king realm. Corpse chi surged as he waved his claws. One by one the scaled demons were killed. Wah! And NBSP, the leader of the scaled demon race, shouted and seemed to be extremely angry. And NBSP, when the scaled demon race below the king level heard the leader, they also cried out and turned around, running out of the tribe. You want to escape? Die. The 5 corpse guards waved their claws and killed the scaled demons one by one. At the same time, he controlled the refined corpse to kill the experts of the scaled demon race. The leader of the scaled demon race was finally defeated by the 2 refined corpses. His scales were pierced and torn apart before he was killed. A moment later, all the higher-ups of the scaled demon race were killed. As for those of the scaled demon race below the king level, other than a few who managed to escape, the rest of the scaled demon race were all dead, leaving behind a ground of corpses. This trip was worth it. Not only can I get some decent corpses, but I can also get intent crystals. A corpse guard sneered and walked towards the depths of the tribe. What do we do? On the mountain peak, Mu Lin was a little anxious. Chapter 518. 518 Kill all of them. Seeing that the fat meat in his mouth was about to fly away, he was really unwilling in his heart. However, the strength of the Sky Corpse sect was too strong. It was far above them. If they were to forcefully charge forward, they would only end up like the scaled demon race. Forget it, let's retreat. The Heavenly Corpse sect is too powerful. Han Man said with a frown. The Heavenly Corpse sect had 2 peak Level 3 Martial King Realm refined corpses and 5 other Level 3 Martial King Realm refined corpses. They were too powerful for them to fight against, and this did not include the 5 corpse guards. The 5 corpse guards were not a weak force. It's not easy to find such a place, how can I miss it so easily? At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Han Man, Mu Lin and the others were all stunned. Then he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? You can't be thinking of killing your way up there, right? That's a dead end. Mu Sin said. If you haven't fought, how do you know that you'll die? Lu Ming smiled and stood up. He stepped on the air and headed toward the tribe of the scale demon race. Lu Ming. Zhou Xian exclaimed in a low voice. She wanted to follow Lu Ming, but she did not dare to and was hesitating. Han Man, Mu Sin and Mu Lin looked at each other but did not follow. Instead, their eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In just a few steps he had appeared in the sky above the tribe of the scale demon race. Who is it? One of the corpse guards shouted and looked at Lu Ming coldly. The other 4 corpse guards also looked at Lu Ming. The person who will kill you. Lu Ming said calmly. His voice was calm, but there was a cold, murderous intent in it. Kill us? Just you? It's a big joke. A corpse guard laughed loudly, filled with disdain. Brat, you're the Detian Divine Guard, right? Hee, a Detian Divine Guard actually dares to appear when he sees us. He's really looking for death. Kill him. A corpse guard shouted. Buzz. A refined corpse at the intermediate Level 3 Martial King realm waved its arms and chains shot out like poisonous snakes, winding around Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming released his aura and waved his spear. A few iron chains were sent flying by Lu Ming. You're only at the peak Level 2 Martial King realm. How dare you resist? You're looking for death. The corpse guard shouted and controlled the peak Level 3 Martial King realm refined corpse to charge at Lu Ming. The other 4 corpse guards stood at the side and didn't make a move, looking like they were watching a good show. I'm too lazy to play with you guys, die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The concept of thunder soared into the sky and combined with Lu Ming's spear technique. Whoosh. The spear turned into a lightning spear radiance and pierced through everything. The refined corpse was afraid of lightning. Moreover, Lu Ming's lightning concept had already reached the middle stage of level 1 lower tier. With a bang, the refined corpse was struck by the lightning spear radiance and turned into charcoal. Initial success of thunder concept, you. That corpse guard shouted in shock. Die. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Another lightning spear was thrust out. That corpse guard wanted to retreat in fear, but how could he avoid it? He was struck by the lightning spear radiance and a huge hole was blasted in his chest. Corpse chi gushed out of his body and he was no longer breathing. Damn it, let's attack together and kill him. The other 4 corpse guards were shocked and furious. They roared and controlled the refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. There were a total of 9 refined corpses. 6 of them were Level 3 Martial King Realm and above, while the remaining 3 were Level 2 Martial King Realm. A bunch of trash who toyed with other people's corpses. All of you shall die. Boom. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. The spear's gleam grew to 1,000 meters long and swept in all directions with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 refined corpses were like 9 broken gunny sacks. They were sent flying by Lu Ming without any resistance. How is this possible? The 4 corpse guards were tongue-tied, and their eyes almost exploded with disbelief. Lu Ming, a mere second-level martial king, his combat strength was too terrifying. Not good, quickly retreat. One of the corpse guards shouted in shock. Without the protection of the corpse guards, their battle strength would be greatly reduced. It's too late to retreat now. Gakudo path attack. Whoosh. Lu Ming became one with the spear and turned into a ray of spear radiance that pierced through the void. A corpse guard at the peak level 3 martial king realm died on the spot after being pierced through the glabella. Ah! The other 3 corpse guards shouted in fear and scattered. On the mountain peak not far away, Han Man and the others were also dumbfounded. Attack and help Lu Ming. Han Man's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess, and with a low shout he rushed out. Then Mu Lin, Mu Sin and Zhou Xian also rushed over and attacked one of the corpse guards. Whoosh! Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. In a flash he appeared behind a corpse guard and stabbed with his spear, finishing off the corpse guard. Then his body moved and pounced on the next corpse guard. When Lu Ming finished off the 4th corpse guard, Han Man and the rest had also killed the 5th corpse guard. Once the corpse guard died, those refined corpses all stood in the void without moving. Brother Lu, you really don't reveal your true abilities. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I really admire you. Han Man and the rest flew towards Lu Ming, their faces full of surprise. Han Man was the first to greet him with cupped fists. When did such a genius like Brother Lu appear in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? We didn't even know about it. It seems like our information is too outdated. Musin also cupped his hands and laughed. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ming with curiosity and admiration. The 5 powerful corpse guards were actually killed by Lu Ming in a few moves. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, it would have been unbelievable. You're welcome. Now seal the soul, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming took out the soul-sealing crystal and started to seal the corpse guard's soul. Normally, a warrior's soul would not dissipate for 10 minutes after death. However, after 10 minutes the soul would dissipate and it would be difficult to seal it. Lu Ming took out a piece of soul-sealing crystal and placed it on top of a corpse guard's corpse, injecting his essential core. Complex runes appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal, and then it produced a suction force that pulled out a black smoke from the corpse guard's body. The smoke kept twisting and its shape was very similar to that corpse guard. This was the soul of that corpse guard. The soul of the corpse guard flew into the soul-sealing crystal, and a layer of black mist appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal. The seal was successful. Lu Ming kept it. On the other side, Han Man and the others only sealed the soul of the corpse guard they had killed. They did not touch the other corpse guards that Lu Ming had killed. Whoever killed him would have his soul. This was the rule. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He sealed the souls of the remaining 3 corpse guards one by one. Alright, now let's go take a look at the intent crystal pit. There was a flash of anticipation in Lu Ming's eyes. Intent crystals were what he desired. Immediately the 5 of them walked towards the depths of the scaled demon tribe. Chapter 519. 519 Middle Grade Intent Crystal. In the depths of the tribe there were 7 stone altars. The 7 altars formed a circle surrounding a large pit in the middle. After Lu Ming and the group walked closer, they realized that there was a mysterious aura constantly emanating from the huge pit. It was the aura of the essence realm of heaven and earth. This huge pit was the so-called pit of intent crystals. Earth concept. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little disappointed. The profound meaning crystal pit exuded an aura of earth intent, which meant that this deep pit contained earth element intent crystals. He couldn't use the earth element intent crystals directly, so he could only exchange them. Let's start digging. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He walked to the big pit, took out a big knife and started to dig. Buzz. The big knife chopped down and it actually made a clanging sound. The stone in the big pit was actually extremely hard. However, under Lu Ming's powerful essential core, they were still cut off piece by piece. Let's attack together. Let's go. Han Man called out. Mu Sin and the others walked into the pit, took out various weapons and began to dig. The 5 of them worked together and were very fast. Soon they had dug out a pit that was 3 meters wide and 10 meters deep. At this moment, the aura of the creation of earth beneath his feet became even more intense. The 5 people's spirits were shaken and they began to dig even harder. Not long after, the pit was dug to a depth of 20 meters. There's an intent crystal here. A clear and excited voice rang out. It was Zhou Xian. He didn't expect Zhou Xian to be the first one to find an intent crystal. Everyone looked over. On the stone wall in front of Zhou Xian, there was a khaki-colored intent crystal embedded in it. It exuded a strong aura of the intent of earth. Miss Yao put it away first. Han Man said. Zhou Xian nodded. She carefully dug out the power Upanishad crystal and put it into a jade box. Then everyone started to dig even harder. With Zhou Xian's good start, everyone's harvest came. More and more intent crystals were dug out. And NBSP, these intent crystals had been buried deep in the earth and had only formed after countless years. And NBSP, the 5 of them continued to dig and they found more and more intent crystals. 2 hours later, the 5 of them had dug the pit to 10 meters wide and 50 meters deep. They had obtained a total of 26 earth element intent crystals. I didn't think that there would be more than 20 intent crystals in this pit. It's already pretty good. Han Man said with a smile. At this point, not a single trace of the earth concept could be felt from the deep pit. This meant that they had already excavated all the profound crystal stones in this pit. What? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt that there was a stone under his feet. It was extremely special. The stone was the size of a human head. Lu Ming had dug it out and put it aside casually. However, he realized that the color of the stone was different from the surrounding stones. This stone seemed to be crystallized, and its surface was emitting a faint fluorescent light. Lu Ming casually slashed the stone. Clang! Sparks flew when the saber slashed down and Lu Ming's saber bounced back. It's so hard. Lu Ming was shocked. The saber in his hand was an upper 4th level spiritual weapon. It was extremely sharp and could cut a mountain in half with a casual slash. However, the stone was not cut open and only left a mark on it. Han Man and the others also looked over curiously. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The vital essence in his body surged wildly toward the saber. At the same time, the 3 concepts were integrated into the saber. Immediately, he slashed at the stone. A violent sound of friction was heard and sparks flew in all directions. The rock was still not cut open, but it cracked. At the same time, an unbelievably strong concept of earth spread out from the stone. How can this intent be so dense? Lu Ming was shocked. Han Man and the others also widened their eyes in shock. This intent of earth was simply too dense and intense. The other earth element intent crystals were like trash in front of this intent of earth. Lu Ming could feel his heart beating faster. Chapter 520. 520 Meeting the Xing family again. They took a long way around and searched in other places. This plain was indeed a newly discovered plain. It was rich in resources. In the past few days, they had found about 50 stalks of level 5 spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and some level 5 blacksmithing materials. All of these added together were worth a lot. However, he did not encounter anyone from the Heavenly Corpse sect. What's that? Suddenly, Mu Sin pointed to a valley in front of them. The valley wasn't big and there were flashes of red light in the valley. Let's go and take a look. The 5 of them flew towards the valley. When they flew in, they were shocked. It was a large patch of red spiritual flowers. Each spiritual flower was red like a burning flame, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. This is a level 4 spiritual flower, fire cage flower. Han Man said in surprise. Level 4 spiritual flowers did not surprise them that much. The main thing was that there were too many of them. They were densely packed, covering more than half of the valley. A rough estimate would put there at least 1,000 of them. A small valley could actually produce so many fire cage flowers. It was simply unbelievable and abnormal. Fire concept. There's a faint fire concept here. It's covered by these fire cage flowers. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Among the 5 of them he was the only one who cultivated the fire concept. Although the fire concept here was very faint, Lu Ming could still sense it. Fire concept. Han Man and the others frowned, but their eyes suddenly lit up. It's very likely that there's a pit of intent crystals below that contains fire-type intent crystals. That's why so many fire cage flowers have been born. Han Man said in surprise. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same guess. Immediately the 5 of them picked all the fire cage flowers. After counting, there were a total of about 1,200 stalks. If the 5 of them split it evenly, each of them would have more than 200 stalks. After the fire cage flower was plucked, the red soil was revealed. A strong fire concept aura filled the air, extremely dense. As expected, it's an intent crystal pit. Ah, I'm so lucky. Mulin laughed. Let's start digging. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. Immediately the 5 of them began to dig. As expected, not long after, Han Man was the first to discover a fire-type intent crystal. Of course it was low-grade. The 5 of them dug even harder. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 3 figures appeared in the sky. The 3 young men had cold and arrogant looks on their faces. The 3 of them swept their gazes below and revealed excited smiles. Wow, we're so lucky. There's a profound meaning crystal pit here. We'll make a fortune again. One of the young men laughed. Then he looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold gaze and chided, "Hurry up and get lost. This place belongs to us now." Ah, what a joke. We were the ones who discovered this place first. Han Man laughed. So what if you found out? If I say it's ours now, it's ours. A purple-robed young man sneered. On what basis? Musin was furious. On what basis? Just because we're the direct descendants of the Xing family. Kid, look carefully. The purple-robed young man waved his hand and a token appeared. It was bright and there were 2 big words on the token. Xingtian. The Sagely Sky Command token. Musin, Mulin and the others exclaimed. As expected, he was a direct descendant of the Xing family. Now you can get lost. The purple-robed youth sneered. Detestable. Musin growled. You 3, so what if you are the direct descendants of the Xing family? We found this place first, so according to the rules, it's ours. Please go back. Han Man took a step forward, his voice resounding. Brat, you dare to resist my Xing family? You're courting death. The purple-robed youth shouted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful auras burst out from the 3 young men of the Xing family. The purple-robed young man was at the peak level 3 Martial King realm. The other 2 young men from the Xing family were at the early stage of level 3 Martial King realm. The 3 of them burst out with a powerful aura which spread toward Han Man. You're going too far. Han Man shouted and a powerful aura burst out from his body. At the same time, Mu Sen and Mu Lin's bodies also burst out with a powerful aura, joining with Han Man to resist the young man from Xing family. This. Zhou Xian was a little hesitant. She glanced at Lu Ming, bit her lips and released her aura. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and an inexplicable smile appeared on his lips. Then a powerful aura burst out from his body. The combined strength of the 5 of them was no weaker than that of the Xing family. How audacious! You still dare to resist? How dare you? The purple-robed young man shouted, and his face was filled with cold, killing intent. At most we'll just fight. I'm not afraid. Even if this goes to the palace master, we'll be in the right. Han Man shouted, not giving in. Good, good, very good. The purple-robed young man laughed out of anger and said good several times, but there was hesitation in his eyes. I'll remember you, the purple-robed young man said coldly after a while. I'll let you go today. Go. Then he waved his hand and flew away with the other two young men. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Let's continue digging. You have to be quick. If the Xing family comes again, we'll be in trouble. Han Man said. All right. Mu Sin and the rest responded and dug even harder. No one noticed that the inexplicable smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth had grown wider. Half an hour later, more than half of the valley had been dug through. This time they had dug out a total of 30 fire tribute intent crystals. It was a pity that the 5 of them had searched the entire place but did not find any middle-grade intent crystals. Lu Ming secretly sighed in pity. If he had a middle-grade fire-type profound meaning crystal, he would be able to use it to condense a fire concept rune in one fell swoop. It seemed that he could only go to the mystical treasure house in Xianxia City and see if he could exchange earth element mid-grade profound meaning crystals for a fire element mid-grade profound meaning crystal. Moreover, even if they could exchange for it, the handling fee would definitely not be low. Let's quickly leave this place. Han Man said. And NBSP. Afterward, everyone divided the 30 fire intent crystals equally, then rose into the air and left. A few hours later, the 5 of them were already 100,000 miles away. At this time, night had fallen. The 5 of them lit a bonfire and hunted a few demonic beasts in the nearby forest. They began to roast them. There were also demonic beasts on this plain, but their levels were not very high. Soon, the demonic beast meat was roasted to a golden yellow, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. Ah, come, I've brought some fruit wine from my hometown. This fruit wine is a specialty of my hometown and is extremely famous. It's brewed with 108 types of spirit fruits. Try it. Han Man laughed heartily and took out 5 jars of wine. He handed 1 jar to Lu Ming, Zhou Xian and the rest. Chapter 521. 521 Human Face, Beast Heart. Lu Ming took it and opened the wine jar. A strong fragrance immediately assailed his nose. It's indeed good wine. Lu Ming said with a smile. Haha, of course it's good wine. Come drink. Han Man laughed heartily and took a few big gulps of wine. Come. Mu Sen and Mu Lin also lifted their wine jars and took a few big gulps. Lu Ming smiled and picked up the wine jar as well. He took a few big gulps and felt the rich aroma of the wine. He could not help but say, it's indeed good wine. On the side, Zhou Xian also took a few sips and her cheeks flushed red. Following that, everyone tore off the roasted demonic beast meat and ate and drank it in large mouthfuls with fruit wine. Not long after, the jar of wine was finished. Even Zhou Xian had drunk half a jar. Her face was red and extremely cute. Han Man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A fiery light flashed in his eyes and he quickly turned his head away. You guys, when do you plan to take action? At this moment, Lu Ming put down the wine jar and suddenly asked. He was asking about Han Man, Mu Sin and Mu Lin. The few of them were stunned and revealed a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Brother Lu, what do you mean? Of course you're going to attack me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Han Man and the others' faces changed drastically, and a trace of panic flashed through their eyes. Brother Lu, you must be joking. Why would we attack you? Han Man smiled. At the side, Zhou Xian also looked puzzled. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. You're still pretending? You think it's flawless, but you don't know that it's full of flaws. Lu Ming's voice slowly turned cold. Brother Lu, are you mistaken? Han Man's face turned ugly. Misunderstanding? Hehe, the moment I entered the demonic scales dimension, you guys came looking for me and invited me to join your team. What a coincidence. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brother Lu, this is really a coincidence. At that time we had just invited Miss Zhou Xian to join us and we were still short one person. When we saw Brother Lu coming in, we invited you. Han Man explained. Okay, this point is reasonable. However, you guys were too generous when we excavated mid-rank earth element intent crystals. Middle-grade profound meaning crystals are extremely precious. One of them is equivalent to 1,000 pieces of high-grade and low-grade profound meaning crystals. But you guys are so generous. You gave them to me without even thinking about it. Most people would definitely be reluctant to part with them and give me a passionate look, but you guys don't. This is too abnormal. It's very simple. You guys just want to win my trust. Also, when we met the people of the Xing family, it was just a show put on by you and the Xing family. The people of the Xing family have always been high and mighty. They're all very proud. How could they retreat just because of a few words from you? An ordinary person wouldn't dare to go against the Xing family, but you guys did it. You acted as if you were fearless, and the Xing family even retreated. This is nothing more than you trying to lower my guard and win my trust. Unfortunately, your acting was too much. Lu Ming explained calmly. Han Man, Mu Xin and Mu Lin's faces turned ugly. At this moment, Zhou Xian's body suddenly trembled. Her face turned pale and her body seemed to have lost all strength. She suddenly went soft and fell to the ground. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so weak? I can't even use my true essence. Zhou Xian cried out in panic. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed as well. He turned pale and his body fell backward slightly. He roared, "You guys poisoned the wine." Poison? No, I didn't. Brother Lu, please don't say that. Han Man denied. You're still denying it? My whole body is soft and I can't use my true essence. I'm clearly poisoned. Lu Ming roared angrily. I've been poisoned too, why are you all fine? Zhou Xian looked at the three of them in panic. Han Man and the other two were indeed fine. Han Man sized Lu Ming up carefully, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. Then he laughed smugly. Lu Ming, you've been poisoned. You've been poisoned by the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder. Your body is weak and you can't mobilize your vital essence. Now you're a piece of fish on the chopping board. You guys, you really did poison her. Why? Zhou Xian cried out in disbelief. Why? It's all because this brat is overestimating himself. He even dared to offend the Xing family. Isn't he courting death? You're just a tool that we're using. Han Man glanced at Zhou Xian, his face was gloomy, and he no longer looked as simple and honest as before. Mu Xin and Mu Lin's expressions were similar. You're just trying to lower my guard by bringing Zhou Xian along. But there's one more thing that I really can't figure out. Lu Ming said. Oh, what is it? I don't mind explaining it to you. Han Man said with a proud smile. He was not afraid that Lu Ming would delay the time because the longer the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder was used, the more powerful the effects would be. If the Xing family wanted to deal with me, they could have just sent experts to kill me. Why did they send you to get close to me and poison me in the dark? My cultivation is not strong enough for the Xing family to send someone to assassinate me. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, it's easy for the Xing family to kill you. But wouldn't it be too easy for you to kill you just like that? What the Xing family wants is for your reputation to be ruined and your name to be infamous for thousands of years. If you did something to Zhou Xian and killed her after that, we would arrive at the right time and take you down. How do you think the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would look at you? Also, how would that Miss Mulan look at you? Han Man sneered. Lu Ming came to a realization. It turned out that this was the Xing family's purpose. They wanted to ruin his reputation. They were really vicious. Zhou Xian's face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. Her body trembled as she shouted, I don't know anything. I beg you, please let me go. Let you go? How was that possible? If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Han Man sneered, his eyes swept over Zhou Xian's body and revealed a burning light. Lu Ming, I'll help you with this, chicks. Han Man walked toward Zhou Xian with a smirk on his face. Don't come over, you beast. Zhou Xian's body trembled even more as tears streamed down her face. She had never thought that Han Man, who originally looked honest and kind, would be such a beast in heart. Zhou Xian, it's such a pity for a beauty like you to die. Before you die, let me enjoy you. Han Man laughed evilly. On the side, Mu Xin and Mu Lin both revealed envious expressions. Scumbags like you have deceived so many people. It's a waste of air to live in this world. At this moment, Lu Ming sighed slightly. Lu Ming, you're on the verge of death and you're still whining. You're looking for a beating. Mu Lin aimed a kick at Lu Ming's face. Chapter 522. 522 Not letting a single one off. Pa. The next moment the sound of a slap was heard, extremely clear and crisp. With a scream, Mu Lin's body flew far away and broke a big tree. He fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Han Man's forward steps stopped in the air, his face showing a horrified expression and his whole body stiffened. Mu Sen's face was filled with shock. At this moment Lu Ming stood up slowly. His pale face had turned rosy. Vital essence filled his body and a powerful aura was exuded. Han Man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "How is that possible? You've clearly drunk a jar of wine and been poisoned by the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder. Even a king tier at the upper tier would go soft if he were to consume the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder. How are you still fine?" Han Man screamed in disbelief. "I forgot to tell you that poison is ineffective against me," Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was extremely cold. He had the bloodline of the 9 dragons, so he could devour any poison that entered his body. Although the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder was colorless, odorless and hard to detect, the 9 dragon bloodline could sense it when Lu Ming took the first sip of the wine and immediately swallowed the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder. Lu Ming pretended not to know anything and deliberately finished the jar of wine. He wanted to see what Han Man and the rest were up to. Han Man and Mu Sen's bodies trembled slightly. They had already witnessed Lu Ming's combat strength against the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. He was not someone they could fight against. Let's go quickly. Inform the Xing family." Han Man roared and retreated at the same time. On the other side, Mu Sen was also retreating rapidly. As for the forest, they couldn't care less. It's not that easy to leave. Die. Whoosh. A lightning spear light instantly crossed 10 miles of void space and pierced through Mu Sen's chest. He was killed in one move. Buzz. Immediately, Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and chased after Han Man. No. Han Man's face changed. He waved his hand and a beam of light shot up into the sky. This was a signal. Help! Han Man shouted as he ran. At this moment he was almost scared out of his wits. Usually he had won the trust of many people by looking simple and honest. He had secretly harmed many people. He felt extremely refreshed when he saw those who had started to trust him die in front of him. Now when he saw that Mu Sen had been killed, he felt a chill all over his body and was extremely frightened. Die. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was so fast that he caught up with Han Man in an instant. "No, don't kill me, help." Han Man shouted hysterically and ran for his life. However, it was all in vain. The terrifying lightning spear pierced through the air and blasted a huge hole in Han Man's chest. No, I don't want to die. Save me. Looking at the huge hole in his chest, Han Man was still alive and he screamed in fear. His eyes were filled with regret. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have agreed to the Xing family to deal with Lu Ming. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lu Ming looked at him coldly. Lu Ming, you've offended the Xing family. You won't be able to live. You'll have to come down and accompany me sooner or later. I'll be waiting for you down there." Seeing that he was not going to live, Han Man cursed madly. Then his life force dissipated and his body fell to the ground. Lu Ming's vital essence rolled up and Han Man's storage ring was taken. Then the devouring power burst out and devoured Han Man's blood essence. In a flash he appeared beside Mu Lin. As Mu Lin screamed in fear, he was stabbed to death. Boom. At this time, a violent rumbling sound came from the distance. It was the sound of sonic booms caused by the martial artists flying too fast. Some people had come and there were quite a few of them, dozens of them. All of them were experts. There were 5 or 6 auras that were unfathomably deep and incomparably thick. The people from the Xing clan came pretty quickly. Moreover, there are actually 5 lower-tier king tiers. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his figure flashed. He took Mu Sen's blood essence and storage ring. Save me, save me. Yao Xian called out. Lu Min's expression changed and she appeared beside Yao Xian. She hugged her waist and flew into the sky, flying into the distance. Yao Xian was implicated because of him. It was not Lu Ming's style to leave her behind. Damn it, it's Lu Ming, Han Man and the rest of the trash. They can't even do such a thing. Chase after him and kill him. A furious roar sounded. Chase. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. There were at least 20 people who were chasing after Lu Ming at high speed. Saint Air, Saint Might, Saint Wind and Saint River. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. I won't play with you guys now, but once my cultivation improves, I won't let any of you off. Lu Ming snorted coldly and immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, his speed was unbelievably fast and he could fly 100 miles in an instant. A moment later, the people from the Xing family had been left behind by Lu Ming and disappeared. Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to fly for about 100,000 miles before he found an extremely hidden underground cave and entered it. The people from the Xing family stopped 100,000 miles away from Lu Ming. The one leading them was Saint Jade. At this moment, Xingyu's face was extremely ugly. He roared, "Search. We must find Lu Ming, this bastard." Yes. Immediately, the 20-odd geniuses of the Xing family split into 5 teams. Each team was led by a lower-tier king. They scattered and continued to pursue. Lu Ming carried Yao Xian and entered an underground cave. Lu, brother, let me down. Yao Xian called out softly. Oh. Lu Ming nodded and put Yao Xian down gently. Cough, cough, Miss Yao Xian, the effects of the 10 fragrant tendon softening powder will wear off in 3 days. You can stay here for now and leave on your own 3 days later. Lu Ming said. Where do you want to go? Yao Xian asked. Me? Of course, I'm looking for the Xing family's trash. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Find the Xing family. Yao Xian exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming actually dared to look for the Xing family? Now shouldn't they be avoiding the Xing family? He could not figure it out. Miss Yao, farewell. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the underground cave. He appeared on an ancient tree. After a moment, Lu Ming had an idea and appeared in the Supreme Shrine. I don't know how many spiritual crystals there are. It should be enough for me to break through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Lu Ming took out the storage rings of Han Man and the other 2 and muttered to himself. Chapter 523. 523 Killing a lower-tier king tier. Immediately, Lu Ming's mind sank into a few storage rings. Lu Ming did not care about the other items. He first cleared out all the best-grade spiritual crystals. Han Man, Mu Xin and Mu Lin had a total of about 100,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. In addition to the 60,000 that Lu Ming originally had, he now had a total of 160,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. 160,000 spiritual crystals of the best quality is enough for me to break through to the Level 3 Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals floated in the air. Bang, bang, bang. All 20,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals exploded. Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline and devoured all the spiritual qi in the top-grade spiritual crystals. He then began to break through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Soon 20,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals were refined and Lu Ming took out another 20,000. 20,000 and 20,000. Very soon, Lu Ming had refined a total of 120,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. Break. The vital essence converted from 120,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals was extremely vast and rich. The vast true energy surged and charged towards the Level 3 Martial King realm. Boom. A moment later, there was a loud boom and the aura on Lu Ming's body expanded rapidly. He had broken through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. After spending 120,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, and his strength had increased greatly. Continue. Lu Ming simply took out the last 40,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and devoured them all to improve his cultivation. Soon the last 40,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals were all converted into Lu Ming's essential core. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of the third-level Martial King realm, but he had not broken through to the middle stage. At Level 3 Martial King realm, the number of supreme spiritual crystals required for a breakthrough had increased. Early stage of Level 3 Martial King realm. I wonder how he'll fare against a lower-tier king? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the next moment he left the supreme shrine and soared into the sky, flying back the way he came. Soon tens of thousands of miles were covered in a flash. Suddenly Lu Ming stopped. In front of him there were 6 figures flying at high speed. Suddenly dash. Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming in front. Lu Ming is in front. Speed up. Don't let him escape. A few loud roars were heard and 6 figures rushed toward Lu Ming at lightning speed. These 6 people were the 6 young men from the Xing family. Lu Ming stood in the void, motionless. The space trembled and 6 youths from the Xing family flew over, surrounding Lu Ming. A surging aura emerged from the young man of the Xing family without any concealment. 1 middle stage Level 4 Martial King realm, 3 Level 3 Martial King realm, and 2 Level 2 Martial King realm. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the 6 youths from the Xing family and was very clear about their cultivation. This guy actually didn't run. Could it be that he's scared silly? No matter what, this credit is ours. The few youths from the Xing family laughed and looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression as if they could manipulate Lu Ming at will. Be careful when you attack later. This guy is not simple. The lower-tier king tier frowned. With you around, Brother Chong, this guy won't be able to do much. Another young man laughed. Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, but there was still a gap between him and a lower-tier king. They were very assured. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, you can die. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. What? The 6 young men of the Xing family were slightly stunned. Boom. Lu Ming's cultivation erupted and a huge spear's gleam swept out. The spear's radiance swept in all directions. Not good. The 6 young men's expressions changed drastically. The leader of the group, a lower-tier king saint, burst out with a terrifying aura. He slashed out with his blade and the first-level lower-tier earth will burst out. The other 5 young men also unleashed their full strength. This was because Lu Ming's shot made them feel danger. Boom, boom, boom. After 6 consecutive booms, the 5 young men of the Xing family were forced back like cannonballs. Even Xing Chong's body trembled. He took 9 steps back in the air before he stopped. With your battle prowess, how is this possible? Xing Chong's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming could actually force him back with 1 shot? How was that possible? It was a king tier at the lower tier. An initial king tier is only SO. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared after he took that step. He didn't charge towards Xing Chong but towards the other 5. Not good, retreat, you guys, quickly retreat. Xing Chong's expression changed drastically. He roared and flew after Lu Ming. Whoosh, whoosh. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. In an instant he appeared in front of the 2 third-level Martial King realm youths. 2 rays of sharp spear light were sent out toward the 2 of them. Ah. No. The 2 of them roared in shock and used all their strength to block it. However, now that Lu Ming had reached the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, how could they possibly resist him? The difference was too great. 2 spear lights pierced through the throats of 2 people. Blood gushed out of the 2 and they immediately died. The devouring power burst forth and devoured their blood essence. At the same time, Lu Ming used his essential core to sweep up their storage rings and put them into the supreme shrine. Then in a flash he charged towards the remaining 3. The 3 of them were horrified and ran for their lives. However, Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven-treading steps was too fast for them to escape. With 3 consecutive screams, the remaining 3 youths of the Xing family were all killed by Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming would not let go of the storage ring and the blood essence. Damn it. How dare you kill the hero of the Xing family? Lu Ming, no one can save you. Xianxia cried out hysterically as he watched the 5 young men of the Xing family being killed. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Ah, you still want to kill me? I admit that your combat strength is indeed powerful and has surpassed mine, but it's only by a little. I'm determined to leave, so how can you keep me here? Lu Ming, just wait for the Xing family's revenge. Xianxia laughed coldly and was about to retreat. Die. A Gakudo path attack. Lu Ming's body swayed like a dragon. He became one with the spear and launched a shocking attack. This strike pierced through the void and instantly appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils contracted sharply. Lu Ming's shot made him feel a fatal threat. Block it, block it. Xianxia roared in his heart as he circulated his first-level lower-tier earth concept to the extreme. The earth's spiritual energy in the world gathered madly, forming stone tablets that blocked in front of him. In an instant, Xianxia had laid down 99 stone tablets. The earth concept was most skilled in defense. But, bang, bang, bang. The stone tablets were like paper under Lu Ming's spear ray. In an instant, 99 explosions rang out and 99 stone tablets were pierced through, leaving holes that were bright from the front and back. Blood light shot out and a hole appeared between Xianxia's eyebrows. Chapter 524. 524 Peak of Lever 3 Martial King Realm. You. Xianxia's eyes were as wide as a dead fish's, filled with disbelief. He had never expected that the defense he was most proud of would be so fragile and vulnerable in the face of Lu Ming's attack. Buzz. As he kept the spear, Xianxia's life force was completely extinguished. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming muttered and devoured Xianxia's blood essence. He took away his storage ring and left the place. A moment later, Lu Ming appeared tens of thousands of miles away and entered the Supreme Shrine. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence. All the blood essence that Lu Ming had devoured during this period of time was used to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. This was because with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the blood essence of warriors whose cultivation levels were lower or similar to his would not be of much help to his cultivation. He might as well try his best to improve the level of his blood meridian. The refined blood essence could also be used to increase the grade of his bloodline. The 9-dragon bloodline floated above Lu Ming's head. Its winding body was suffused with a bloody light. 6 Esilavir chakra glowed with the Esilavir light and was resplendent. Half an hour later, the power of the blood essence had been completely refined. Unfortunately, his 9-dragon bloodline still hadn't advanced. He was still at the 6th level of the king level. Almost, I feel like I'm just a little bit away. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt that his bloodline of the 9 dragons was just a little bit away from advancing. Let's see how many crystals there are. Then Lu Ming took out the storage rings of Xianxia and the other 6 youths from the Xing family and piled all the best-grade spiritual crystals together. 180,000. There were a total of 180,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the storage rings of the 6 young men from the Xing family. Alright, let's continue to improve our cultivation. Following that, Lu Ming began to refine supreme-grade spirit crystals frantically to improve his cultivation. After reaching Lever 3 Martial King Realm, the amount of energy required to advance was even greater. Lu Ming had refined a total of 80,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals to advance from the early stage of the 3rd level of the Martial King Realm to the middle stage. He refined another 80,000 pieces and advanced to the late Lever 3 Martial King Realm. He only had 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals left. Xing family continue. After that, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and flew in the sky, planning to continue hunting the people of the Xing family. Since the Xing family was hunting him, he would hunt them back. 2 hours later, Lu Ming killed 5 Xing family youths in a forest. One of them was a lower-tier Martial King Realm advanced stage martial artist. This time, Lu Ming received 150,000 pieces of top-grade items. After finding a place, Lu Ming continued to refine supreme-grade spirit crystals. Not long after Lu Ming left, more than a dozen figures appeared in the sky above the forest. They were Xingyu and the others. At this moment, Xingyu's eyes were extremely cold, and the strong killing intent almost materialized. Damn it. Could it be that Lu Ming, that little bastard, did it? You should die. Xingyu said in a cold voice. No matter who did it, they must die. Now call a group of people to act as bait and lure the enemy out. You guys follow me and lie in ambush in the surroundings. Then Xingyu ordered. Then the dozen of them scattered and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming was fully focused on refining the supreme-grade spirit crystal. Not long after, another 80,000 pieces of spiritual crystals were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. After that, Lu Ming refined the remaining 70,000 pieces of spiritual crystals and raised his cultivation to the limit of the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. The next step was to break through to the 4th level of the Martial King realm. Once he reached level 4 Martial King realm, he would be a king tier in the lower tier. However, he didn't know how many supreme spiritual crystals he would need to break through to the lower tier. Xing family, you'll be responsible for all the top-grade spiritual crystals I need. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He then left the supreme shrine and flew in the sky in search of the Xing family. Half an hour later. The Xing family. Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, there were 5 young men of the Xing family flying at a high speed in the sky. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. Surround him, don't let him escape. The 5 youths from the Xing family surrounded Lu Ming. The person in the lead was someone Lu Ming was familiar with, Xingjiang. Lu Ming, where can you run to now? Xingjiang's face was gloomy. Run? Why should I run? With you guys giving me crystals, why would I run? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What do you mean by that? Xingjiang's eyes turned cold and killing intent burst out. He shouted, could it be that you killed those 2 groups of people? Lu Ming smiled but did not say anything. It was considered a silent agreement. Damn it, Lu Ming. You've eaten the dragon's gallbladder. How dare you kill so many heroes of the Xing family? Let me tell you, no one can save you. Even if the palace master comes forward, you're dead. Xingjiang roared in anger. Your Xing family is bent on killing me. Can't I fight back and wait to be killed by you? How laughable. As long as I kill all of you, who will know that I did it? Lu Ming snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Lu Ming, who can you kill? At this time an angry roar sounded in the sky. In the clouds high up in the sky, the sound of air breaking rang out and Tulavir figures appeared. The leader was Saint Jade and beside him was a lower-tier king tier, a peak level 4 Martial King realm expert. Behind them the Holy Sky, Holy Power and Holy Wind were all among them. A group of people spread out in all directions and blocked all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Lu Ming's gaze changed slightly. So you're trying to lure me out? It's too late to know now. This time I won't let you escape. Xingyu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Peak level 5 Martial King realm. Lu Ming's gaze turned extremely solemn. There was a small divide between level 3 and level 4 Martial King realm. Although there was a 1-level difference in cultivation, there was at least a 2-level difference in combat strength. As for the peak of the level 5 Martial King realm, it was undeniable that he was even more powerful and Lu Ming could not defeat him. You guys worked together to set up a formation to prevent him from escaping. I'll kill him. You're looking for death. Xingyu had just given the order, but before he could finish, he roared. That was because Lu Ming had suddenly made a move. Whoosh. Whoosh. The spear radiance pierced through the air. A total of more than 10 spear radiances stabbed at more than 10 young men from the Xing family. With Lu Ming's current cultivation at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, no one below the lower tier of the Martial King realm could resist his fierce attacks. Even if the young men of the Xing family were all prepared to defend, it was still not enough. Blood splattered everywhere and screams were heard. In an instant, 10 young men of the Xing family were pierced by the spear radiance and fell to the ground while screaming. Among them were Saint Wind and Saint Might. On the other hand, as Xing Kong's cultivation was weak, he had been standing at the back earlier and thus managed to escape. However, at this moment his face was pale and his body was trembling non-stop. Watching the 10 geniuses of the Xing family who were stronger than him being killed, Shen Kong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He retreated frantically. "Ah, damn it, die, die. Die." The Saint Jade roared hysterically and a terrifying aura burst out of her body. A crystal-clear and terrifying blade light slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming blocked it with his long spear, but he was struck by the saber and his body trembled. Kill, kill. The Saint Jade sword had the advantage. The sword gleams behind it swept toward Lu Ming like a storm, completely drowning him. Lu Ming did not even have the chance to escape. Chapter 525. 525 Chapter 525 Desperate. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a 3-colored true dragon flew out. However, it was instantly dispersed by the Saint Jade's saber flare. Saint Jade had always been a monstrous genius and in terms of combat strength, a Level 5 Martial King was 3 levels higher than a Level 3 Martial King. Lu Ming was no match for him at all and was at a disadvantage. Kill. Kill. Xingjiang and another peak Level 4 Martial King realm expert surrounded Lu Ming. Both of them were geniuses at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial King realm. When they unleashed their full power, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. They posed a fatal threat to Lu Ming. With the 3 of them working together, Lu Ming was completely overwhelmed by the storm of attacks. 9 Dragon Bloodline Devour. 2nd Bloodline Activate. Lu Ming was also going all out using all his means. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and the devouring power burst out. This made the faces of the 3 people change slightly, because they felt the power of their blood essence in their bodies fluctuate. Naturally, their combat strength was also reduced. If not for this, Lu Ming would not have been able to withstand it. What do? We can't continue like this. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At this moment, if Lu Ming were to use the extreme blow, he was confident that he could kill one of the 2 Level 4 Martial King realm martial artists. However, to use the extreme blow he would need to unleash most of his power in an instant and would be weakened for a while. It might only last for a few breaths, but it would still be fatal. A figure like Saint Jade would never let go of any opportunity. If he were to use an extreme blow on the Saint Jade, Lu Ming was not confident that he could kill it. After all, the difference was too great. Die, Lu Ming, die. In the distance, Shen Kong growled and showed a happy expression. No matter how talented he was, he had to die if he dared to offend the Xing family. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming fought with all his might and blocked more than 10 moves in a row. His body trembled and his qi and blood churned. He was not careful and got a knife in his back, causing blood to flow. Dandan smash. Lu Ming suddenly patted Dandan. Buzz. It glowed and expanded rapidly, flying towards the Saint Jade and smashing it head-on. Xingyu's expression changed greatly. With a wave of his hand, a large net appeared out of thin air. It shone brightly and covered the sky as it enveloped Dandan. Obviously, Dandan didn't expect the other party to suddenly throw out a large net. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late and she was caught by the large net. Dandan rushed here and there, but for a moment she couldn't get out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He did not expect that the other party would take out a large net and Dandan was restrained by such a large net. Dandan was not afraid of any energy-type things, but she could not rush through physical things. Let's see what other tricks you have. Die. Xingyu laughed wildly. In fact, he was extremely shocked. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could withstand so many moves from the 3 of them. The one who was most shocked was still Xingjiang. Previously, when Lu Ming had just arrived at Tianxian City, he had attacked Lu Ming. At that time, although Lu Ming was not weak, there was still a long way to go before he could compare to him. But now, Lu Ming's combat strength had already surpassed him. How was this possible? How long has it been? This was too terrifying. Kill, we must kill this little bastard, this monster. Xingjiang roared in his heart and his attacks became even more fierce. Lu Ming's chest was hit and blood spurted out. You want to kill me? Dream on. Lu Ming roared, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. Buzz. The long spear trembled and all of Lu Ming's strength surged towards the long spear. With a twist of his body, his spine drove the spear like a dragon, turning into a spear light and piercing toward the holy river. An extreme strike. Now he could only risk his life. Whoosh. A Gakudo path attack could penetrate everything. Xianxia instantly felt cold all over and his hair stood on end as if the god of death was approaching him. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Xianxia roared and retreated desperately. He knew that if he didn't retreat he would die. However, at the next moment he realized that it was useless to retreat. Lu Ming's spear was too fast and caught up with him in an instant. No! Xianxia roared madly, his eyes almost bleeding. However, the next moment Puchi. The peerlessly sharp spear ray pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Xianxia dead. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's body felt weak because he had used up a large amount of essential core to cast the extreme blow. Although he could quickly recover a part of his essential core, it was already too late. Die, die, die. The Saint Jade attacked Lu Ming madly. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split everything. Block it. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He gathered what little essential core he had and set up layers of defense in front of him. At the same time, the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline spread in front of him. Bang! The next moment Lu Ming was still sent flying and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. A deep wound appeared on his chest. It was so deep that the bone could be seen and it almost split his heart open. The terrifying saber ray burrowed into Lu Ming's body in a frenzy. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique in a frenzy, mobilizing his vital essence to resist. However, the result was that Lu Ming continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale. He had been severely injured by the attack just now. Lu Ming, I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The Saint Jade roared. The other peak lever 4 Martial King Realm youth's face turned pale with fear. If that shot had been aimed at him he would have been the one dead. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of fear. Ah, bastards of the Xing family, it's not that easy to kill me. Come on, I'll kill you next. Lu Ming laughed and pointed his long spear at the other peak lever 4 Martial King Realm youth. This made his face even paler and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Not far away there were 4 other youths from the Xing family. Their faces were also pale as they looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Tragic. This time the Xing family was too tragic. When they entered the demonic scales dimension, there were a total of 28 people. They were all geniuses and elites of the Xing family. They had spent countless resources to nurture them. But now only 6 of them were left. It was too tragic. Even if they could kill Lu Ming, they would suffer a great loss. If the higher-ups of the Xing family found out, they would all be punished. No wonder Xingyu was so angry. Little bastard, you won't be able to kill any of them. Heaven-breaking blade technique. Die. Saint Jade roared and a terrifying blade light emitted from her body. At the same time, his body shriveled up as if all his essence, chi and blood had been sucked away. As his body shriveled, the blade light on his body became even more terrifying. It seemed as if the blade light could split the sky. The power of the aura was twice as strong as before. Secret skill. What a powerful secret skill. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the Saint Jade had cast a secret skill. Obviously, this secret technique had a strong side effect. It would extract the essence and blood of the human body, but its power was terrifying. Chapter 526. 526 Chapter 526 Reversal. Retreat, retreat. Lu Ming retreated frantically. He felt a fatal crisis. With his current injuries, it was impossible for him to even use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. If Lu Ming were to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, the terrifying pressure from the heavens and earth would probably crush his heart. The wound was so deep that his heart was almost exposed. He could only retreat. Kill. Die. Xingyu roared. He and the blade seemed to merge into one, turning into a terrifying blade light. It pierced through the void and appeared in front of Lu Ming, slashing down at his head. Lu Ming used his long spear to block the attack from above. Clang! The demon's subduing spear began to move rapidly. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force crash into the demon's subduing spear, causing it to vibrate rapidly. The terrifying force numbed Lu Ming's arms and he could not hold the demon's subduing spear. Whoosh! The demon's subduing spear was sent flying. The Saint Jade's blade light continued to slash at Lu Ming's head. Block it! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed all his strength. His left hand contained the devouring power of the 9 dragons bloodline, and his right hand contained the power of the second bloodline. At the same time, the 3 wills were integrated into his hands. Bang! Lu Ming clasped his hands and caught Saint Jade's saber. Boom! The terrifying force sent Lu Ming plummeting to the ground. Boom! Lu Ming stepped on the ground and the earth gave out a violent roar. The ground was like a wave, shaking violently. Within a radius of 5 miles, it was swept by the windstorm and leveled. Lu Ming's palm was still gripping Saint Jade's saber. Die! The Saint Jade roared and the saber radiance expanded. The saber carried a terrifying power and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palms clamped the saber and it actually emitted a sizzling sound and 4-colored sparks. Unfortunately, he could not catch it in the end. The saber was still slashing toward Lu Ming's head. Am I going to die here? Lu Ming had a thought. No, I can't die. Lu Ming roared in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella suddenly shone with rays of light and traces of lightning swam around. The lightning cauldron. Lu Ming had a thought. Ever since Lu Ming had obtained the lightning cauldron, it had been lying dormant in his consciousness. There was no movement at all. Now, at the moment when Lu Ming was facing life and death, the lightning cauldron finally moved. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be able to communicate with the lightning cauldron. A wisp of his mind seemed to be connected with the lightning cauldron. He could control the lightning cauldron at any time and launch a fatal attack. Kill! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and blasted it outward. Buzz! In his sea of consciousness, the thunder cauldron let out a sound as if the world was being split open. Then it flew out. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from the lightning cauldron. At that moment, Lu Ming's true vitality and essence energy were all absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Other than his essential core and essence, Lu Ming even felt that a portion of his life essence had been absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Life essence represented lifespan. In other words, even Lu Ming's life force had been absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Boom! After absorbing Lu Ming's essential core essence and life essence, the lightning cauldron flew out from the space between his eyebrows. Clang! Saint Jade's saber was turned into ashes by the thunder cauldron. Saint Jade was shaken and spat out blood. She was sent flying thousands of meters. Buzz! The lightning cauldron flew into the sky and became as big as a mountain. Thunder rumbled and it was like the might of the heavens. Then the thunder cauldron pressed down. Endless lightning enveloped all the disciples of the Sheng family. Run, run, run! The Saint Jade roared and ran away desperately. Run, run! Shin Kong and the others did the same. They ran away with all their might. At this moment they were extremely terrified. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that such a terrifying lightning cauldron would suddenly appear in Lu Ming's body. They felt as if they were ants in front of this lightning cauldron. No, they were not even ants. They were as insignificant as dust. At this moment they were extremely frightened. They only had one thought in their minds and that was to escape. And NBSP. The next moment the lightning cauldron pressed down, and thick bolts of lightning began to wantonly dance about. After a breath's time, the lightning cauldron shrunk rapidly and flew back to Lu Ming's glabella, disappearing. At this moment Lu Ming felt extremely weak. His body was empty without even a trace of essential core. He had lost a lot of essence energy and his body was extremely weak. He couldn't even fly up and he fell to the ground. This lightning cauldron is too terrifying. Not only does it extract true yuan and normal spiritual essence, but it also extracts life essence. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. A king had 1,000 years of life. However, Lu Ming felt that he had lost 50 years of his life just now. 50 years of life was a huge loss. A wisp of my consciousness seems to be connected to the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He realized that a wisp of his consciousness could be connected to the lightning cauldron. In other words, Lu Ming could control the lightning cauldron and launch an attack if he wanted to. However, the next moment Lu Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. Controlling the lightning cauldron to attack? What a joke. Putting aside the fact that one attack from the lightning cauldron could drain all of his true yuan and essence qi, he would be completely weakened and at the mercy of others. Furthermore, he had lost 50 years of his life at once. Even if Lu Ming was a king, he would not be able to use it many times before his life was exhausted and he died. This lightning cauldron cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. However, it can be considered as an additional life-saving method. Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard and Dandan flew back. Dandan was indeed amazing. Just now he was also under the cover of the lightning cauldron, but nothing happened to him. Dandan, take me to see if the Xing family is dead, Lu Ming said. At this moment he was so weak that he could not even walk. Dandan's entire body emitted a faint light and it trembled slightly. Then it rapidly grew to the size of a water tank. Lu Ming lay on Dandan and Dandan carried Lu Ming and flew in all directions. Within a radius of 10 miles, it was a complete mess, with traces of being struck by lightning everywhere. On the messy ground there were corpses. The remaining youths of the Xing family had all been killed by the lightning cauldron. In a place, Lu Ming saw the body of the sacred sky. What? Lu Ming suddenly saw a figure at the edge of the lightning coverage, crawling forward desperately. The figure was in tatters and all his hair had been cut off by the lightning. However, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was a Saint Jade. When the lightning cauldron flew out of Lu Ming's glabella, the Saint Jade was knocked thousands of meters away. It then fled frantically, almost escaping the area covered by the lightning cauldron. Therefore he suffered the least damage and didn't die for a while. Chapter 527. 527 The Power Upanishad Crystal Vein. Let's go. Lu Ming patted Dandan and she flew towards the Saint Jade. Seeing Lu Ming flying over, Xingyu was terrified. He kept screaming and crawling forward. Xingyu, who's dead now? Lu Ming sprawled on Dandan's body and flew above the Saint Jade, looking down at it coldly. Lu Ming, you've killed so many people from the Xing family. You'll die too. Xingyu roared. Hehe, I don't know how many times you people from the Xing family have said the same thing. I'm tired of hearing it. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Wait, Lu Ming, I'm begging you. I'm begging you not to kill me. I can swear a blood oath that I won't say a word about what happened today. I'm begging you to spare me this once. Seeing Lu Ming's murderous intent, Xingyu was afraid and actually began to beg for mercy. I still believe in the dead. Lu Ming was unmoved. Oh, don't, Lu Ming. I know that there's an esoteric crystal vein in the demonic scales dimension. If you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the vein. Xingyu shouted. A power Upanishad crystal mine. Lu Ming's heart trembled and his eyes shone. A power Upanishad crystal mine was different from a power Upanishad crystal pit. A pit of intent crystals could only produce a few pieces or at most a few dozen. However, a profound meaning crystal vein was completely different. Even the smallest profound meaning crystal vein could produce more than 100 pieces of profound meaning crystal. And this was the smallest one. If there were more, there would be no more. This was a huge temptation for anyone. Tell me, where is the power Upanishad crystal mine? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. As long as you promise me that you won't kill me, I'll tell you. Otherwise, I won't tell you even if I die. Xingyu shouted. You. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he seemed to be hesitating. Xingyu was on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. After hesitating for a while, Lu Ming said, Okay, I promise you. I won't kill you. Tell me, where is the power Upanishad crystal vein? Swear. Swear a blood oath. I'll only believe you if you do that. Xingyu called out. You talk too much nonsense. Since you don't believe me, then go to hell. Lu Ming's killing intent was intense. Wait, I'll tell you. In my storage ring, there's a blue jade card that records the exact location of the crystal mine. Xingyu shouted, then looked at Lu Ming expectantly. I've already told you. You just need to take out the jade token and you'll know. Oh. Lu Ming nodded and patted Dandan. Smash it. Buzz. It shook and smashed towards the head of the Saint Jade. Lu Ming, you said that you won't kill me. Xingyu roared, but before he could finish he was hit by Dandan and his head burst like a watermelon. I said I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean other things can't kill you. Lu Ming muttered. Dandan, can you take off those storage rings? Lu Ming patted Dandan again. Dandan's body trembled and a ray of light emanated from it. It swept up the Saint Jade's storage ring and it flew into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He continued to follow the law and took all the storage rings of the other Xing family youths. Unfortunately, their blood essence was all gone after being struck by the lightning cauldron, so they couldn't devour it. Then Lu Ming found the demon subduing spear in a pile of rocks. Dandan, let's quickly leave this place. Lu Ming said. Just now, there had been a great commotion here and it might have attracted other creatures. Now that Lu Ming was so weak, he would be dead for sure if any scaled demon Detian divine guards or corpse guards came. Immediately, Dandan carried Lu Ming and flew into the distance. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming found a rather remote place and entered the Supreme Shrine. There were many bottles and jars in the Supreme Shrine, all of which were high-grade pills that he had obtained from other martialists. Lu Ming picked up the grade 1 healing pill and took a big gulp from the bottle. There were a total of 9 pills. He swallowed all of them and began to heal. Lu Ming's physical body had already reached complete rank 6 and was slowly recovering. As the medicinal effects spread throughout his body's recovery rate was greatly accelerated. Lu Ming's muscles were wriggling slowly. On the wound on his chest, the muscles wriggled and new muscles grew slowly, covering the wound and finally blocking his heart. Otherwise, one could see his beating heart from the outside, which was extremely terrifying. After the healing pills had been consumed, Lu Ming took out another bottle and swallowed it. An hour later, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. His injuries had finally stabilized. This time it was really dangerous. Lu Ming sighed. To be honest, this time it was beyond his expectations. He had wanted to kill the Saint Jade after he had obtained more supreme spiritual crystals and reached level 4 Martial King realm. He didn't expect to be ambushed by the Saint Jade. Moreover, the key point was that the Saint Jade actually had a net-like spirit weapon on her body, which perfectly countered Dandan and made her lose her effect. Otherwise, with Dandan around, Lu Ming could also break out of the siege. That was why Lu Ming was in an unprecedented danger and was almost cut in half by Saint Jade. If it wasn't for the lightning cauldron, he would have really died. Lu Ming guessed that the thunder cauldron had taken him as a temporary shelter. It did not want him to die, so it helped Lu Ming at the critical moment. In the future, I should be more careful. I can't be careless and I can't underestimate others. Lu Ming thought to himself. Soon after, he began circulating the True War Dragon technique to recover. Now, Lu Ming's body was empty, without a trace of essential core. The Qi cyclone in his dantian had completely stopped circulating and was motionless. Lu Ming continuously circulated the True War Dragon technique, but the Qi cyclone remained motionless. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He kept circulating the True War Dragon technique. An hour later, under Lu Ming's persistent efforts, the cyclone finally moved and started to spin slowly. Slowly, a wisp of quintessential essence was born from the vortex. It flowed through Lu Ming's meridians and circulated throughout his body. All right. With a wisp of true essence, things would be much easier. Lu Ming took out a pile of top-grade spirit crystals and started to absorb the spiritual energy in them to speed up his recovery. Just like that, Lu Ming recovered his essential core while healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming's condition had recovered to its peak. The injuries on his body had also healed. Of course, the 50 years of life that he had lost could not be recovered. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, playing with a blue jade card in his hand, deep in thought. This jade tablet was the one that recorded the location of the esoteric crystal vein that Saint Jade had mentioned. Lu Ming had taken a look earlier. There was indeed a map inside. The location of the esoteric crystal vein was marked. However, Lu Ming did not rush there immediately. Is Xingyu really that kind to tell me the location of the esoteric crystal vein? Even if it's for the sake of my life, I have no choice but to be careful of any traps. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 528. 528 Lever 4 Martial King Realm. Lu Ming pondered in his heart whether there was a trap. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. It was a profound meaning crystal vein that contained at least 100 pieces. 100 pieces of intent crystals were worth around 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Although it wasn't a very high price, one couldn't measure the value of intent crystals. On the market, even if you had 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, you might not be able to buy 100 intent crystals. There was a price but no market. And NBSP. Moreover, there was an extremely high chance that mid-grade intent crystals would appear in the intent crystal vein. Lu Ming definitely did not want to miss it. Whatever. I'll improve my cultivation first. When I reach Lever 4 Martial King Realm and enter the lower tier of King's Realm, there won't be many King's Realm that can kill me. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Then he took out all the storage rings of the 17 young men from the Xing family, sorted out the supreme-grade spiritual crystals in them and counted them. 820,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In the storage rings of the 17 youths from the Xing family, there were 820,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming was ecstatic. This was the first time he had so many top-grade spirit crystals. The Saint Jade alone had contributed 210,000 pieces. Lu Ming kept the best-grade spirit crystal happily. He had not checked the other items yet. Alright, let's begin the breakthrough. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared. Bang, bang, bang. All 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded, and the rich spiritual qi was devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The endless spiritual qi was transformed into essential core and Lu Ming began to break through to the 4th level of the Martial King Realm. There was a dividing line between Lever 3 and Lever 4 Martial King Realm. Breaking through would greatly increase one's strength, but it was also very difficult. 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals were not enough. Lu Ming took out another 50,000 pieces. In this way, 50,000 followed by 50,000, Lu Ming had devoured 250,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals in total. Boom, boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was constantly letting out rumbling sounds. The cyclone in his dantian was spinning wildly, and the rich and condensed essential core was like the water of a large river, rumbling and rumbling. 2 hours later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, 2 spear lights burst out. I've finally broken through to the 4th level of the Martial King Realm. Lu Ming walked out of the Supreme Shrine and appeared on a mountain peak. Boom. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and stomped his foot. The foot full of vital essence stepped on the mountain peak. The mountain peak seemed to be bombarded by hundreds of millions of pounds of weight. It gave out a violent roar and then suddenly exploded. Gravel flew and dust filled the air. It was like the end of the world. With a single step, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak exploded into pieces. It was terrifying. Lu Ming floated in the air, carefully feeling the essential core in his body. Lever 4 Martial King Realm is indeed powerful. The strength of the genuine vitality is 7 times that of Lever 3 Martial King Realm. However, my combat strength has not improved so much. Lu Ming muttered. An ordinary level 4 lower tier king warrior was 2 levels stronger than a level 3 king. For example, Xingjiang had been a peak level 4 martial king, which meant that his combat strength was 2 levels higher than an average peak level 3 martial king. However, Lu Ming had broken through to level 4 martial king realm, but his combat strength had not increased by 2 levels. The reason why a level 4 martial king was so strong was that his true essence was much more condensed and powerful. Another reason was that he had a will. A lower-tier king's intent realm had already entered the first level lower tier, which greatly increased one's battle power. However, Lu Ming's will had already reached the lower tier of level 1. Now that he had reached the 4th level of the martial king realm, there was no improvement in his will. Therefore, Lu Ming's combat strength had not increased by 2 levels but by more than 1 level. Lu Ming estimated that if he went all out now, he would not be weaker than an early-stage 6th level martial king. It should not be a problem for him to escape from a peak level 6 martial king. When my fire concept condenses in intent rune, my combat strength will increase by a huge amount. Lu Ming pondered. There are still 570,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. I'll keep them for now. I'll need them in many places after I get out. Now let's go to that Power Upanishad crystal mine and take a look. Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and flew at top speed to the address marked on the jade card. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, he was surrounded by boundless mountains. In the mountains there were many scaled demon tribes. However, the scaled demon tribes here were all large tribes with more than 10,000 members. There were many powerful existences among them. Lu Ming did not dare to have any thoughts of attacking such a large-scaled demon tribe alone. If a late-stage king of the scaled demon race appeared, he would be dead for sure. It's this area. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. According to the marks on the map, it should be in this area. Lu Ming flew high up in the sky and hid in a cloud. He restrained his aura and merged with the cloud. Then his essential core surged and the cloud slowly flew forward. Lu Ming swept his gaze below. After a while, it's there. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Among the mountains below there was a small mountain peak that was very strange. The other peaks were covered in lush green grass and trees. All the plants on this small mountain peak were fiery red, as if the entire mountain peak was wrapped in flames. This small mountain was the intent crystal mine that Xinyu had mentioned. Lu Ming did not rush out immediately. Instead, he continued to hide in the clouds and drift while observing his surroundings. A moment later, he made a discovery. On a nearby mountain peak, Lu Ming noticed a figure flashing past. Then Lu Ming sensed carefully. Indeed, there were a large number of martial artists, auras on the surrounding mountains. There were at least 100 of them. These people had concealed their auras. If not for Lu Ming's careful sensing, he would not have been able to sense them. There's a trap indeed. These people are most likely from the Xing family. That Xinyu really has bad intentions. He tricked me here. If I rush out like this, I'll definitely be blown to pieces. However, what are these people from the Xing family trying to do by hiding on the surrounding mountains? Who are you waiting for? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and various thoughts flashed through his mind. Immediately, he restrained his aura with all his might and tried not to emit any aura to avoid being discovered by the Xing family. Lu Ming controlled the cloud and circled in the sky of this area, waiting. On one of the mountain peaks, under an ancient tree, there were a few young figures sitting cross-legged. What the hell is this? Why isn't that Xinyu here yet? It's already past the agreed time. One of the tall young men said unhappily. I've received news that that guy is chasing after a guy named Lu Ming. He's fighting to make a contribution in front of the young master of Xingchen. Another young man with a pale face sneered. That guy Xinyu just wants to flatter young master Xingchen every day. Forget it, it's not a big deal to lose a few dozen people from his side. He can come or not. The tall young man snorted. Then they started to talk about other things in low voices. Chapter 529. 529 Chaotic Battle. Time flew by. A day passed in the blink of an eye, but there was no movement at all. When night fell on the second day, a series of ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Those are the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. In the distance, at least 50 coffins were flying over. It seems that these people from the Xing family are here to ambush the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. More than 50 coffins headed toward the intent crystal mine. In the next moment, they were all floating above the Power Upanishad crystal mine. And NBSP, Kaka. Some shrubs opened up and a few corpse guards in black robes walked out. It seems like the news was right. There's an intent crystal lode here. A corpse guard let out a cold laugh. Let's start digging. The other corpse guard said. At this moment a sudden change occurred. Around the esoteric crystal mine, inscriptions suddenly appeared and shone with a bright light. In an instant, it formed a huge light shield, enveloping the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Not good, it's an inscription formation retreat. A corpse guard shouted and controlled the refined corpse to rush out. Whoosh, whoosh. Light swords suddenly appeared on the light shield and stabbed at the corpse guard and the refined corpse. Boom, boom. The sound of an explosion rang out and the corpse guard and refined corpse were blasted back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time figures rushed out from the surrounding forest. More than 100 figures surrounded the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Detian Divine Guards. Damn it, you're from the Xing family? We've been tricked. A corpse guard roared. It's too late for you to know now. You scumbags of the Heavenly Corpse sect just become my reward. In the Xing family the tall young man laughed. Obviously they were the leaders of the Xing family. Charge, charge out. A corpse guard roared. And NBSP, Kaka. More than 50 refined corpses appeared from the more than 50 coffins, and their chains shot toward the shield. Control the array and kill those bastards from the Heavenly Corpse sect. In the Xing family the pale-faced young man gave the order. Immediately, 36 people flew around the inscription formation. True essence gushed out, controlling the inscription formation to attack. As the inscriptions fought, the light became even more dazzling. Beams of sword chi formed and attacked the Heavenly Corpse sect and the refined corpses. Boom, boom. For a time the rumbling sounds continued. Something's wrong. At this moment the young man with a slightly pale face spoke. What's wrong? The tall young man asked. The number of corpse guards is not right. There are only 20 corpse guards in the array. Although there are 50 coffins, there was only one refined corpse in each coffin just now. The young man with a pale face frowned. Then his eyes suddenly flashed and he shouted, Not good, only a portion of the Heavenly Corpse sect's people have entered. What? The tall young man was stunned. Hee, Sacred Hawk, your brain is still as nimble as ever. At this time a cold laugh suddenly came from the sky. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. From all directions the sound of air breaking came and corpse guards in black robes appeared one after another. In all 4 directions there were at least 30 corpse guards. Each corpse guard was followed by 2 or even 3 refined corpses. They formed an encirclement surrounding the Xing family in the middle. Everyone from the Xing family turned pale. Hee. A corpse guard with a black mole between his brows sneered as he looked at the people of the Xing family. When I received the news I felt that it was a little strange. Just in case I called a group of people to go first. As expected, this is a trap set by your Xing family. It's not that easy to kill us. So what if you all know? A portion of your men will be trapped in the formation. If you lose a portion of your men you'll still die. The young sacred eagle with a slightly pale face said coldly. Oh really? Today you are the ones who will die. Kill. The eyes of the corpse guard with the mole flashed with violence and killing intent as he roared. Kill. Kill. The corpse guards roared as the refined corpses waved their chains and charged at the Xing family. Kill. The sacred eagle also roared, and a violent aura spread out from its body. Its arms shook and like a goshawk, it charged toward the corpse guard with the mole between its eyebrows. His powerful strength was on full display. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the Lever 6 Martial King realm. Kill. The corpse guard with the mole between his eyebrows shouted coldly. Beside him 2 refined corpses, both at the middle stage of Lever 6 Martial King realm, charged toward the sacred eagle. At the same time, the young man with the mole between his eyebrows also charged toward the sacred eagle. The combat strength he displayed was also very terrifying. He was also a middle stage Lever 6 Martial King. Boom. Boom. With a few explosions, the sacred eagle fought 2 refined corpses and a corpse guard of the same level alone, not at a disadvantage at all. In terms of combat strength, the geniuses of the Xiang family had the upper hand. The heavenly corpse sex advantage was their refined corpses. They had a large number of refined corpses, and they were invulnerable and unafraid of death. Boom. Boom. And NBSP. Explosions continued to ring out as the two sides engaged in an intense battle. The corpse guards in the inscription formation also controlled the refined corpses to attack the inscription formation. However, in a battle of inscriptions, they were very strong and couldn't be broken in a short time. I didn't expect that I would be caught up in a great battle. Lu Ming restrained his aura and stood still, watching quietly. Bang. Bang. And NBSP. At this moment, the ground around the intent crystal mine began to rise and fall. Black panther-like demonic beasts emerged from the ground, and as they waved their claws, the ground began to crack. Not good, these demonic corpses are trying to destroy the foundation of the formation. The sacred eagle shouted. Attack those demon corpses. The tall young man from the Xiang family shouted. Originally, the 36 youths of the Xiang family who were controlling the formation could no longer care about controlling the formation. They started to attack the demonic corpses. However, because the formation base had already been partially destroyed, the power of the inscription formation had been greatly weakened. In the formation, the refined corpses attacked even more crazily, causing the formation to shake violently as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Damn it! The sacred eagle growled. Die. The corpse guard with the mole controlled the refined corpse and attacked the sacred eagle. The 2 corpse guards blocked in front of him and attacked fearlessly. The sacred eagle's attack landed on the refined corpse, but it could only leave a slight wound. The corpse guard itself hid behind it and attacked coldly. Ah! At this moment someone cried out. Someone from the Xiang family had been killed. Attack the corpse guards, don't fight with the refined corpses. The sacred eagle roared. Boom. At this moment the inscription formation below completely collapsed. The corpse guards and refined corpses inside the formation rushed out madly and joined the battle. All of a sudden the Xiang family was at a complete disadvantage. From time to time the experts of the Xiang family would be killed. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was not having a good time either. The Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse guards were relatively weak, and in a chaotic battle they were easy to be ambushed. Therefore, corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect were killed from time to time. Chapter 530. 530 Lu Ming takes action. As long as the corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect died, the refined corpse he controlled would become useless. Therefore, the people of the Xiang family attacked the corpse guards with all their might. Kill, kill, kill. Both sides were already in a killing frenzy. Energy burst out, iron chains crossed the sky, and blood chi filled the air. People were constantly killed and fell to the ground. But overall, the Xiang family was at a complete disadvantage. Soon dozens of people were killed. The Xiang family had a total of 100 or so people, while the Heavenly Corpse sect only had 50 corpse guards. Each corpse guard had 2 to 3 refined corpses, so their total number was close to 200. Kill. The sacred eagle wore a pair of spirit weapon gloves, and its claw radiance was shocking. Its claws continuously slashed out as if it could tear everything apart. However, the 2 refined corpses held him back tightly. Behind him, the corpse guard with the mole on its forehead kept launching sneak attacks. Damn it! The sacred eagle's eyes were red with killing intent. It howled to the sky and rushed over, ignoring the iron chains that were coming at him. Puchi! A metal chain pierced through his shoulder. The sacred eagle screeched and took the opportunity to rush past the 2 refined corpses and rush toward the corpse guard with the mole between its eyebrows. Die! The sacred eagle's figure was as fast as lightning, and its claws pierced through the void, clawing at the corpse guard's heart. A trace of shock flashed through the eyes of the corpse guard with the mole between his eyebrows. He madly slashed out with the saber in his hand, trying his best to block the sacred eagle. As long as he could block the sacred eagle's attack, the two refined corpses would be able to arrive. However, the battle power of the corpse guard itself was not high to begin with, and how could it compare to a genius like Sacred Eagle? The corpse guard with the mole between his eyebrows tried his best, but he still couldn't block it. With a pft, blood splattered everywhere. One of his arms had been torn off by the Sacred Eagle. At this moment the two refined corpses arrived. Kill, kill, kill him. The corpse guard with a mole on its forehead roared. The two corpse guards fearlessly charged towards the Sacred Eagle. Sacred Hawk's shoulder had been pierced by the iron chain, so his strength had been weakened a little. He could only try his best to resist. Ah! At this time a shocking scream was heard. Sheng Chong! The Sacred Eagle roared. This time there were 3 people in the Xing family who had reached level 6 Martial King realm. Xingying, that tall young man, and Xing Chong. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect also had 3 level 6 Martial King realm corpse guards and 7 refined corpses. At this moment Xing Chong was surrounded by 3 refined corpses of level 6 Martial King realm. In the end he was pierced by the chains and turned into a sieve. With the fall of a level 6 Martial King, the morale of the Xing family was greatly reduced. More and more people were killed. In total more than 50 people had died on the spot. Retreat, retreat. The Sacred Eagle roared. If this continued, the Xing family would probably be completely annihilated. It's not that easy to leave. The corpse guard with a mole on its forehead was furious. The corpse guards continued to control the refined corpses and kill the members of the Xing family. The remaining 50 or so people of the Xing family gathered together and rushed in one direction. The people of the Xing family gathered together and wanted to retreat. Even the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect could not stop them. After leaving behind a few more corpses from the Xing family, he successfully broke out of the encirclement and ran into the distance. Scumbag of the Heavenly Corpse sect, I, Sacred Hawk, will remember this debt. The voice came and the person disappeared. Humph, at least you guys escaped quickly. The corpse guard's eyes were filled with fire as he continued. Hurry up and collect the corpses of the Xing family. Bring them back and refine them into refined corpses. Also, hurry up and dig out the intent crystals in this mountain. The mole-faced young man ordered loudly. When the Xing family returned, they would definitely send reinforcements. They had to hurry up. The remaining corpse guards quickly moved. Meanwhile, the corpse guard with a mole on his eyebrows stood in the air and circulated his cultivation technique to heal his injuries. His arm had been torn off by the Sacred Eagle just now, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He didn't even notice that a cloud was slowly floating above his head. Lu Ming was hidden in the cloud. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold and murderous intent. Yes, he was going to make a move. Among these corpse guards, only a few at the level 6 Martial King realm were a threat to him. As long as he killed a few of them with a thunderous attack, the rest of the corpse guards were nothing to be afraid of. In particular, Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity. Without a sound, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand. The next moment, Gakudo Path attack. Lu Ming turned into a ray of spear light and shot towards the corpse guard with a mole at the center of its eyebrows from the cloud at a terrifying speed. Ah, not good. The corpse guard with a mole on its forehead was suddenly alarmed, but it was too late. Pucci. The head of the corpse guard with the mole between his eyebrows exploded. He was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Not good enemy attack. The other corpse guards reacted and roared in shock and anger. They controlled the refined corpse and pounced at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and rushed into the sky. With a wave of his hand, the lightning in the sky gathered. Die. Lu Ming sent his palm down and lightning filled the sky, striking the corpse guards below. No matter if it was a corpse guard or a refined corpse, they were all extremely afraid of lightning. The corpse guards below the king level screamed as they were struck by the lightning. A large amount of corpse chi was released from their bodies and they fell to the ground and died. And although the corpse guards that were at the king tier and above didn't die, they suffered injuries of varying degrees. Kill. Lu Ming held his long spear and charged into the group of corpse guards. He deliberately avoided the two Level 6 Martial King Realm Corpse Guards and their refined corpses, and focused on killing the Level 4 and Level 5 Martial King Realm Corpse Guards. Lu Ming's 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps was so fast that he easily dodged the refined corpses and attacked the corpse guards. This made the corpse guards' refined corpses useless. Damn it, damn it. The two Level 6 Martial King Realm Corpse Guards were furious. Scumbags of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He thought of old Zhuang and the other 49 people who came with him from the east. He had once vowed to avenge them. Whoosh, whoosh. The spear radiance stabbed out violently and another 2 people were killed. Retreat, you guys retreat, we'll kill him. A Level 6 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard shouted. The two Level 6 Martial King Realm Corpse Guards controlled the 5 refined corpses and surrounded Lu Ming. They waved the iron chains in an attempt to block Lu Ming's escape. The other 3 lower-tier King level Corpse Guards quickly retreated. As for the Corpse Guards below the King tier, they were all dead. In the battle with the Xing family just now, the Heavenly Corpse Sect had only lost a dozen Corpse Guards, and there were still over 30 people left. But now in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had killed 5 of them. Lu Ming was simply their nemesis. The main thing was that the Corpse Guard with the mole between his eyebrows had been killed by Lu Ming in one move. No one could hold Lu Ming back. That was why Lu Ming had killed so many people as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming stared at the two Level 6 Martial King Corpse Guards. The long spear swept out and broke the chains around him. Dandan smash. The next moment Lu Ming patted Dandan. Buzz. Dandan directly flew out, rushing through the iron chains and smashed a corpse guard's head. Chapter 531. 531 Middle Grade Fire Type Intent Crystal. Bang. That corpse guard was accurately hit in the face by Dandan, and instantly, that pale face was completely deformed and twisted together. Such a miserable state made it difficult for the corpse guard to concentrate. The 2 refined corpses paused for a moment like wood. Just this one moment was enough. Lu Ming's figure dashed past and charged at the corpse guard. Ah! That corpse guard shouted loudly. Sensing danger approaching, he wanted to control the refined corpse to return and help while retreating at the same time. But it was too late. Puchi! Lu Ming's shot pierced through the corpse guard's heart. A corpse guard at the early stage of the Level 6 Martial King realm had died. As soon as he died, the 2 refined corpses he was controlling stopped in the air. The remaining Level 6 Martial King realm corpse guard had wanted to help, but upon seeing this he retreated frantically. He controlled the 3 corpse guards to tightly surround him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not pursue. Once a corpse guard controlled the refined corpse to defend with all its might, it would be more difficult to kill. Only like just now, with the momentum of a thunderbolt catching them off guard, could he easily kill those corpse guards. The 4 corpse guards took the 9 refined corpses and fled madly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The final winner of this battle was Lu Ming. This was only possible after Lu Ming had broken through to the lower tier of the King tier. Before that he would not have been able to do it. Seal the corpse guard's soul first. With a wave of his hand, dozens of soul-sealing crystals appeared. Under the control of Lu Ming's quintessential essence, they flew toward the corpse guard's corpses. Then Lu Ming injected his quintessential essence through the air and the soul-sealing crystals glowed, sealing the corpse guard's souls into the soul-sealing crystals. When it was over, Lu Ming waved his hand and dozens of soul-sealing crystals flew back into his hands. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. Just the corpse guard's souls in these soul-sealing crystals alone would be able to obtain many rewards. Then Lu Ming's figure flashed and he took off all the storage rings of the Xing family and corpse guards. Of course, he also devoured the blood essence of the Xing family. So many storage rings. How many spiritual crystals are there? Lu Ming's heart was burning and his eyes flashed with excitement. However, now was not the time to think about this. The esoteric crystal vein had not been excavated yet. Lu Ming did not have much time left. Whether it was the Xing family or the Heavenly Corpse sect, they would all bring people back. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a huge battle axe and swung it at the small mountain. Bang! Broken rocks flew everywhere and a large piece of the small mountain was split off. This was an esoteric crystal mine and the ground was unusually hard. If it were an ordinary mountain, Lu Ming's axe could easily split it in half. However, now that Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved greatly, it would be very fast for him to dig. Lu Ming waved his battle axe and hacked continuously. Soon large pieces of rocks were sent flying. The entire world was filled with a strong concept of fire. Fire concept. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was short of fire esoteric crystals now. If he could find a middle-grade fire element esoteric crystal, he would be able to make a breakthrough in his fire concept. One piece. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a fiery red ultimacy crystal embedded in the rock below. Overjoyed, Lu Ming kept the fire-type ultimacy crystals and continued to dig with all his might. And NBSP. Next, more and more intent crystals were excavated. 1 do. 10 pieces, 20 pieces. As expected of an esoteric crystal mine. There were many esoteric crystals and the esoteric crystal pit simply couldn't compare to it. 2 hours later, the entire mountain peak had disappeared. Lu Ming had already dug out 300 pieces of intent crystals. Yes, a total of 300 fire attribute intent crystals. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming felt that he had struck it rich. However, he had not found any middle-grade profound meaning crystals. This was Lu Ming's true goal. Lu Ming continued to dig. He dug a few meters deeper into the mountain peak, but there was still nothing. He did not even see a low-grade profound meaning crystal. Is there really nothing? This might be a small mine, but it should still be able to produce mid-grade profound meaning crystals, right? Lu Ming was unwilling to give up and continued digging. Clang! All of a sudden, Lu Ming's battle axe hit a hard stone, but it did not split open. What is this? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Below, a stone the size of a human's head was revealed. The color of this stone was different from the other stones. It was deeper and more fiery red. Lu Ming suddenly thought of the time when he obtained the Earth Attribute Middle-Grade Profound Meaning Crystal. Didn't he also find it in a special stone? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He raised the battle axe, his essential core burst forth and he hacked at the stone. Clang! A crack appeared on the rock. Immediately, Lu Ming changed to the back of the axe and struck the stone. And NBSP, ka. The stone cracked and the cracks spread like a spider web across the entire stone. More and more cracks appeared and finally the entire stone cracked. An extremely powerful fire heaven-earth concept spread out. In the middle of the stone, there was a fiery red crystal lying quietly inside. It was crystal clear and dazzling, extremely eye-catching. A middle-grade fire-type intent crystal. Lu Ming looked excited. He used his vital essence and grabbed the esoteric crystal in his hand. Then he put it into a jade box and kept it. The harvest this time is not bad, not bad. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied. Now let's find a place to condense the fire concept runes. Then we'll return to Xianxia City to complete the mission. Lu Ming smiled and swept his gaze across the room. With a wave of his hand, the power of thunder spread out and turned the unmoving refined corpses into charcoal. Thereafter, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left the place. 1,000,000 miles away, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and sat cross-legged, with the path understanding ancient trees' tender shoots placed beside him. During this period of time, the clear spring in the jade box had decreased a lot. There was only a small layer left. The young sprout of the path understanding ancient tree was even more lustrous and the aura it emitted was even more mysterious. As for the other branch, it didn't move at all. Lu Ming estimated that the branch had most likely withered completely and could not be alive anymore. Moreover, there were rumors that the same kind of path understanding tree could only exist once in the world. It was impossible for two identical path understanding trees to exist. This was the law of heaven and earth. Looks like I'll have to look for some spiritual liquid after I get out. Otherwise, it'll be a miracle if the path understanding ancient tree doesn't wither, let alone grow. Lu Ming pondered. And NBIS-P, with a wave of his hand, the fire element middle rank intent crystal appeared. I should be able to successfully form the middle grade intent crystals with the help of the ancient tree of comprehension. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he squeezed hard. Gotcha. The middle grade profound meaning crystal exploded, and waves of extremely intense fire heaven and earth intent realm filled the entire area. Lu Ming could even see that there were dense threads of intent realm floating around him. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and tried his best to comprehend it. All around him, the intent threads continued to enter the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming's comprehension of the intent of fire increased rapidly. Chapter 532. 532. A huge fortune. At the side, the path understanding ancient tree emitted a mysterious aura, causing Lu Ming's condition to reach its peak. His heart was empty and his mind was clear. His comprehension speed was 10 times faster than usual. The faster the comprehension speed, the more intent threads he absorbed. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the concept of fire had reached a limit. Condense. Fire. He shouted in a low voice. A strong fire concept burst out from his body, making Lu Ming look like a burning man. The next moment the fire concept was completely retracted. It gathered in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and began to condense crazily. At that moment, the thunder runes and wind runes in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. A wave of energy emanated and prevented Lu Ming from condensing the fire runes. Nothing can stop me. Condense. Lu Ming growled. And NBIS-P, with the help of the middle rank intent crystals and the path understanding ancient tree, the fire intent symbol in his sea of consciousness began to condense with an unstoppable momentum. A moment later, an inch-long intent symbol became fiery red and crystal clear as it floated in his sea of consciousness. The fire concept rune was formed. However, it did not stop. The intent of heaven and earth contained in middle-grade intent crystals was too dense and strong. The price of a middle-grade profound meaning crystal was 1,000 times that of a low-grade profound meaning crystal. This was a clear sign. At this moment, there were still many intent threads that were being absorbed by Lu Ming. In his sea of consciousness, the fire intent runes were slowly growing longer. 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch 2. When a piece of fire element middle-grade profound meaning crystal was completely consumed, Lu Ming's fire element concept rune had actually reached 2 inches in length. First level intent realm initial completion. Lu Ming had actually cultivated the concept of fire to level 1 lower tier in one go. This was all thanks to the stacked effects of the path understanding ancient tree. If it were anyone else, even if they had middle grade intent crystals, they wouldn't be able to achieve this effect. First level lower tier fire concept. Let's go and see its effects. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. After leaving the supreme shrine, Lu Ming flew into the sky. Buzz. As he cast the concept of fire, endless flames appeared out of thin air between the heaven and earth, gathering madly at Lu Ming's palm. A fireball appeared in Lu Ming's palm. It was so hot that it distorted the space. With a wave of his hand, the fireball flew out and then exploded. The hot flames swept across the surrounding 10 miles, as if a sun had exploded. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Now all 3 intents have condensed into intent runes. How strong will the power of the fusion of 3 intents be? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand and he thrust the spear at a mountain peak that was thousands of meters away. The 3 wills gathered and formed a spear light, which pierced toward the mountain. Lu Ming only heard a soft sound and then saw a big hole that was transparent on the mountainside of the 10,000-foot mountain. 1,000 feet tall mountain peak was pierced through by Lu Ming's spear casually. Lu Ming did not use any essential core in this shot. He purely relied on the power of his will. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming realized that the power of the 3 concepts was terrifying when they were combined. Lu Ming estimated that it was more powerful than cultivating a single concept to level 1 upper tier. It was close to the completion of level 1 concept. In other words, The power of Lu Ming's intent was already slightly stronger than the intent of an ordinary king at the phenomenal success stage. It seems that the power of the fusion of 3 intents is indeed terrifying. If I'm not wrong, the power of the fusion of 2 level 1 elementary intents is comparable to the initial success of a single intent. The power of the fusion of 3 level 1 intents is comparable to the completion of a single intent. As for me, 2 of my will have reached the first level small accomplishment. If I combine 3, its power will be close to the first level completion of a single will. When my wind will also breaks through the first level small accomplishment, the combination of 3 will be completely equivalent to the first level completion of a single will. Lu Ming speculated in his heart. The breakthrough in the fire concept had doubled Lu Ming's combat strength. Now Lu Ming was confident that he could kill an early-stage level 6 martial king realm martial artist in one move without using the extreme blow. Lu Ming could easily defeat and kill a peak level 6 martial king realm martial artist. Of course, it was a different story for those peerless geniuses who could fight above their level. Now Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone below the level of a king tier. Now let's go back to Xianxia City. Buzz. With a flash of light, he headed for the exit of the demonic scales dimension. Half a day later, Lu Ming returned to the high wall and headed towards the exit. Lu Ming returned to Xianxia City 2 days later. Following that, Lu Ming came to the third area and walked into a huge mansion. Young master, do you want to rent a house? This place costs 100 top-grade spirit crystals a day. An old man asked. I'll rent it for a month. Lu Ming nodded. He took out 3,000 best-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the old man. All right. The old man had a smile on his face as he passed Lu Ming a jade tablet. Lu Ming took the jade card and walked into the room according to the number on the jade card. After closing the door, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. As expected of a room that costs 100 top-grade spirit crystals. The essence realm of heaven and earth is extremely strong. Lu Ming sensed the environment and thought to himself. He realized that the essence realm here wasn't as good as the Dao Enlightenment Palace in the east, but it wasn't too far off. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here was also extremely dense, several times denser than the eastern sky courtyard he was staying in. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The powerhouses of the ancient era were indeed extraordinary. They could actually build an entire city into a cultivation sanctuary. It was truly terrifying. Now let's check it first. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 100 storage rings appeared on the ground. They were all left behind by the geniuses of the Sheng family and the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was already very experienced and interested in counting his spoils of war. He immediately started counting them one by one. He placed a block of supreme-grade spirit crystals, a block of spirit herbs and flowers, a block of forging materials and spirit weapons, and a block of cultivation technique manuals. Also place a piece of soul-sealing crystal. In the end, all the top-grade crystals were listed. 8. 66 million supreme spiritual crystals. After Lu Ming took a deep breath of cold air, he was overjoyed. 8. 66 million supreme spiritual crystals. Even an ordinary king-level warrior wouldn't have that much wealth. It was probably comparable to the wealth of a peak-tier king. In addition, the various materials, ling weapons and ling grasses could also be worth a lot of jingsher. Unfortunately, Lu Ming could not find a suitable long spear among all the spirit weapons. Now an ordinary level 5 spear was no longer suitable for Lu Ming. He wanted to find an upper level 5 spear to use, but unfortunately he did not have one. There were very few people who used spears. If you have time, go buy one. Lu Ming pondered and then looked at the pile of soul-sealing crystals. There were more than 50 pieces of soul-sealing crystals here. They were Lu Ming's. In addition, there were more than 60 pieces which he had obtained from the storage rings of the Sheng family. Chapter 533. 533. I'll let you see. In total, there were 110 pieces, all of which sealed the souls of the Sky Corpse Sect's corpse guards. Among them, Lever 1 Martial King Realm martial artists had the most, with 55 pieces. There were 30 pieces of the second level of the Martial King Realm. Lever 3 Martial King Realm Pills 19 pieces. Lever 4 Martial King Realm 10 pieces. Lever 5 Martial King Realm 3 pieces. Lever 6 Martial King Realm 2 pieces. Those at the Lever 1 Martial King Realm would be rewarded with 2,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Lever 2 Martial King Realm Martial Artists would be rewarded with 5,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Lever 3 Martial King Realm Martial Artists would be rewarded with 10,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. Lever 4 Martial King Realm would be rewarded with 20,000 pieces of spiritual crystals of the highest quality. Lever 5 Martial King Realm would be rewarded with 50,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. And Lever 6 Martial King Realm would be rewarded with 100,000 pieces of spiritual crystals of the highest quality. The total reward of these soul-sealing crystals was 800,000 pieces of top-quality spiritual crystals. A big harvest, definitely a big harvest. This time, Lu Ming's total harvest was more than 10 million best-grade spirit crystals. This was a supreme spiritual crystal, not a lower spiritual crystal. And this was not even including the intent crystals. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming had really struck it rich this time. It's a pity that my comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth isn't deep enough. Otherwise, with so many resources, wouldn't my cultivation be able to improve rapidly? Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. Next, I'll have to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth with all my might. There's also the Dragon God's 3 absolutes and the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Lu Ming decided on the direction of his cultivation. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps had both offensive and physical power. It was a divine-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming would not slack off and would comprehend it whenever he had the time. As for the 3 absolutes of the Dragon God, Lu Ming would not let his guard down since it was his main method of attack. Now, let's go to the mission hall and hand in the mission. Lu Ming sorted out his thoughts and walked towards the missions hall. There were still many people in the mission hall. Lu Ming discovered that most people were connected to the demonic scales plane. Just as Lu Ming was about to walk towards the counter to accept missions from the cross scales demon dimension, a cold voice was heard. Lu Ming, it's you. Lu Ming was stunned. He turned around and his eyes turned slightly cold. 3 figures walked toward Lu Ming. The person in the lead was an elder. The Holy Light was the Peak King who had gone to the Eastern Palace, the Holy Light. Behind Sacred Glory there were 2 young men. One of them was actually Xing Wushuang and the other looked like he was in his late 20s. Lu Ming did not know him. The voice just now was from Xing Wushuang. Lu Ming, you're not dead yet. When Sacred Glory saw Lu Ming, a look of disbelief flashed in its eyes. Sacred Jade and the rest wanted to kill Lu Ming in the demonic scales dimension. Sacred Glory knew about this. He had thought that Lu Ming would have died long ago. Now Lu Ming actually appeared in front of him in a lively manner. One could imagine the shock in his heart. Could it be that this little bastard didn't go to the demonic scales plane? Or perhaps, Xingyu and the others didn't find him. Holy Light's mind was spinning rapidly. As for the fact that Lu Ming had killed Xingyu and the rest, he would not even think about it as that was impossible. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he looked at the Sacred Glory and sneered, "As an elder of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, you actually wished for my death. How laughable. It's a pity that I've disappointed you." Lu Ming's voice spread far and wide, attracting the attention of a group of people. "How dare you, kid? What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to the glorious God Elder like that? You're being very disrespectful." Behind Sacred Glory, the unfamiliar young man shouted, looking very arrogant. "Great disrespect. This old man has been waiting for me to die the moment he saw me. Why should I respect him? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Lu Ming chided loudly and looked at the young man from the corner of his eyes. You. The young man was so angry that he was trembling. "How audacious!" Xingyao shouted, his face extremely ugly. If they were not in a public place he would have slapped Lu Ming to death. However, there were so many people here. Given his status, what he said just now was indeed inappropriate. He had been firmly held by Lu Ming and he could not find a reason to take action. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered with them and walked toward the mission counter. Buzz. At this moment, the young man behind Sacred Glory caught up with Lu Ming in a big stride and appeared in front of the mission counter before Lu Ming. Then he looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression and said, "Kid, so you're here to hand in a mission from the demonic scales dimension. Ah, what a coincidence. I entered the demonic scales dimension a while ago and was just about to hand in my mission." He looked at Lu Ming contemptuously and continued, "It's not that I want to say this, but this mission is completely suitable for a rookie from the East like you. In my opinion, you're already very lucky to be able to seal the souls of 1 or 2 Level 1 Martial King Realm Corpse Guards. Which eye of yours saw that I've only sealed the souls of 1 or 2 first-tier Martial King Realm Corpse Guards?" Lu Ming looked at the young man amused. "Oh, could it be that there are more than 1 or 2 or 3 pieces? Ha." The young man laughed in disdain. "Who is that person? It looks like Xingchuan is going to humiliate him." "That's right. This kid is quite bold to talk to the elder of the Divine Glory sect like that. It's normal for Xingchuan to seize the opportunity to humiliate him. But he seems quite calm. Maybe he has some stock. What goods? It's just an act." In the surroundings, some people saw that there was a show to watch, so they all gathered around and whispered. Lu Ming had also heard that the young man was called Xingchuan. At the side, Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang looked at Lu Ming with cold smiles. Although he could not kill Lu Ming, it was good to see him embarrass himself. Lu Ming looked at Xingchuan indifferently and said slowly, "If that's the case, then you should have gained a lot. But it's more than you without a doubt." Xingchuan sneered. "Oh. Since that's the case, you can hand in the mission first and let me see it." Lu Ming said indifferently. "All right. I'll let you experience it." Xingchuan smiled smugly and waved his hand. A pile of soul-sealing crystals appeared on the counter. Each piece of soul-sealing crystal was covered with a layer of faint black light. With one look, one could tell that all of them had sealed their souls. So many pieces. There are actually more than 20 pieces. More than 20 pieces means more than 20 corpse guards died at Xingchuan's hands. It's really terrifying. It seems that Xingchuan's cultivation has improved again. As soon as they saw the soul-sealing crystal Xingchuan took out, the crowd burst into discussions. "Help me check." Xingchuan was even more proud of himself as he spoke to an old man on the mission counter. On the task counter, the old man picked up the soul-sealing crystal and carefully examined it piece by piece. A moment later, all the checks were completed. There are a total of 21 soul-sealing crystals, and all of them have sealed the souls of the corpse guards. Among them, 13 are at the Level 1 Martial King Realm, 5 are at the Level 2, 2 are at the Level 3, and 1 is at the lower tier of the Level 4 Martial King Realm. The old man announced. "What? There's even a lower tier king tier at Level 4 Martial King Realm? Even a corpse guard at the lower tier king level died at Xingchuan's hands. How terrifying." Corpse guards are difficult to kill. With the refined corpse protecting them and Holy River being able to kill them, his cultivation should have broken through to Level 5 Martial King Realm. Instantly, the surroundings were filled with discussions again. Chapter 534. 534 Disgraceful. Usually, a Level 4 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard would bring 2 or 3 Level 4 Martial King refined corpses to guard them at all times. It would be impossible to kill a Level 4 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard unless it was caught off guard in a sneak attack. But even if it was a sneak attack, it wasn't easy because the corpse guards spent most of their time hiding in coffins. Also, if one's strength was overwhelming, one could kill the other party with great strength. Xingchuan's face was even more smug. The total reward is 91,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. These are the spiritual crystals. Please check them. The old man at the counter took out a jade box and handed it to Xingchuan. The surrounding people became even more envious. 90,000 supreme spiritual crystals. For an ordinary low-rank king, this was definitely a huge amount. It was just a single task, but they could actually earn 90,000 supreme spiritual crystals. This was truly terrifying. There's no need to light it. Xingchuan was very generous. He took the jade box and put it into his storage ring. Then he looked at Lu Ming proudly and said loudly, "See, this is my harvest. I sealed the souls of 21 corpse guards. Actually, this isn't much. I believe that I will definitely have an even greater harvest next time. However, for you this is an unattainable height." Xingchuan looked at Lu Ming with great contempt. At the side, Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang were sneering at Lu Ming. They were very pleased to see Lu Ming lose face in public. "It's just this little bit and you have the nerve to take it out and embarrass yourself? Hurry up and scram to the side, let me do it." Lu Ming's face was calm as he glanced at Xingchuan and said indifferently. The disdain in his tone was extremely obvious. "What did you just say? I'm such a disgrace. Damn it. Can you take out more soul-sealing crystals?" Xingchuan's eyes were burning with fire as he roared. The surrounding onlookers also looked at Lu Ming curiously. What made Lu Ming so confident? Could it be that Lu Ming's harvest was greater than the holy river? "Take it out. Hurry up and take it out. If you can't take it out today, I will make you swallow the words you said just now." "Walala." Xingchuan was originally shouting angrily, but the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter clattered, making Xingchuan's shouting stop abruptly. Xingchuan's eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at the large pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter, his lips trembling. All around, the other onlookers were similar. Each and every one of their eyes almost popped out as they stared at the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter in disbelief. Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang had similar expressions. They were dumbfounded. "It's fake. It's definitely fake. Lu Ming, the souls of the Sky Corpse Sex Corpse Guards are definitely not sealed inside. Lu Ming, are you using the souls of demonic beasts or hunting ordinary warriors to seal their souls to cheat for rewards? How dare you? Lu Ming, you've committed a heinous crime that deserves to be executed." At this moment, Xingchuan came to his senses. He pointed at Lu Ming and roared. He immediately pinned the blame of killing ordinary martial artists to obtain rewards on Lu Ming. Around them, the way the others looked at Lu Ming had changed. Some of them believed Xingchuan's words. After all, the pile that Lu Ming had taken out was too much. There were at least more than 100 pieces. Could Lu Ming kill more than 100 corpse guards? How was that possible? "Idiot," Lu Ming said indifferently. He looked at Xingchuan as if he was looking at a fool. This made Xingchuan's chest ache and he almost vomited blood. "What did you just say? What did you just say?" Xingchuan shouted angrily. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He could not even be bothered to look at him. He turned to the old man at the counter and said, "Senior, please help me check so that I won't be wronged." "All right." The old man at the counter picked up the soul-sealing jade plates and started to check them one by one. At the scene, everyone's eyes turned to the old man. Xingchuan, in particular, wished that the elder would say that Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals were fake. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The old man started to check the pieces seriously. Slowly, the old man's face revealed a look of surprise. Then, the more he checked, the more surprised he was. After half an hour, the elder finally finished checking all of Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals. Everyone was staring at the old man, waiting for his answer. A total of 110 pieces, all of which seal the souls of the Sky Corpse Sex Corpse Guards. "That's right," the old man said. Whoosh. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire place went into an uproar. "They are all the souls of the Sky Corpse Sex Corpse Guards. How is this possible? This Lu Ming, what exactly is his cultivation level? To actually be able to kill so many corpse guards, this is too unbelievable. I heard that Lu Ming came from the east to provide reinforcements. When he entered the city, he had a conflict with Xing Jiang of the Xing family. I heard that his cultivation is at Level 2 Martial King Realm." "Level 2 Martial King Realm? You're joking, right? A Level 2 Martial King could kill so many corpse guards and seal their souls. Unless he was extremely lucky and all the corpse guards he encountered along the way were at Level 1 Martial King Realm, and they were all alone, how could he have killed so many corpse guards?" The crowd's disbelieving discussion came from all around. Xingchuan's eyes also widened in shock. All 110 pieces of soul-sealing crystal stones had sealed the souls of the corpse guards. Even if they were all Level 1 Martial King realm, the reward he received was much more than his. The old man at the counter announced. A total of 110 pieces, all of which have the souls of the Sky Corpse Sex corpse guards sealed inside. Among them, Level 1 Martial King realm has the most 55 pieces. Level 2 Martial King realm has 30 pieces. Level 3 Martial King realm has 19 pieces. Level 4 Martial King realm has 10 pieces. Level 5 Martial King realm has 3 pieces. And Level 6 Martial King realm has 2 pieces. In total, the reward is 880,000 best spiritual crystals. The old man's eyes were also filled with amazement. Ever since this mission was issued, this was the first time someone had received so many rewards. Silence. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes and mouth were wide open as they looked at Lu Ming in a daze. A reward of 880,000 supreme spiritual crystals. There were even 10 Level 4 Martial King realm martial arts, 3 Level 5 Martial King realm martial arts, and even 2 Level 6 Martial King realm martial arts. How was this possible? They thought they were dreaming. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Xingchuan was completely stunned. He couldn't stop trembling and mumbling. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What's impossible? I've been working in the Hall of Mission for 300 years and I've never made a mistake. You're suspecting me. The old man at the counter glared at him. The old man's words woke everyone up. Heavens, what did I just see? The reward of 880,000 top-quality spiritual crystals is terrifying. There are 15 pieces for King tiers and above. How did he do it? The Holy River's Level 4 Martial King realm piece is really trash in comparison. The surroundings were in an uproar as waves of discussions broke out. Many people even stopped submitting their missions and came to watch the show. Chapter 535. 535 Chapter 535 Slandering. I. Xingchuan's face was red with shame and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had only sealed the soul of a 4th-tier Martial King realm corpse guard. Compared to Lu Ming's smug look, there was a world of difference. There was no way to compare. They were so many levels apart. Lu Ming was right when he said that he was a disgrace. How is that possible? How did this kid manage to obtain such a great harvest? He was even able to seal corpse guards at Level 5 and Level 6 Martial King realm? Xingchuan couldn't figure it out. How dare you, Lu Ming? What should you do? At this moment, sacred light suddenly roared, and the sound shook the entire scene. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sacred glory and they were all confused. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he looked at the sacred glory and said, "What crime have I committed?" "What crime? You can hide it from others, but can you hide it from me? Lu Ming, with your cultivation level, can you kill a Level 4, Level 5 or even Level 6 Martial King corpse guard? How is this possible? If you have the ability, tell me, how did you kill him?" Holy Light said coldly. I don't think I need to explain to you how I killed them. Moreover, there's no rule in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace that requires the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards to tell me how they completed their mission, right? Lu Ming said indifferently. Haha, you're still trying to quibble? Lu Ming, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to kill so many corpse guards. There's only one possibility, and that is that these soul-sealing crystals belong to someone else. They belong to other Empyrean Heaven's divine guards. He simply deserves to die. Xingyao shouted. Everyone present was shocked and fell into deep thought. They felt that what the sacred glory said made a lot of sense. This was the only possibility that could explain why Lu Ming had obtained so many soul-sealing crystals. How dare you, Lu Ming? You've done something unforgivable. You deserve to die. Xingchuan seized the opportunity and shouted. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He said coldly, "Where's the evidence?" "Evidence? There's no need for evidence, this is the truth, damn it." Holy Light shouted. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Xingyao, is this how you should be an elder of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Everything was just your wild speculation and you want to convict me of a big crime. Simply ridiculous. According to you, in the future, as long as you don't like the look of someone, you can convict them? Laughable, extremely laughable. Alright then, I'll say that you bullied the Detian divine guards outside of the Xing family. You're a big bully and you've forcefully taken a girl. Xinyao, how should you be punished? Lu Ming's voice spread across the entire venue with an imposing manner. How dare you, you little bastard! You dare to slander me! The holy light roared. Ah, what venomous slander! This is the truth. You should also quickly kneel down and admit your guilt. Lu Ming sneered. You're looking for death, little bastard. I'll cripple you now. A terrifying aura burst out of the sacred glory, and its eyes were fierce as if it was about to eat someone. Xingyao, are you going to kill all the other Detian divine guards who don't listen to you? Are you trying to get rid of all the other Detian divine guards and dominate the Xianxia region? Are you looking down on Martial Emperor Di? Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and was ready to escape. However, he shouted and put a lot of blame on the holy brilliance. Little bastard, you dare to slander me? The sacred glory roared, but for a moment it did not attack. Tianxian City was different from the Eastern Palace. In the Eastern Palace he would be fine even if he killed Lu Ming. However, in Tianxian City there was not only the Xing clan but also the Mu clan. On the surface, the Xing family and the Mu family were still considered good, but in the dark they were competing with each other. Xinyao had a lot of enemies. Not to mention the Mu family, even in the Xing family Xinyao had enemies. If he did something out of line and was caught by his enemies, he would have a hard time. Therefore, if he attacked Lu Ming in public without any concrete evidence, he was afraid that his opponent would really catch hold of something and use it to attack him. For a moment his old face turned red, but he did not make a move. He was somewhat hesitant. Damn it, this little bastard, I'll definitely find an opportunity to make him die without a burial place in the future. Holy light roared in its heart. How dare you, Lu Ming? How dare you be so rude to the elders of the Sacred Glory sect? Kneel down and admit your mistake. At this moment Xingchuan jumped out and shouted. Hee hee. Lu Ming only sneered in response. Xingchuan gritted his teeth and roared, Lu Ming, I think the Divine Glory Elder has a point. Did you secretly harm the other Empyrean Sky Divine Guards and take their soul-sealing crystal? How about this? I challenge you now. If you can defeat me, I will admit your strength and prove that you have the ability to obtain those soul-sealing crystals. Xingchuan said loudly, his eyes rolling as he thought of evil thoughts. Holy Light's eyes also lit up. He looked at Xingchuan with admiration, wondering if he was muddled from anger or if this kid was smart. In that case, if Lu Ming still did not accept the challenge, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. They could use this as an excuse to investigate Lu Ming. If Lu Ming accepted the challenge and ended up losing to the Holy River, needless to say he would be further convicted. Was it possible that Lu Ming had defeated Xingchuan? Lu Ming had just arrived at Tianxian City and was only a Level 2 martial king. How could he be a match for the Holy River? The Holy River had already reached the middle stage of the Level 5 martial king realm. This move could be said to be vicious. Xingchuan also saw the look of admiration in Xingyao's eyes. He was overjoyed. He thought to himself that he was smart enough to think of such an idea. As long as he did this well today, he would definitely be valued by Xingyao in the future. You really want to challenge me? Lu Ming's expression was a little strange. He looked at Xingchuan with a faint smile. Nonsense, don't you have ears? Hurry up, do you dare to accept the challenge or not? If you don't, hee, then your strength is worthy of doubt. Xingchuan sneered. Oh, since that's the case, I'll accept your challenge. Lu Ming said with a cold glint in his eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of intense discussion broke out in the audience. Lu Ming actually agreed. He actually agreed to Xingchuan's challenge. That's really unwise. What unwise? He's riding a tiger and can't back down now. How do you explain taking out so many soul-sealing crystals at once? That's right. He can only blame himself for being too high-profile and not knowing how to endure. If he had endured it just now, he would have lost some face at most. Then he would have sneaked in to hand in the mission and nothing would have happened. If it were me, I would have done the same. Only by enduring humiliation can I achieve great success. That's right, I was thinking the same. You agree. Xingchuan's eyes also lit up with ecstasy. Lu Ming actually accepted his challenge. That was great. Hee hee. The holy light sneered. Lu Ming, you can't escape this time. Xing Wushuang's eyes were filled with viciousness. Let's go. We'll fight on the Divine Guard's battle platform. Xingchuan called out. Chapter 536. 536 3 moves. What's the hurry? I haven't received my reward yet. Lu Ming said indifferently. He then looked at the old man at the counter. The old man took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Here are 880,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Count them. There's no need to light it. Lu Ming smiled. His storage ring flashed and all the best-grade spirit crystals were transferred into his storage ring. Lu Ming then returned the storage ring to the elder. Hee hee, now that I've received the reward I'll have to spit it out later, right? Xingchuan sneered. Oh really? Don't cry later. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Then Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards the Divine Guard's fighting ring. In all the sub-palaces of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, there was a Divine Guard battle platform. Let's go and take a look. The people in the Mission Palace Hall swarmed towards the Divine Guard's battle stage. There were 500 to 600 people. Some of them had even used voice transmission talismans to ask their friends and family to go to the Divine Guard's battle platform to watch. 500 or 600 people walking together on the street naturally caused a sensation. Many people were curious and asked around. After hearing the whole story, they also followed the crowd to the Divine Guard battle stage. The number of people in the crowd increased rapidly and soon there were several thousand people. Lu Ming walked to the front of the crowd. When he arrived at the Divine Guard's battle platform, he was a little stunned because he realized that the Divine Guard's battle platform was surrounded by people. It seemed that some people had received the news and rushed to the Divine Guard battle platform first. So many young experts of the Xing family have come. Yeah. It's no wonder. Not many people dare to offend the Xing family. It's normal for the geniuses of the Xing family to come out and take a look. I hope that Lu Ming can withstand a few more moves. I hope he won't die so easily. I've run so far for nothing. Not bad. A series of whispers sounded in the surroundings. The smile on Lu Ming's face grew wider. Buzz. Arriving at the edge of the Divine Guard's fighting ring, Xingchuan stepped forward and crossed a distance of more than 100 meters. He jumped onto the fighting ring and looked down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hurry up and come up. Lu Ming smiled and walked up the stairs of the Divine Guard's battle platform step by step. He came to the Divine Guard battle platform and stood opposite the Holy River. Ah, Lu Ming, I didn't expect that you would really dare to accept my challenge. I really don't know where you got your guts from. 3 moves. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Xingchuan's smile was full of disdain. 3 moves. Xingchuan, you have the nerve to say that. If it were me, I would have defeated him in 2 moves. No, 1 move is enough. I'll beat him into a pig's head with 1 move. Xingchuan, if you really defeat him with 3 moves, it'll be too embarrassing. Xingchuan, this kid is so arrogant. I heard that he has repeatedly challenged the authority of the Xing family. Today you must cripple him and let him know the consequences of offending the Xing family. That's right, cripple him. At the edge of the fighting ring, some young geniuses from the Xing family shouted one after another. Their voices were full of indifference and arrogance, as if Lu Ming was a pitiful worm that could be manipulated at will. The smile on Xingchuan's face grew wider. He looked at Lu Ming with contempt and said, Lu Ming, did you hear that? This is the consequence of offending the Xing family. The next stage. Just relying on the mouths of your Xing family? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, you'll be crying later. Xingchuan's eyes were cold. How about this? It's boring to fight directly. Let's make a bet. Lu Ming suddenly said. He still remembered that last time he had a gambling match with Xuechao, he had made a huge profit, so he naturally didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Bet. What do you want to bet on? Xingchuan's eyes lit up. Let's bet on intent crystals 20. If I lose, I'll give you 20 earth-type intent crystals. If you lose, you'll give me 20 wind-type intent crystals. How about it? Lu Ming said with a smile. Earth element intent crystal? You have one? Xingchuan's eyes lit up. He had comprehended the creation of Earth. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, 20 pieces of Earth-type profound meaning crystals appeared in the air. They exuded a strong concept of Earth. He had obtained these Earth-attribute profound meaning crystals with Han Man and the rest from the scaled demon tribe in the demonic scales dimension. Lu Ming also had a mid-grade Earth-attribute profound meaning crystal. After Han Man and the others were killed by Lu Ming, the profound meaning crystals naturally fell into Lu Ming's pocket. It really is an Earth element intent crystal. Xingchuan's eyes glowed. Where's your wind-type intent crystal? Take it out. Lu Ming said. Humph, Lu Ming, are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Xingchuan snorted. I'm just afraid you'll go back on your word. Lu Ming said. You. Xingchuan gritted his teeth, but he didn't have that many wind intent crystals. Xingchuan, I have a few wind attribute intent crystals. I'll lend them to you first. I also have a few pieces here. The young men from the Xing family on the side chimed in and took out a few wind element intent crystals. Xingchuan was overjoyed. He received them one by one and said loudly, Brothers, I'll borrow these intent crystals first. I'll return them to you in a while. From his tone, it seemed like he was about to win. And quickly cripple that brat. I still have to go back and cultivate. The other young men of the Xing family said. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Xingchuan took the ultimacy crystal and returned to Lu Ming. 20 intent crystals, not a single one less. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now what he desired the most was the wind-type ultimacy crystal. But 20 is a little too little. Lu Ming's eyes turned to the young men of the Xing family. His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. Boom. At this moment, Xingchuan put away the wind intent crystal, and a powerful aura burst out of his body. The aura of the middle lever 5 Martial King realm. Lu Ming, just lose. Xingchuan shouted. Boom. He threw a punch and a huge mountain peak appeared in the sky. It was a few thousand feet tall and it came crashing down on Lu Ming. It was extremely majestic. Lu Ming's body was extremely small compared to the mountain. Is this the first level lower tier of the creation of Earth? It's so powerful. Many low-tier king tiers and even martial artists below the king tier exclaimed in shock. Break. Lu Ming let out a long howl and a spear's gleam shot up into the sky, colliding with the mountain. Boom. The spear radiance collided with the mountain, creating a series of rumbling sounds. It lasted for a while before it exploded. The mountain exploded and the spear radiance also collapsed and disappeared. Bang. Bang. Xingchuan and Lu Ming retreated 7 to 8 steps. The difference was that there was a strange smile on Lu Ming's lips, while Xingchuan's expression changed drastically. Detestable. Xingchuan roared in rage. He was actually forced to retreat by Lu Ming. It was a great humiliation. They're evenly matched. They're actually evenly matched. Lu Ming can actually withstand a move from Xingchuan. Unbelievable. It's indeed incredible. I didn't expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so strong. No wonder he dared to fight the Holy River. Exclamations came from the surroundings. Chapter 537. 537. It's not easy to act weak. Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang were also dumbfounded. This little bastard is too terrifying. How long has it been? It actually grew to this stage. Damn it, damn it. Holy light roared in its heart. Xing Wushuang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as fear flashed across his eyes. Xingchuan didn't use his full strength just now. Lu Ming can't be his match. Sacred Light took a deep breath and said coldly. Many people nodded in agreement. Xingchuan was probably just testing the waters, and Lu Ming had most likely used his full strength. Lu Ming, I only used 50% of my power just now. Now take this. 1,000 mountains heaven-suppressing fist. Xianxia roared and his bloodline burst out. Without a doubt it was also a king level 6 extreme bloodline. At the same time he punched out with both fists. Boom. Boom. Heaven and earth shook violently as the vast fist shadows turned into tall mountains. There seemed to be thousands of mountain peaks. Suppress. The holy river roared and the mountain in the sky crashed down on Lu Ming. Heaven rank martial arts technique. It's a pity that I haven't mastered it. How many levels of strength do I need? First level or half level? Lu Ming was in a dilemma. He had a plan in his heart. He was going to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He was afraid that he would show too much power and scare the big fish away. Forget it, I'll just use 10% of my power first. Buzz. Lu Ming held the long spear and fired. Ah, break, break. Lu Ming deliberately shouted loudly. He had only used 10% of his strength, but he had to pretend that he had used 12% of his strength. The veins on his face bulged and he screamed until he was exhausted. Boom. One of the mountains that came crashing down was destroyed by Lu Ming. However, the second mountain fell. Lu Ming thrust his spear again and the mountain continued to collapse. Ha, Lu Ming, let's see how many you can defeat. Xianxia laughed and kept punching. The mountains in the sky kept pressing down. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. The spear's gleam soared into the sky and turned into a 1,000-meter-long spear, continuously crushing the mountains. Boom. Boom. Rumbles continued between heaven and earth. Fortunately, the Divine Guard's battle platform was wide enough. It was 10 miles long and wide enough for them to fight. Soon dozens of moves had passed. Lu Ming had destroyed dozens of mountains in a row and then rushed toward the holy river. Bang. Bang. With every step Lu Ming took on the fighting ring would rumble. In Lu Ming's hands, lightning flashed and a powerful force of lightning burst out. A lower-tier king. Lu Ming, that little bastard, has already reached the lower tier. His combat strength is so strong that he can fight against the holy river. We can't let him live. We can't let this little bastard live. Holy light roared in its heart. He could clearly sense that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the Level 4 Martial King realm. He was shocked. 15 tons of thunder. Lu Ming roared loudly in the fighting ring. As the spear pierced out, the sky was filled with lightning. The mountains were blasted apart. This move was not a martial art technique at all. It was Lu Ming's random shouting. He had no choice. If he used a martial technique like the Dragon God's 3 absolutes, he would probably kill Xianxia. He could only casually blast out a move and call out a loud name. Damn it, it's not easy to pretend to be weak. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. However, Xianxia was so shocked that he gasped. With a loud cry, he covered his body with black stones to block the lightning attack. As the lightning swept past, the rocks crumbled continuously. How did this happen? The holy river is actually losing? Nest, that kid is actually this strong. Is the holy river going to lose? There was another round of intense discussion in the surroundings. Damn it, damn it. Xianxia bellowed continuously, using all his strength to fight Lu Ming. However, Xianxia was already at a disadvantage and was slowly being suppressed by Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Xianxia was whipped by Lu Ming's spear. He screamed and flew far away. At the same time, a powerful wind concept spread out from him. It was as if a force 12 wind was blowing in the world. The strength of his aura was several times stronger than that of the holy river. Xing Fei has comprehended the creation of wind. His moves are as fast as lightning and his attacks are like a storm. He's unrivaled. With Lu Ming's combat strength, I don't think he can withstand 10 moves. 10 moves? It'll be good enough if he can withstand 3 moves. I reckon that Lu Ming must be regretting his decision now. He probably didn't expect Xing Fei to be so powerful. In the surroundings, many people were discussing and expressing their own opinions. Buzz. A long, thin sword appeared in Xing Fei's hand. Die. Xing Fei's body moved and he made his move. Whoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, countless sword qi burst out from Xing Fei's hands, covering the entire sky and earth, sweeping toward Lu Ming. It was too fast. Lu Ming is finished. Many people thought. However, in the next moment Lu Ming's figure moved. His figure flickered continuously, shuttling back and forth between the sword qi that filled the sky, trying his best to avoid them. Although it was very dangerous, Lu Ming managed to avoid them one by one. Many people were dumbfounded. Yes, I know. Lu Ming has also comprehended the concept of wind. That's why he was able to avoid it. It can't be. I saw that his thunder will had already reached level 1 lower tier. Could it be that he has also comprehended the wind will and condensed will runes? That's terrifying. Lu Ming's body exuded the concept of wind as he sensed the changes in the wind around him. Although his wind concept was not as profound as Xing Fei's, it was enough to avoid the sword qi. Humph, then I'll use my strength to defeat you. Die. Xing Fei shouted coldly, and the sword qi that filled the sky disappeared instantly. Whoosh. The sword qi that filled the sky seemed to have condensed into a ray of crystal-clear green sword qi. It instantly pierced through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. He wanted to crush Lu Ming with his powerful cultivation of Level 6 Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he thrust his spear. Clang. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Instantly, sword qi and spear radiance burst out in all directions. Xing Fei's body trembled and his expression changed drastically. He took a dozen steps back. Of course, Lu Ming also took more than 10 steps back symbolically. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a peaceful life. Whoosh. The entire place was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually blocked Xing Fei's attack in a head-on attack. How was this possible? What was going on? Wasn't Lu Ming only a little stronger than Xing Chuan just now? How could he block Xing Fei's attack now? He's hiding his strength. Lu Ming definitely hid his strength just now. Someone shouted. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Yes, that was the only possibility. Lu Ming had actually hidden his ability just now. What did he want to do? Could it be that he wanted to lure Saint down here to earn intent crystals? Some quick-witted people had already thought of this and they couldn't help but be stunned. Lu Ming was extremely bold. He actually used this method to earn the esoteric crystals of the Xing family's heroes. This. Among the crowd, Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang were the most shocked. This was because a few months ago when they were in the Eastern Palace, Lu Ming was far from being this powerful. It had only been a short while and he had already reached this level. He was simply a monster. Especially Xing Wushuang, who was almost scared to death. When Lu Ming had first joined the Detian Divine Guards, he had not even been a half-step king. At that time he could have completely crushed Lu Ming with his strength. But now, he was not even fit to carry Lu Ming's shoes. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Xing Wushuang started to doubt his life. Chapter 539. 539 One person challenging an entire clan. This is your strength. It's not much? Lu Ming looked at Xing Fei and smiled faintly. Die. Xing Fei bellowed, suppressing the shock in his heart as he charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held his spear and charged forward, fighting with Xing Fei. The two of them seemed to be in a stalemate and their battle was extremely intense. Then, just like the battle with Xing Chuan earlier, Lu Ming slowly gained the upper hand after a few dozen moves. Then, after a few dozen moves, Lu Ming defeated Xing Fei with great difficulty, causing him to vomit blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually won again. You've lost. Hand over the intent crystals. Lu Ming looked at Xing Fei indifferently. Xing Fei roared in his heart. He really didn't want to hand it over, but when he thought of Xing Chuan's fate he shuddered. He could only grit his teeth and hand over 20 intent crystals. Lu Ming kept it happily, not forgetting to mumble, "What heroes of the Xing family? They're all trash." Of course he didn't lower his voice and it spread far and wide. Immediately the people of the Xing family were in an uproar. This bastard is too arrogant. Die, I want him to die. Damn it, who's going to kill him? Some young heroes of the Xing family roared in anger. Even some of the older generation were so angry that their eyes turned red. However, no one came out to challenge Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strange. When he was fighting Xingchuan, he seemed to be only a little stronger than Xingchuan. However, after the battle with Xingfei, his combat strength increased rapidly and he was a little stronger than Xingfei. None of them could tell if Lu Ming was still hiding his abilities. Now Lu Ming was simply unfathomable in their hearts. It turns out that the so-called heroes of the Xing family are just cowardly rats. Lu Ming sneered. Little bastard, what did you say? Say that again. The Xing family's heroes were furious. Isn't it? If you don't want to challenge me, then fine, I'll challenge you now. Lu Ming pointed his spear in the direction of the young men from the Xing family. His fighting spirit soared as he shouted, now I'll challenge you all. All of you, come at me together. Come at me together. The short 6 words were like a storm that swept through the entire scene. The crowd around the Divine Guard's battle stage was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually taken the initiative to challenge them. He had even challenged all of the Xing family's heroes at once. Crazy, he was crazy. There were at least 100 young geniuses from the Xing family present. There were also over 20 king tiers above the lower tier. Lu Ming wanted to challenge all the Xing family's young men by himself. This was an insult, a blatant insult. He was looking down on the many heroes of the Xing family. Damn it, this brat should die. Arrogant and ignorant. I'm going to kill him. The heroes of the Xing family roared in anger. What's wrong? You only know how to scream. Don't you dare to go on stage? Lu Ming continued to point his long spear at the young men and provoked them. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. The reason why Lu Ming had repeatedly provoked the Xing family today was to establish his might. That's right, show your might. Ever since he came to Tianxian City, he had been repeatedly provoked by the Xing family. Wherever he went, the Xing family would provoke him. Lu Ming was already annoyed. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. He had displayed his power and intimidated the Xing family. In this way, the Xing family would surely calm down for a period of time. Lu Ming took advantage of this period of time to improve his cultivation. This was Lu Ming's purpose. They were already mortal enemies anyway, so he wasn't afraid of offending them. Since you're looking for death, we'll fulfill your wish. Brothers, let's go and teach him a good lesson. One of the Xing family's heroes bellowed and rushed towards the Divine Guard's fighting stage at top speed. In a few breaths, he had covered a distance of 10 miles and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He didn't even try to hide his aura. Late Level 6 Martial King Realm. He was much stronger than Xingfei. Go go. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of the air being torn could be heard from all directions. The young men of the Xing family rushed up to the fighting ring and surrounded Lu Ming. 19 people. A total of 19 people. All of them were at least Level 4 Martial King Realm, and all of them were kings of the lower tier. As for those below the level of a lower tier king, there was no need for them to come up as they did not pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. And the two of us. With 2 long howls, 2 more young men from the crowd rushed up to the fighting ring. One of them was wearing a red robe while the other was wearing a green robe. The 2 of them were extremely fast. In an instant they had rushed up to the fighting ring, and the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. The peak of Level 6 Martial King Realm. It's Xing Chong and Xing Lang. Someone exclaimed. I heard that the 2 of them started their closed-door cultivation a few months ago, trying to break through to the late-stage king level. I didn't expect them to come out now. Looks like he hasn't succeeded. He's still at the initial king tier, but he's only 1 step away from the late-stage king tier. Discussions could be heard all around. On the fighting ring, the other heroes of the Xing family were also overjoyed to see the 2. I didn't expect that someone would look down on the Xing family and provoke us after I've only been in seclusion for a few months. He deserves to die 10,000 times. The blue-robed young man Xing said coldly as his eyes opened and closed like huge waves. Good. Today is a good day to show off our might. Don't let others think that our Xing family has no one else. The holy wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light, like a wild beast. A total of 21 people surrounded Lu Ming. Their combined aura was extremely terrifying. Are you all here yet? If you're all here, then let's start the battle. I'm too lazy to bet with you all on some intent crystals. Lu Ming said calmly. He looked calm as if he did not feel any pressure despite being surrounded by so many people. You're pretending to be relaxed. I'd like to see what kind of strength you have. Make your move. Xing shouted coldly. Boom. Boom. Instantly the fighting ring went berserk. 21 auras soared into the sky and the 21 attacks converged, crushing toward Lu Ming. Yes, crushed. Lu Ming could not avoid it and could only take it head-on. He's dead. Lu Ming is dead for sure. Under this move, anyone below the level of a king tier can only die. Who can you blame for your own death? Do you really think that you can be so arrogant after defeating Xing Fei and Xing Chuan? Even if he has the combat strength of a peak level 6 martial king, he's still going to die. Boom. At this moment Lu Ming exploded. The second bloodline merged with his body, and his true yuan circulated to the extreme. At the same time the fusion of the three intents erupted. An unimaginable spear light shot up into the sky. The spear radiance seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and earth. Boom. The joint attack of 21 Xing family heroes was shattered by this spear light. Buzz. Lan Yu. Lu Ming shouted, his long hair flying in the wind. The long spear in his hand grew to 1,000 meters long and swept out. A full moon appeared on the fighting ring. The moon was a move of the fire gun execution. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation level, it displayed a terrifying power. Chapter 540. 540. Everyone was shocked. Bang. Bang. The heroes of the Xing family were all sent flying backward like sandbags. With Lu Ming at the center, the heroes of the Xing family were thrown backward and then glided along the fighting ring at a high speed. They glided for several miles before they stopped, blood spurting from their mouths. All of them were level 4 martial king realm martial artists, and they could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. The level 5 martial king realm martial artists were also sent flying. They slid backward, but they did not fall to the ground. They could still stand firmly, but blood was flowing out of their mouths. Only the level 6 martial king realm martial artist was able to block the attack, but he was also forced to take dozens of steps back. Even Xing Chong and Xing Lang were forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. The encirclement of the Xing family's heroes was shattered by Lu Ming's attack. Boom. Boom. Below the stage, countless people saw this scene and completely lost control of their emotions. Their auras exploded out and their eyes widened as they roared. 3 types of concepts of heaven and earth. Lu Ming has comprehended 3 types of concepts of heaven and earth. 3 kinds of heaven and earth will, all condensed into will runes, and 2 of them have been cultivated to the initial level 1 realm. How did he do it? Impossible. Cultivating so many intents will create resistance between each other. How did he do it? How did it happen? He's too strong. The people from the Xing family were no match for him at all. They were defeated in one move. He didn't even use his full strength just now. Otherwise he would have killed Xing Chuan and Xing Fei in one move. So he wasn't being arrogant. He had the ability to do so. I understand now, those soul-sealing jade plates, how did he get them? By plotting against others. This was completely obtained by him killing the corpse guards. He completely has this strength. Many people around them were shouting. They couldn't control their excitement. They didn't even care if their words would offend the Xing family. It was too shocking. Why is it like this? Sacred Glory's old eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The aura from his body spread uncontrollably, and many people around him retreated in shock. However, he did not feel anything at all. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, full of disbelief. 3 kinds of heaven and earth intent realms all. He had cultivated intent runes and 2 types of level 1 lower tier. Why? Xing Wushuang seemed to have lost his soul. He stared at Lu Ming and kept muttering. He found it hard to accept all this. In the past he had mocked Lu Ming for cultivating multiple concepts at the same time and that he would never achieve anything. However, he had not condensed an intent rune when he cultivated one intent. Lu Ming, on the other hand, cultivated 3 intents and had condensed intent runes. 2 of them had even reached level 1 lower tier. Compared to Lu Ming, he was simply trash. No, he could not even be compared to trash. He was like dung. In this instant his heart of martial arts collapsed. The aura on his body fluctuated and his eyes were listless. During this period of time, Lu Ming had dealt him a series of blows. Now just a moment ago this blow had finally reached its peak and shattered his heart of martial arts. Once the heart of martial arts was broken, it would be difficult for him to advance further in martial arts. In other words, Xing Wushuang would never be able to break through to the Martial King realm. It was ridiculous. Back then he said that Lu Ming would never be able to break through to the Martial King realm. Now he was the one who had to accept the truth. You're really trash. On the side, Xing Yao noticed Xing Wushuang's condition and shouted coldly. In the fighting ring, Xing Chong, Xing Lang and the others were also shocked. One move. Lu Ming had only used one move, but the power contained in that move was too terrifying. It far exceeded the peak of the 6th level Martial King realm. You want to cripple me with just this bit of strength. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his long hair flying in the wind, his aura wild. Lu Ming, you're quite capable indeed. How about this, let's call this a draw. Xing Chong looked at Lu Ming and shouted with a hint of fear in his eyes. The Xing family was completely doomed in this battle. However, if it ended in a draw, it would be better for the Xing family's reputation. In the surroundings, some people revealed looks of disdain. It was obvious that Xing Chong was afraid. A draw? Do you think you have the right to fight me to a draw? Lu Ming laughed and walked towards Xing Chong, Xing Lang and the rest with his spear in hand. Lu Ming, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xing Chong roared and retreated. Nonsense, either admit defeat or fight. Lu Ming berated. Lu Ming, that's enough. Die. Holy Light shouted coldly, his eyes cold. Old man, is it your turn to interject on the Divine Guard battle platform? Lu Ming did not even turn his head and scolded him directly. You. Xing Yao was a peak king and an elder of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. When had he ever been scolded by a junior like this? He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming did not stop and walked toward Xing Chong and the rest. Damn it, let's attack together. Xing Chong bellowed. He knew that he could not avoid this battle. There was only one battle. If they didn't even dare to fight and admitted defeat, they would definitely not become a laughingstock. They would also be punished by the Xing family. Kill. Kill. Xing Chong, Xing Lang and the others roared and unleashed their full power. A green divine bird flew above Xing Chong's head. The will of wind spread out and a gale swept out. On top of the sacred wolf's head was a giant wolf. On the giant wolf's body, raging flames soared into the sky, and the concept of fire covered the sky. There were also a few other level 6 and level 5 Martial King realm experts. In total there were 10 of them. Kill. 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 The 10 attacks were aimed at Lu Ming from different angles. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and dozens of 3-colored true dragons flew out, pouncing on the 10 Xing family heroes. As for Lu Ming, he took a step forward and rushed towards Xing Chong and Xing Lang. Buzz. The huge spear radiance, thicker than a water tank, was blasted toward the 2 of them. The 2 of them were shocked and tried to block it with their ultimate moves, but it was useless. They were hit by the huge spear radiance and were sent flying backward with blood spurting out of their mouths. He flew out several miles before he finally stabilized his body. Below the fighting ring, countless people looked at Lu Ming's figure on the fighting ring in shock. At that moment, Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He was undefeatable. A peerless genius. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. Perhaps in another 3 to 5 years, Lu Ming will be on the list of top 1,000 talents. Think so too. As long as Lu Ming maintains this momentum, he'll be on the list of top 1,000 talents in 3 years or 5 years at most. In that case, we'll have 2 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Xianxia region. Below the stage, some people were discussing in low voices. All of you just admit defeat. Lu Ming stared at Xing Chong and Xing Lang. You want us to admit defeat? Impossible. Lu Ming, unless you throw us out of the Divine Guard's fighting ring, don't even think about us admitting defeat. The Sacred Wolf shouted. At least you have some backbone. I'll fulfill your wish then. Lu Ming strode forward. Chapter 541. 541 The Sacred Star. The crowd stared at the fighting ring. They felt that the battle was about to end. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distance. Lu Ming, you dare. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of divine light shot over from the distance. The speed of the divine light was too fast. It crossed the void in an instant and shot towards the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He could sense that this beam of divine light contained a terrifying power and killing intent. His body instantly tensed up and all the hair on his body stood on end. This was an instinctive reaction. He felt a fatal threat from this divine light. Without any hesitation he retreated. At the same time his 9-dragon bloodline burst out, and the devouring power filled the surroundings. The vital essence in his body circulated to the extreme, and the 3 heaven and earth realms merged together and surged toward the spear. True Dragon Strike. He thrust his spear forward and a huge 3-colored true dragon flew out and collided with the divine light. Boom! A heaven-shaking boom rang out as the divine light pierced through the 3-colored true dragon. The 3 intents of heaven and earth that it contained also collapsed. Whoosh! The divine light did not stop and continued to stab Lu Ming. Gakudo Path Attack. At the critical moment, Lu Ming stopped his retreat. He became one with the spear and turned into a spear ray, piercing forward. Boom! The tip of the spear accurately pierced the divine light. In an instant, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him along the long spear. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a huge hammer. His body slid back along the fighting ring in a frenzy. It kept sliding for several miles before it stopped. He only felt the blood in his entire body surging, and the arm holding the spear trembled slightly. Kacha! At this moment, the tip of the demon's subduing spear made a cracking sound and cracks appeared on it. Then the cracks grew more and more. Finally, with a bang, the tip of the demon's subduing spear exploded into pieces and scattered on the ground. The demon's subduing spear finally could not withstand Lu Ming's powerful strength and the bombardment of the divine light. It exploded. However, Lu Ming had successfully blocked the divine light. Who is it? Lu Ming looked in the direction of the divine light. Not only him at this moment, everyone also looked in that direction. A slender figure wearing a 7-star robe with his hands behind his back was approaching step by step. Everyone's hearts trembled. Xianxia City had a no-fly zone, so ordinary kings couldn't walk in the air. Only peak-tier kings could barely walk in the air. This person was very young, about 24 or 25 years old. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like stars, and he was extremely handsome. The light of the stars surrounded his body, making him look like a god who had descended to the world. The sacred constellation, it's the sacred constellation. Someone roared. It's over. Lu Ming is finished. I didn't expect that the sacred constellation would be attracted here. This time Lu Ming is really finished. Heavens, the sacred constellation's cultivation seems to have improved. He can actually walk in the air. Could he have already broken through to the peak king tier? Many people were shocked. A peak tier king at such a young age was simply too shocking. That's not right. The sacred constellation has not broken through to peak king tier. It should still be at the peak of the 9th level martial king realm, still at the level of a king tier of the upper tier. However, his strength is too strong, no weaker than a peak king tier. That's why he can walk in the air. A white-haired old man explained. At the scene there were other elders besides the elders from Xingyao. This white-haired old man was one of them. Oh. So that's how it is, that's still amazing. The others sighed. How old was the sacred constellation? He was only 25 years old, but he was already at the peak level 9 martial king realm. Did that mean that he had the chance to open the spiritual ocean and become a mighty warrior before the age of 30? Countless gazes were fixed on the young man in the sky. Holy Star. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the sacred constellation. Ever since he came to Tianxian City, Lu Ming had heard this name many times. Saint Xianxia, the #1 genius of the Tianxian region and a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory, was the idol of many young geniuses in the Tianxian region. The other so-called geniuses of the Tianxian region were like candlelight and the bright moon in front of the holy star. They couldn't be compared. The holy star stepped on the air and came to the sky above the divine guard fighting ring. It looked down at Lu Ming and in its eyes, there seemed to be stars shining. Young Master Xingchen. When Xingchong, Xinglang and the rest saw Lu Ming, they hurriedly saluted him. Their faces were filled with apprehension as if they were very afraid of the holy star. The sacred constellation was the successor of the Xing family. In the future he would definitely be in charge of the Xing family. It could be said that their fates were all under the control of the sacred constellation. They were naturally afraid of the holy star. Holy constellation only glanced at them indifferently, expressionless, and said indifferently, "All of you retreat and recuperate." Yes, yes. Sheng Chong and the rest helped each other down the fighting ring as if they had been granted amnesty. After that, the holy star's gaze turned to Lu Ming again. "You're Lu Ming. You've got guts to hurt so many people from the Xing family." Saint Xingchen said indifferently. No emotions could be heard in his voice. "It's just a fair fight on the Divine Guard battle platform," Lu Ming said. "Hee hee." Xingchen chuckled and said, "You're not bad. I just happen to need a stableman to lead the horses. You can report to work as a stableman for 3 years first. If you perform well, you'll naturally be promoted." Saint Starlight stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with a commanding tone, as if this matter had already been decided. Many people in the surroundings were shocked. They had never expected that the sacred constellation would let Lu Ming off so easily. He even asked Lu Ming to be his groom. In the eyes of many people, being able to become a coachman for the holy constellation was a matter of supreme glory. He was a trusted aide of the holy constellation, and his status would rise with the tide. A casual word from him would cause many emperors of large countries to be in fear and revere. Moreover, he might even receive guidance from the holy star. What an honor this was. In the eyes of many, this was not a punishment but a reward. It seems that Lu Ming's talent has been valued by the holy star. Someone sighed. Detestable. Sheng Wushuang gritted his teeth. He was extremely jealous of Lu Ming. If this opportunity were to fall into his hands, he would wake up smiling even in his dreams. Now this opportunity fell on Lu Ming. "Do you think Lu Ming will agree?" someone asked in low voice. "Nonsense, of course he'd agree. Who's the holy star? Lu Ming is a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although he's very talented, I estimate that there's still a huge gap between him and the holy star. It's not bad that he can become a groom for the holy star." That's right. If he didn't agree, the holy constellation definitely wouldn't let him off. In such a situation he would definitely agree. That's right, being a stableman for the holy constellation isn't something to be ashamed of. Many people in the surroundings were making guesses out of curiosity. However, no one noticed that the corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Chapter 542. 542 Meeting Mulan again. Sacred constellation, right? There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face as he stared at the sacred constellation. At this moment the entire place quieted down. Everyone looked at Lu Ming to see how he would answer. "Holy Star, I think you're not bad either. My family's courtyard is lacking a gatekeeper. Pack up and quickly go report. A clear voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth, but it was like a storm that swept the entire scene. Everyone was stunned. After a long while there was a loud noise. Lu Ming, he rejected it. Not only did he refuse, he even asked the sacred constellation to guard the door for him. Heavens, how dare he? This is just adding fuel to the fire. Not only did he refuse, but he also asked the holy constellation to guard his door. Does he have the qualifications? All around there was a wave of excited discussion. How dare you, Lu Ming? How dare you speak to the young master of the Xing family like that? The young master of Xianxia is looking up to you by letting you be his coachman. Many people seek knowledge but can't get it. You actually dare to speak like this. You're simply arrogant, ignorant, and stubborn. On the side, Sacred Glory scolded loudly. As for Xing Wushuang, he was about to die from laughter. He was overjoyed. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would agree to it. Rejected it? Saint Constellation's face was still calm, and no expression could be seen as he asked indifferently. Nonsense. It's their business if the others are willing to be your dogs, but why would I, Lu Ming, do that? In this world no one can make me a horse groom, including you, Holy Star. Lu Ming said loudly. As soon as this remark came out, it caused a wave of curses for a short time. Nest, how ignorant and arrogant. Who does he think he is? You're a little talented, but you really think you're number one in the world. How ridiculous. He's comparing himself to the sacred constellation. Who does he think he is? What right does he have to be mentioned in the same breath as the young master of Xianxia? At this moment, Holy Star's expression finally turned cold. With a wave of his hand as if there was a huge magical power, the entire scene immediately quieted down. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, I'll cripple you. A cold voice came out of Xianxia's mouth. Boom. In the next moment, the starlight on the holy constellation burned like a flame, illuminating the entire sky. Star Intent Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the world, other than the 9 common concepts of heaven and earth such as wind, fire, and thunder, there were also many special concepts. However, these special concepts were usually extremely difficult to comprehend, but their power was usually extremely powerful. The Star Intent Realm was such a special intent realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the light of the stars condensed into dozens of long swords. They pierced through the air and aimed at Lu Ming's vital parts. Wherever the stars passed, terrifying sonic booms were created. You can't take it head-on. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. The sacred constellation was too powerful, and it was not something he could resist at all. Retreat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. He took a step forward and retreated at an extreme speed. His speed was terrifying. You still want to leave in front of me? Xianxia shouted. The starlight on his body became even more dazzling. At the same time, above Lu Ming's head, streams of starlight fell from the sky, condensing into a huge hand that pressed down on Lu Ming. This huge hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air above Lu Ming's head. He could not avoid it. Block it. Lu Ming growled. Two types of blood vessels burst forth and a lower lever 5 spear appeared in his hand. His vital essence circulated wildly and 3 types of concepts burst forth. He thrust the spear at the star hand. Boom. With a deafening boom, Lu Ming's body fell from the sky like a meteorite. He crashed heavily at the edge of the fighting ring and coughed up blood. Bang. The lower lever 5 spear in Lu Ming's hands shattered into pieces. A mantis trying to block a car, overestimating your own strength. It's just a meaningless struggle. Holy Star's eyes were indifferent. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming from above, like an emperor who ruled over everything. Holy Star, what the hell are you pretending for? Do you really think you're a heaven's favorite who can look down on everything? You're only ranked 998th on the list of top 1,000 talents, and there are a lot of people who are stronger than you. What are you so arrogant for? Also, how old are you? You're 5 years older than me. What's there to be proud of? If I cultivate for another 5 years, I can defeat you with one finger. Lu Ming roared. He stood up straight and stared at the sacred constellation with bright eyes. His words made many people's eyes light up. Indeed, how old was Lu Ming now? At the age of the sacred constellation, it would be too exaggerated to say that a finger could suppress the sacred constellation, but it might not necessarily be unable to reach the height of the sacred constellation. Previously, everyone had witnessed Lu Ming's combat strength and talent. Some people felt that Lu Ming had the potential to be on the list of top 1,000 talents. You're quite self-confident. On the path of martial arts, one step is stronger than the other. You will never be my opponent. I'm not interested. So I'll just cripple you first. A cold voice came out of Xianxia's mouth. Starlight surged around him and he was about to launch the next wave of attack. It seems that I can only use the Thunder Cauldron. With my current cultivation, I can definitely kill the sacred constellation with a single strike if I use the Thunder Cauldron. However, I've also lost the power to resist. But now I have no choice. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He immediately focused his mind and communicated with the lightning cauldron. Between Lu Ming's brows, a faint light flickered with wisps of lightning energy. He could control the lightning cauldron at any time to deliver a fatal blow. Stop. At this moment, a soft shout was heard. Gah. Immediately after, a bird's cry was heard. Everyone saw a large green eagle flying over at high speed. 2 figures were standing on the eagle. Mu Xun and senior sister Mu Lan. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The 2 people on the eagle's back were Mu Lan and Mu Xun. That's Miss Mu Lan. What is Miss Mu Lan doing here? Many people were curious. Sacred Constellation's eyes flickered slightly, and the starlight on his body also calmed down, not continuing to attack. Gah! The condor screeched, and in the next moment, it appeared in the sky above the Divine Guard fighting ring. Mu Lan and Mu Xun jumped down from the eagle's back and appeared on the Divine Guard fighting ring. Lu Ming, are you all right? Mu Lan immediately walked toward Lu Ming with a look of concern in her eyes. It's just a small injury. I'm fine. Senior sister Mu Lan, it's been a long time since we last met. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It had been more than a year since he last saw Mu Lan. She had become more mature and charming. The curves on her body were even more shocking. One look at her and one would be unable to suppress the urge in their heart. Countless eyes were fixed on Mu Lan from all around. It's been a long time indeed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to come this far. You didn't disappoint me. Mu Lan revealed a faint smile. Get out of the way. This brat has injured many of our Xing family's heroes. He's too arrogant. Let me cripple this brat first. Holy Constellation coldly spoke. Chapter 543. 543 The battle in half a year. The moment Mu Lan arrived, she was chatting and laughing with Lu Ming as if there was no one else around. This made the murderous intent in his heart surge. Sacred Constellation, let him go. Let Lu Ming go. Mu Lan then turned around and looked at the Sacred Constellation. What did you just say? Holy Constellation's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sacred Constellation, with me here today, don't even think about harming a single hair on his head. Mu Lan said. Mu Lan. The killing intent in Xianxia's eyes was like a storm. Mu Lan was his fiancée from the Sacred Constellation. However, she was now protecting another man in front of everyone. Where was his face now? At this moment, the killing intent in the heart of the Sacred Constellation towards Lu Ming had not weakened. Instead, it had become stronger. Originally, I only wanted to cripple him. But now he must die. A cold and emotionless voice came out of Xianxia's mouth. You dare. Mu Lan stood in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, the surrounding audience looked at each other. Some quick-witted ones had already noticed something and revealed strange expressions. Mu Lan, you think you can stop me? Get out of my way. With a wave of Sacred Constellation's hand, starlight burst forth like ribbons of light, entangling Mu Lan and Mu Xun. Boom. Boom. Mulan and Mu Xun released their powerful auras. After not seeing each other for a while, Mulan had already reached the Martial King realm, and Mu Xun had also reached the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King realm. However, it was all in vain. Under the starlight of the sacred constellation, he had no power to resist at all. He was directly entangled by the starlight and pulled to the side of the sacred constellation. Senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming roared. Lu Ming. Mulan also shouted. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you now. Die. Under the pressure of the sacred stars, there was only cold killing intent. Previously he had thought that Lu Ming was talented and wanted to take him in for his own use. Now he was determined to kill him. Boom. A cold killing intent and a powerful aura burst out from Xianxia's body. He clenched his fist in the air and a starry sword appeared in his hand. It's still not certain who will live and who will die on the holy star. Lu Ming's eyes were also extremely cold as he stared at the sacred constellation. Wisps of lightning swam between his eyebrows. You. Holy Star sneered contemptuously. He took a step forward and the Divine Guard's battle platform rumbled violently. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly and the ruthlessness in his eyes intensified. He knew that even if he could kill the sacred constellation with the Thunder Cauldron, he would not be able to survive. The other members of the Xing family would not let him go. Furthermore, the secret of the Thunder Cauldron would be exposed. But now he had no other choice. Stop. Holy Star, I promise you. As long as you let Lu Ming go, I promise to marry you a year later. At this moment Mulan shouted. Holy Constellation's figure paused and stopped. He then turned around and looked at Mulan. It seems that this kid really has some weight in your heart. You don't have to worry about that. I promise to marry you in a year's time. As long as you let Lu Ming go, I'd rather die than marry you if you kill him. Mulan said. Senior sister Mulan, you can't. Lu Ming roared. However, Mulan ignored Lu Ming. She only stared at the sacred constellation. Okay, I promise you, but not 1 year later but half a year later. After half a year you and I get married and I'll let this kid go. Holy Star said coldly. Half a year. Mulan gritted her teeth. She glanced at Lu Ming and said, all right, I promise you. Seeing that Mulan had agreed, Sacred Constellation waved its hand, and the starlight that had wrapped around Mulan and Mu Xun dissipated. The two of them regained their freedom. Once the two of them regained their freedom, they walked toward Lu Ming. Senior sister Mulan, why did you agree to him? He might not be able to kill me. Lu Ming said, his heart full of unwillingness. Mulan smiled faintly. She thought that Lu Ming was speaking in a fit of anger and did not take it to heart. Chapter 544. 544 The Fourth Region. Do you think there's any hope for Lu Ming in 6 months? How is that possible? In half a year's time, the Holy Star would have entered the Peak King's realm. How could Lu Ming have any hope? There's no hope at all. I think so too, but I'm still looking forward to it. Me too. We can't miss this opportunity in half a year. The crowd was in a heated discussion. At this moment, Sacred Constellation did not say anything more. It turned around and stepped into the air, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This Lu Ming has escaped again. Xing Wushuang said through gritted teeth. So what if you escape this time? He'll still die in half a year, so I'll just let him live for another half a year. Sacred Light snorted. But Xing Wushuang was still worried. Lu Ming was simply too freakish. During this period of time, Lu Ming's cultivation would increase explosively every once in a while. Xing Wushuang was already a little afraid. He was afraid that the next time they met he would not know what level Lu Ming had reached. Even if Lu Ming has some talent, do you really think that he can catch up to the young master of Xianxia in just half a year? That's impossible. Xingyao said. Not bad, not bad. Xing Wushuang kept consoling himself, but he was still very nervous. Then the crowd slowly dispersed. However, the news of Lu Ming challenging the Holy Star in half a year's time, as well as the news of Xing Wushuang and Mulan's marriage, spread like a hurricane. It caused an earthquake-like sensation. On the Divine Guard battle platform, Lu Ming, you shouldn't have challenged the sacred constellation. Mulan cast a reproachful glance at Lu Ming. However, she did not know why, but she was happy. She knew that Lu Ming had challenged Xing Wushuang mostly because of her. Senior sister Mulan, why do you have so little confidence in me? Don't worry, I'll beat Xing Wushuang up so badly that he can't marry you in half a year. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're still so confident. Mulan rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. AI, senior sister Mulan, by the way, why don't you want to marry the sacred constellation? This guy, although he has an arrogant expression that makes me unhappy, but to be honest, he's quite capable and he's not bad looking either. Wait, don't tell me you're not marrying him because you like me? Lu Ming stared at Mulan with a smile. Take a fancy to you? Stop dreaming. Mulan pouted and her face turned red. He then sighed. No one wanted their fate to be decided since they were young. Moreover, it's hard to say when it comes to matters of the heart. Although the sacred constellation is a genius, it just doesn't have any feelings for him. Oh. Lu Ming seemed to be smiling. Cough cough. At this moment Mu Xun, who was at the side, coughed a few times and said, shouldn't we leave this place first? Yes, let's go. Mulan's face reddened as she hastily said. Lu Ming's gaze and smile made her a little overwhelmed. Then Mulan beckoned for the eagle in the sky to leave. She, Lu Ming, and Mu Xun walked down the fighting ring and headed to a street. Lu Ming, where are you staying now? Mulan asked. You're blocking houses in the city. Lu Ming said. Oh, how about this? You can move to the 4th district. You can cultivate faster in the 4th district. I'll arrange a courtyard for you. Mulan said. Mulan's father was the palace master of the Profound Sky Sub-Palace, so he had the authority to arrange a courtyard in the 4th area. Then the three of them walked toward the 4th area. The 4th region was separated by city walls, and experts were guarding the city gates. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter or they would be killed without mercy. However, with Mulan and Mu Xun leading the way, Lu Ming naturally entered the 4th area without any obstacles. What a strong spiritual qi of heaven and earth. What a strong will of heaven and earth. As soon as he entered the 4th area, Lu Ming was amazed. He found that the spiritual qi here was so dense that it was almost tangible. The intent realm of heaven and earth was even stronger than the Dao Enlightenment Palace in the east. It was hard for one's cultivation not to improve after living here for a long time. It was no wonder that there were so many experts and martial king realm experts in the younger generation of the Xing family. In such an environment, even a pig would be able to cultivate to a decent realm. Mulan and Mu Xun led Lu Ming deeper into the 4th area. Soon they arrived in front of a courtyard. Miss Mulan. An old man bowed to Mulan at the entrance of the courtyard. Yes. Elder Qian, Lu Ming will be staying in this courtyard in the future. Mulan pointed at Lu Ming. Elder Qian glanced at Lu Ming, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then nodded and said, yes. Lu Ming, let's go in and take a look at the environment. Mulan smiled. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them walked into the courtyard. In terms of size, this courtyard wasn't as big as the East Heaven courtyard in the east. This was normal. This was the 4th region of Xianxia city. Its value was terrifyingly high. Naturally, it wouldn't be that big. However, the decorations were very elegant and very suitable for cultivation, comprehension of intent and martial arts techniques. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The three of them walked around and returned to the courtyard. Lu Ming, this token is for you. With this token you can freely enter and exit the 4th area. Mulan took out a purple token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and kept it. Senior sister Mulan, I wonder if there are any inscription masters in Xianxia city. I would like to ask them to help me forge a spear. Lu Ming asked. The demon subduing spear's tip had already shattered. As for the ordinary lower level 5 spears, Lu Ming still had 2 of them which he had gotten from others. However, they were of lower level 5 and were not of much use. Of course, there are inscription masters in Xianxia City, and there's more than one. What grade of spiritual weapon do you want to make? Mulan asked. It'd better be a level 6 one. Lu Ming said. Level 6. Mulan and Mu Xian were both shocked. A 6th level spirit weapon was a spirit weapon used by Sea of Soul realm experts. Its power was extremely terrifying, but the materials it required were also frighteningly expensive. Lu Ming actually wanted to refine a level 6 spear. Lu Ming nodded. His cultivation was progressing very quickly, and his true essence was too abundant, 10 times that of an ordinary person. The martial skills he cultivated were also extremely overbearing, and the requirements for spirit weapons were extremely high. Normal spirit weapons wouldn't be able to withstand his explosive power. The material of the demon's subduing spear was already very good, but it still couldn't withstand it. Only a 6th level spiritual weapon would be enough for Lu Ming to use for a while. Lu Ming, the price of refining a 6th level spiritual weapon is terrifyingly high. I don't have that many spiritual crystals on me. Mulan said. Chapter 545. 545 Level 6 Master of Inscription. Senior Sister Mulan, don't worry about this. I'll take care of it. Lu Ming said with a smile. He had nearly 9 million pieces of supreme spiritual crystals on him, which was enough to make a 6th level spiritual weapon. Mu Xian and Mulan were both very surprised. Lu Ming could even afford a 6th level spiritual weapon? It seemed that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Good. There's a rank 6 inscriber in Xianxia City. He's my father's good friend, but he's not free these 2 days. How about this? I'll come find you 3 days later and take you to see that inscriber master. Mulan said. All right, sure. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect that there would really be a level 6 inscription master in Xianxia City. A level 6 forging grandmaster was extremely rare, and their status was even higher than that of normal Sea of Soul realm experts. In the entire Xianxia region, Sea of Soul realm experts were extremely rare and limited. Every single one of them was a figure who could rule the Xianxia region. The 3 realms of the spiritual god were the spiritual ocean realm, the spiritual embryo realm, and the spiritual god realm. Each realm was extremely profound. At the same time, the power one could control was also extremely terrifying. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was not something that the martial king realm could compare with. Above the spiritual god realm was the martial emperor realm. The peak of the spiritual god realm was also known as the Supreme. The 9 Suns Supreme was at the peak of the spiritual god realm, only 1 step away from the martial royal realm. Of course, Lu Ming was still miles away from that level. Now was not the time to think about that. Lu Ming then chatted with Mulan and Mu Xian for a while. Lu Ming, you should recuperate first. Mulan instructed with some concern, then left the place with Mu Xian. After Mulan and Mu Xian left, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and started to recuperate. Previously, Lu Ming had received 2 attacks from the Holy Star and was severely injured. He knew very well that he did not use much strength in the 2 moves of the Holy Star. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have been able to withstand it. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. He believed that he would be fully recovered in less than a day. Half a year. I'll need more resources if I want to catch up to the sacred constellation in half a year. The most important thing is the essence realm of heaven and earth. As long as I can improve the essence realm of heaven and earth, I can keep improving my cultivation as long as I have supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Now that Lu Ming had the path understanding ancient tree, he could comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth very quickly. However, he was not satisfied. At this rate, he would not be able to catch up to the Holy Star in half a year. Intent crystals. If I have a large number of intent crystals and the path understanding ancient tree, my comprehension of the intent realm of heaven and earth will be much faster. Only then will I be able to catch up to the sacred planet. Lu Ming was deep in thought. To be honest, Lu Ming was under a lot of pressure too. The main reason was that the time was too short. He only had half a year. In half a year I must defeat the sacred constellation. If I can't defeat the sacred constellation, how can I fight against martial Emperor De in the future? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his gaze determined. Then Lu Ming took out the path understanding ancient tree and placed it by his side. He then took out a fire-type profound meaning crystal. He planned to improve his fire concept first. Now Lu Ming's fire concept had reached the early stage of level 1 lower tier, which was only slightly weaker than the thunder concept. However, Lu Ming had 320 fire-type esoteric crystals. He was also the fastest one to comprehend the concept of fire. Gotcha. Lu Ming squeezed hard and crushed the fire-type esoteric crystal. Wisps of intent lingered around Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the concept of fire. Originally, the intent realm of heaven and earth in this area was stronger than in the Dao Comprehension Palace. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of fire had reached a terrifying speed. His comprehension of the fire concept had increased rapidly. Gotcha. A piece of fire-type esoteric crystal had been used up. Lu Ming crushed another one. One piece after another. A day had passed and Lu Ming had consumed a total of 20 fire-type profound meaning crystals. Lu Ming's fire concept had broken through in one fell swoop, reaching the middle stage of level 1 lower tier, catching up to the thunder concept. Fast, it was too fast. A day's time was equivalent to a year or even longer for others. At this moment Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. Continue. Lu Ming kept taking out fire-type ultimacy crystals and crushing them to continue his comprehension. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days he had agreed to meet with Mulan had already passed. In less than 3 days, Lu Ming had consumed a total of 60 pieces of fire-type esoteric crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of fire had already reached the peak of the middle stage of level 1 lower tier. He was just a step away from the late stage of level 1 lower tier. The comprehension of concept became more and more difficult the further one went. As long as his intent realm reached the later stage of level 1 lower tier, Lu Ming's cultivation would be able to advance again and reach level 5 martial king realm. If one's intent didn't improve, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation. On this day Mulan arrived at Lu Ming's courtyard on time. Lu Ming, let's go. I'll bring you to the Master of Inscription. Mulan said. All right. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was looking forward to it. Mulan led Lu Ming deeper into the city. There were very few pedestrians on the streets of the fourth area. Presumably he was either training outside or working hard to cultivate in seclusion. Lu Ming followed Mulan and turned left and right before they arrived in front of a dilapidated stone house. This is the residence of that great master of inscription. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yes, this master has a strange temper, but he is a good friend of my father. He should agree to help you, right? Mulan said. However, she didn't sound very confident. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. The two of them walked into the stone house. Inside was a small courtyard, but in the courtyard, there were piles of all kinds of scrap metal like garbage. Uncle Huang, Uncle Huang. Mulan called out in a low voice. Who is it? You've come to disturb this old man's dreams again. In the courtyard an old voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming's heart trembled. This voice seemed to ring in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around but did not see anyone. Moreover, Lu Ming could not sense any aura at all. Uncle Huang, it's me, Mulan. I need your help with something today. Mulan said in a sweet voice as her beautiful eyes looked around. So it's little Lan. Alright, I admit defeat. Tell me what's the matter. The old voice sounded again. Uncle Huang, I'm looking for you today to help me forge a 6th level spiritual weapon spear. Mulan said. A level 6 spiritual spear? The little girl really dared to ask. Was she helping the young man beside her refine it? Alright, did you bring the crystals? Did you bring the materials? An old voice sounded. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists in the air and said, I do have spiritual crystals, but I don't have the materials to forge a 6th level spiritual weapon. If you don't have the materials to forge a 6th level spiritual weapon, then fine. I'll exchange them all with spiritual crystals. I'll pay for the materials for you. It'll be a total of 5 million spiritual crystals of the highest quality. An old voice sounded. 5 million supreme spiritual crystals? Mulan's eyes widened in shock. Uncle Huang, 5 million spiritual crystals of the best quality is too expensive. On the market, a 6th-level spiritual weapon is only worth a few 100,000 spiritual crystals of the best quality. Mulan said. Chapter 546. 546 Infinite Black Gold. Indeed, a 6th-level spiritual weapon was many times more expensive than a 5th-level spiritual weapon used by a king. However, it was a bit terrifying to say that it would cost 5 million supreme spiritual crystals to make one. It was simply an exorbitant price. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, a clattering sound came from a pile of scrap metal. From the pile of scrap metal, an old man with messy hair crawled out. The old man's hair and beard were in a mess. It was unknown how long it had been since he last washed them, and they were covered in dirt. Lu Ming was stunned. The old man had been sleeping in the pile of scrap metal. Was this the level 6 master of inscription? Little girl, don't compare those scrap metals with the spiritual weapons that I've personally forged. Moreover, the 6th-level spiritual weapons that you said were worth hundreds of thousands of supreme spiritual crystals are all of the lower or middle grade. What's the use of them? The ones that I've forged are definitely at the peak of the 6th-level spiritual weapons, do you understand? As soon as the old man appeared, he ran to Mulan and shouted. Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme spiritual crystals is too expensive. Mulan said. Not to mention them, even ordinary peak-tier kings might not be able to take out 5 million supreme-tier spirit crystals. Even powerful beings of the spiritual ocean tier would feel pain. If you don't have spiritual crystals, then forget it. I don't make a losing deal. The old man waved his hand. As long as the quality of the spirit weapon is acceptable, spirit crystals aren't a problem. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Ah. Mulan looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Could it be that Lu Ming could even take out 5 million best-grade spirit crystals? The old man also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It'll be easy if you have spirit crystals. Tell me, what do you want from the spirit weapon spear? The old man asked. Every martial artist had different requirements for their spirit weapon according to the martial skill they cultivated. Some people liked nimble things while others liked heavy things. Hardness. First of all, whether it's the spear body or the spear tip, it must be absolutely tough and able to withstand an intense explosion. Also, while the spear shaft is hard, it must also be flexible and flexible. The heavier it is, the better. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and replied. Little fellow, you have quite a lot of requests. The old man grinned, then fell into deep thought. After a long while, the old man said, There aren't many people who use spears. I don't have many materials suitable for making spears either. And I do have a piece of indestructible steel that is suitable for making the spear tip. But the spear body? I do have some common materials, but I don't have anything that can meet your requirements. The old man frowned and muttered. Little guy, think about it. Since you use a spear, you should have collected some materials. Think about it, do you have any materials suitable for making a spear? If you have them, I'll take fewer spirit crystals. The old man said. Me. Lu Ming was also racking his brains, but he did not have any suitable candidates. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He moved his hand and a broken spear appeared. This broken spear was only half of its original size. The other half of the spear's tail was missing. It was the broken spear that had spurted out of the Heaven's Gate. This broken spear did not have any spirituality at all. However, its material was indeed very hard. Lu Ming did not know what material it was made of. Perhaps it could be of use. Senior, take a look at this broken spear. Buzz. Before Lu Ming could finish his sentence, a figure flashed. The broken spear in his hand had disappeared and appeared in the hands of the old man. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This elder's cultivation was unfathomable. He did not even see how the elder had attacked. The old man's eyes were now fixed on the broken spear. His originally cloudy eyes were now as bright as two light bulbs, extremely hot. The old man's hands gently caressed the spear handle. As his palms streaked across, strange runes appeared on the spear handle. This is a refining technique from the ancient times. There are inscriptions from the ancient times in it. It's a priceless treasure, a priceless treasure. Haha. The old man suddenly laughed wildly. Lu Ming and Mulan looked at each other. It was just a broken spear. What value did it have? Why did the old man say it was a priceless treasure? Little guy, where did you get this broken spear? The old man asked. I obtained it by chance in an ancient battlefield. Lu Ming told a lie. This broken spear has a long history. Although it has lost its spirituality and only half of it is left, it is a priceless treasure in my hands. The old man laughed. The old man explained when he saw Lu Ming and Mulan's puzzled expressions. The inscriptions on this spear are long-lost ancient inscriptions. They will be of great use to me. After I study them, I might be able to improve my weapon refining skills. Just this point alone makes it a priceless treasure. Little guy, give this spear to this old man. This old man will use all my strength to help you refine a spear for free. How about it? The old man looked at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming agreed readily. Anyway, the long spear was of no use to him. If he gave it to the elder, he could save 5 million best-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was more than willing to give it away. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the old man was very happy. He smiled and said, Little guy, I won't let you suffer any losses. This half of the long spear contains a rare and strange metal called the infinite black gold. If you use this metal to forge a spirit weapon, it will give it endless potential. In the future, as long as you continue to condense and melt other metals into it, this spirit weapon will be able to continuously evolve and upgrade. What? It can continuously evolve and upgrade? Lu Ming and Mulan were dumbfounded and shocked. To think that there was such a magical metal. Lu Ming's eyes were shining and burning. That's right. In ancient times, there was a lot of infinite black gold, but now the amount is getting smaller and smaller. It's a great fortune for you to be able to obtain some. After this old man studies the inscriptions on it, I'll melt this infinite black gold into your spirit weapon spear. The old man said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. Pa, no need for thanks. I should be the one thanking you. However, with such good materials, the other materials can't be bad or it would be a waste. Now the key is the material for the spear body. The old man frowned. After a while, the old man's eyes brightened. I've got it. 1,000 refined blood gold is the most suitable for the spear handle. 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The 1,000 refined blood gold is made from an extremely precious metal that has been refined thousands of times. Each time it needs to be mixed with the blood essence of a demon beast. Only after 1,000 times can it be forged. However, I don't have the 1,000 refined blood gold with me, so I'll need you to make a trip here. The old man said. I wonder where I can obtain this 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming asked. Chapter 547. 547 The Secret in the Heavenly Star Sword. In the Xianxia region, only the weapon forging sect in the north has it. It just so happens that I've done the sect master a favor. You just have to go to the weapon forging sect and tell him that I asked you to go. The sect master will definitely give you a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold. The old man explained. Oh, you're in the weapon forging sect? Mulan nodded. All right, I'll make a trip there. Lu Ming nodded. Little guy, take this small tower. It's this old man's token. This old man's name is Yellow Tower. You can just call me Old Huang in the future. The old man took out a small tower the size of a fist and threw it to Lu Ming. Yes, Elder Huang. After Lu Ming kept it, his eyes flickered and he said, Elder Huang, there's one more thing I need your help with. What is it? Speak, as long as this old man can do it, I will definitely help. Elder Huang laughed. He was in a good mood after getting the broken spear. In his eyes, Lu Ming was extremely cute. A long sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This long sword was very ordinary. It was only a second-level spirit weapon. It was the Sky Star Sword that his father had left him. Lu Yuntian had said that the Heavenly Star Sword contained the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure. However, there were inscriptions on the Heavenly Star Sword. If the Heavenly Star Sword was broken by force, the secret within would also disappear. He needed to unlock the inscription before he could open the Star Sword. In the past, Lu Ming had never looked for an inscription master to open the Heavenly Star Sword, mainly because he felt that his cultivation level was too weak. The Martial Emperor's treasure was a treasure left behind by a Martial Emperor. Without his cultivation level, even if the Martial Emperor's treasure was placed in front of him, he would not be able to obtain it. With his previous cultivation, if he really entered the Martial Emperor's treasure, he would probably be killed by any danger. Lu Ming's mind was very clear. He would not be so hot-headed as to search for the Martial Emperor's treasure the moment he heard about it. But now he had an idea. Even if he didn't go now, he would first take a look at the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure and its rough location so that he could be prepared. Elder Huang, there is something hidden in this sword, but the sword is protected by inscriptions. I would like to ask Elder Huang to remove the inscriptions on the sword. Lu Ming said. Oh, that's easy. Elder Huang took the Heavenly Star Sword and looked at it. This is just a low-level inscription, easy. Then Elder Huang's palms glowed and inscriptions glowed on his palms. He brushed them across the Heavenly Star Sword, and the inscriptions on the sword appeared and then collapsed. All right, the inscription has been broken, take it. Elder Huang returned the Heavenly Star Sword to Lu Ming. As for what was hidden in the Heavenly Star Sword, old Huang had no interest in knowing at all. Lu Ming took the Star Sword and was secretly amazed. The means of a level 6 alchemist were truly mysterious and unpredictable. Elder Huang, I would like to buy a level 5 spear. Do you have it? Currently, Lu Ming did not have any spears that were of great use. Before the level 6 spear was refined, he could only purchase a level 5 spear. I do have a few level 5 ones. A dark purple spear appeared in Elder Huang's hand. This wind lightning spear is the highest grade among the 5th level spiritual weapons. Take it, it's my gift to you. Elder Huang threw the long spear to Lu Ming. Wind lightning spear. Lu Ming took it and shook it slightly. Buzz. The spear trembled, causing the space to tremble slightly. Not bad. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This wind lightning spear was much better than the demon subduing spear. It was enough for the time being. Lu Ming kept it and expressed his gratitude to Elder Huang. Go and get the 1,000 refined blood gold as soon as possible. I'll help you forge a spear as soon as possible. Old Huang waved his hand as he stared at the broken spear. Lu Ming and Mulan left Elder Huang's stone house. Lu Ming, the weapon forging sect, is extremely far away from Xianxia city. It's in the north of Xianxia region. I heard that the battle between the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect is the most intense there. You must be careful when you go. Mulan warned, feeling a little worried. Don't worry, senior sister Mulan. I'm only going to get the 1,000 refined blood gold. I won't be joining the battle. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. Oh, when do you plan to leave? Mulan asked. Half a month later. Lu Ming said. Since Elder Huang wanted to study the inscriptions on the broken spear, he would not be able to extract the infinite black gold so quickly to help him refine the spear. Lu Ming had the wind lightning spear now and was not in a hurry. Lu Ming planned to cultivate in Xianxia city for a period of time and refine all the remaining fire-type ultimacy crystals before he set off for the weapon forging sect. Well, that's good. Mulan nodded. The two of them chatted as they walked. After a while, Mulan and Lu Ming bade farewell and went back first. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard alone. The first thing he did when he returned was to take out the Star Sword. Powerful essential core surged into the surface of the Star Sword. Lu Ming could sense that the center of the star sword was hollow and not solid. Buzz. His true essence shook violently. Now that Lu Ming's essential core was so powerful, the star sword could not withstand it at all. It cracked and shattered into pieces with a bang. Something was exposed from the star sword. This is... Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw the item inside the star sword. He was shocked. The thing inside the heavenly star sword was actually a jade sword. It was very small, about the length of a finger, and crystal clear. Most importantly, Lu Ming had seen such a jade sword before. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, in the ruins of the Dongyi tribe, Xianxia had once obtained a jade sword that was exactly the same as the one in front of her. At that time, Lu Ming had offered to exchange it with her with a king's storage ring, but Xianxia had disagreed. The jade sword that Xianxia obtained was exactly the same as the one in front of him. What was the relationship between the two jade swords? Could it be that Xianxia's sword was also related to the martial emperor's treasure? Lu Ming frowned and kept thinking in his mind. How do I use this jade sword? Lu Ming held it in his hand and played with it for a while. Then he carefully injected his essential core into the jade sword. Buzz. The jade sword trembled slightly. Then inscriptions appeared on the surface of the sword. The inscriptions glowed and a painting appeared in the air. To be more precise, it was a map with many routes marked on it. On the side of the map there was a line of words. Lu Ming took a look and came to a realization. It was indeed a map, and the jade sword was the key to the martial emperor's treasure. The key was that there were 9 keys to the martial emperor's treasure. The martial emperor's treasure could only be opened after all 9 swords were collected. 9. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that Xianxia key is most likely the key to the martial emperor's treasure. But where are the other keys? Had it already fallen into someone else's hands? How can we gather? Lu Ming kept thinking. If he wanted to go to the martial emperor's treasure, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Forget it. With my current cultivation, it'll be dangerous for me to enter the martial emperor's treasure. I'd better wait and see. Right now, cultivation is the most important thing. At the thought of this, Lu Ming carefully put away the jade sword and adjusted his state of mind. Then he began to cultivate diligently. And NBSP, he continued to use fire intent crystals to comprehend fire intent. Lu Ming's concept of fire had advanced by leaps and bounds. Chapter 548. 548. A new drawback. Half a month later, the remaining fire-type esoteric crystals had all been refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's concept of fire had reached the peak of level 1 lower tier in one go. The next step would be level 1 upper tier. The fire concept is at the peak of lower level 1 cultivation realm. Does that mean I can raise my cultivation to the peak of level 6 martial king realm now? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled and he was full of anticipation. If his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial king realm, Lu Ming was absolutely confident that he could fight against a king of the upper tier. Even a king of the upper tier of the 7th level of the martial king realm would not be his match. At the thought of this, Lu Ming immediately took out a large number of top-grade spirit crystals. He planned to increase his cultivation level first before going to the weapon forging sect. Bang! 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 A total of 50,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals exploded. The 9-dragon bloodline roared and devoured all the energy of the 50,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. Then he began to refine it crazily. However, an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. His eyes were full of doubts. What's going on? Why is it that 90% of the energy in the spirit crystal has dissipated and can't be absorbed? Why is it that the improvement of cultivation level is extremely slow? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. When he was cultivating just now, he realized that most of the energy converted from the spiritual crystals could not be absorbed and converted into vital essence. Instead, it overflowed from his body and dissipated. Most of the 50,000 spiritual crystals had been wasted. Lu Ming had never encountered such a situation before. Mentality, wind mentality. When I was training just now, the fire and thunder mentality were too strong while the wind mentality was too weak. It formed a huge gap which led to the loss of energy. Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind and finally came to this conclusion. But in the past, my thunder concept was the only outstanding one. The other two concepts didn't condense any concept runes and I didn't have this situation? What's going on? Could it be that the other two intents didn't form intent runes at that time, so there was no problem? But once they both formed intent runes, this situation occurred? Yes, that must be it. At the thought of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. The disadvantages of cultivating many different intents were finally starting to show. When all of the intents condensed into intent runes, all of the intents had to be maintained at a rough balance in order to increase cultivation. If multiple intents lost their balance, it would be very difficult to increase cultivation. Right now, the fire concept was much stronger than the wind concept. It had exceeded a certain level. It was no wonder that others said that cultivating several concepts at the same time would become more difficult in the later stages. This didn't just mean that there would be a huge resistance when forming intent runes. That was only one of the reasons. And when many wills were condensed into will runes, an even greater disadvantage appeared. He had to cultivate many different intents at the same time to maintain balance in order to raise his cultivation. If you give up on other domains and only cultivate one domain after you form all the domain runes, then no matter how high your domain is, it will be very difficult for your cultivation level to increase. If someone wanted to improve one intent first, then improve their cultivation and then go back to improve the other intent, it would not work. This was equivalent to stepping on a road of no return. Once you set foot on it, you would have to walk to the end. However, a person's energy was extremely limited and so was his lifespan. He had to maintain multiple intents at the same time in order to raise his cultivation. This speed was too slow. In history, there were people who cultivated many intents at the same time, but in the end, because they had to comprehend every intent, their cultivation speed was extremely slow. In the end, their lifespans ran out and they died. Some people were also peerless geniuses. If they cultivated only one intent realm, their achievements would be limitless. However, in the end, they were too ambitious and died on this path. There were too few people who could walk this path and they were all rare geniuses. Next, if I had known, I wouldn't have cultivated the concept of fire to such a high level. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. However, Lu Ming was not too worried. He had the path understanding ancient tree. Even if he cultivated 3 concepts at the same time, he would be faster than others. Moreover, as long as the path understanding ancient tree grew, the speed of his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth would be even faster. Forget it. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the wind mentality. I wanted to put the wind mentality aside, but it seems that I can't. I'd better head to the weapon forging sect first. I'll cultivate as I travel. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming got up and left the courtyard. Not long after, Lu Ming left Xianxia city, rose into the air and flew north. The weapon forging sect was located in the north of the Xianxia region, at the intersection of the central and northern parts of the Xianxia region. It was extremely far from Xianxia city. Now, the northern part of the palace had long been occupied by the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the vast territory was completely under the control of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Right now, the region where the weapon forging sect was located was at the forefront of the battle between the Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. It was extremely chaotic there. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Not long after he left Tianxian City, he rushed into a huge mountain and captured a storm eagle at the Half-Step King realm. He sat cross-legged on the storm eagle and headed towards the weapon forging sect. The speed of the Gale Eagle was extremely fast. A Gale Eagle of the Half-Step King realm was not any slower than some of the martial kings. It also had excellent endurance. Lu Ming could use it to travel while cultivating and comprehending the intent of wind at the same time. Lu Ming took out the path understanding ancient tree and placed it by his side. He then took out a wind ultimacy crystal. He had a total of 40 wind intent crystals on him, all of which he had won from the bet with the Sheng clan. He crushed the esoteric crystal and started to comprehend the concept of wind. Just like that, Lu Ming hurried on his journey and cultivated at the same time. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a month's time he'd refined all 40 wind attribute intent crystals, and his wind intent had also made a breakthrough. He was only one step away from the initial stage of level 1. At this moment, Lu Ming had also arrived at the territory near the weapon forging sect. This territory was in the middle of the war between the Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. The weapon forging sect was also a subsidiary force of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Naturally, they would stand on the side of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and oppose the Heavenly Corpse sect. Go! Lu Ming patted the Gale Eagle that he had been riding for a month. Then he moved and flew forward alone. At this point the Gale Eagle was no longer of any use. Who? Lu Ming had not flown for long when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. 2 huge coffins stopped in front of him. They were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. I'm in luck today. I just came out for a walk and met a little brat. He seems to have a good cultivation level. I can take him back and use him as a new corpse refining target. A dry laugh came from the coffin. This one should be mine today. The next one should be yours. An unpleasant voice came from the other coffin. Alright, I'll let you have it. Let's finish this quickly and get rid of this little brat. Then we'll go elsewhere to see if there's any prey. The voice from the coffin came out again. The prey you're talking about, is it me? Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face. Nonsense. Who else could it be if not you? Little brat, don't even think about escaping. You can't escape from the 2 of us. The shriveled voice from before sounded again. Chapter 549. 549 Making a Move. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered coldly. Then he condensed a long spear with his vital essence. The long spear expanded rapidly and became 1,000 meters long. He whipped it at the 2 coffins. His power was extremely shocking. But not good. This is a lower tier king tier. How is that possible? 2 panicked screams came from the coffin. At the same time the coffin flew backward trying to escape. But how could he escape? Boom. The huge spear radiance hit the 2 coffins directly. The coffins exploded and 6 figures emerged from them. 2 old corpse guards and 4 refined corpses. The 2 corpse guards and the 4 refined corpses were both at the level 3 Martial King realm. However, they could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming's spear. And NBSP, the spear light enveloped them and suppressed them. The 2 corpse guards cried out in pain as they were torn to pieces along with the 4 refined corpses. With a roll of his Zhenyuan he kept the 2 storage rings. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. After about a few hundred miles, a series of rumbling sounds came from ahead. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment. Then he walked in the direction of the sound. 10 miles away 2 parties were fighting. On one side it was obvious that they were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. On the other side there were 6 people. It was a young woman in her 20s. She was as beautiful as a flower and delicate and pleasant. There were 2 young men and 3 middle-aged men. But now the 6 of them were completely at a disadvantage and were surrounded by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect had a total of 8 corpse guards, but they had 17 refined corpses whose strength was far above those 6 people. Lu Ming quietly appeared not far away. He hid in a remote place and looked ahead. The strongest corpse guards are 2 in the middle stage of the level 4 Martial King realm. Lu Ming could tell the cultivation of everyone at a glance. On the side of the Heavenly Corpse sect, there were 2 king tiers of lower tier level 4 Martial King realm who were controlling 4 refined corpses. The other corpse guards were at the 3rd and 2nd level of the Martial King realm. Among the 6 men only 1 middle-aged man was at the peak of level 4 Martial King realm, while the other 2 were only at level 3 Martial King realm. As for the 2 young men and the young woman, they were both at level 2 Martial King realm. They had relied entirely on the middle-aged man at the peak of level 4 Martial King realm to barely resist the attacks from all sides. However, he would not be able to hold on for long. Kaka, that girl is not bad. She's pink and tender. I'll catch her and play with her. Then I'll refine her into a refined corpse and bring her with me every day. It's also a great pleasure in life. Kaka. An old corpse guard with dry skin let out an ear-piercing laugh. He was one of the 2 corpse guards at the middle level 4 Martial King realm. Old ghost, don't even think about it. I'd rather die than submit. The young woman called out with a pale face. You'd rather die than submit? When you die, I'll refine you into a refined corpse, hee hee. The old corpse guard laughed strangely. The young woman's face turned even paler. She gritted her teeth and runes appeared on her jade-like palms. With a wave of her hand, 3 combat swords danced around her and then slashed at the old corpse guard. However, it was easily blocked by a refined corpse. What an amazing attack! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with curiosity. He realized that the 6 of them had a very special way of attacking. Just like that woman, inscriptions flickered on her palms, and she actually controlled several spirit weapons at the same time to attack her opponent. Furthermore, the power that each spirit weapon unleashed was extremely powerful. The martial artists that Lu Ming had seen in the past would usually use a spirit weapon in order to unleash the strongest power of some martial arts techniques. For example, Lu Ming could unleash the strongest power of the spear technique when he used a long spear. On the other hand, he could unleash the strongest power of the sword technique when he used a combat sword. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen someone controlling several spirit weapons to attack at the same time. However, even though the 6 of them had profound methods of controlling spirit weapons, the disparity in strength was too great, and they were not their match at all. Not long after, the 2 Level 3 Martial King realm middle-aged men were injured and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Big brother, take the young lady and break out of the encirclement. We'll block them from here. One of the burly men shouted at the peak Level 4 Martial King realm. That's right, nothing must happen to the young lady. The other man also shouted. No, we'll leave together. The young woman shouted. Kaka, you wanna leave? Today none of you will be leaving. The old corpse guard sneered. Big brother, hurry up. Take the young lady and rush out to get help. One of the burly men continued to roar. All right. The Level 4 Martial King realm burly man gritted his teeth and rushed madly in one direction, shouting, Miss, follow me and rush out. You want to rush out? In your dreams. Deal with that guy with all your strength. The old corpse guard sneered and controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the big man fearlessly. At the same time, the other Level 4 Martial King realm corpse guard also controlled the refined corpse to pounce on the burly man. The burly man controlled 4 blades at the same time and slashed wildly, but it was useless. They were blocked. Damn it! He roared in despair. Kaka, don't even think about running away. Little beauty, be good and serve this old man. If you serve this old man well, this old man might show mercy and not refine you into a refined corpse. The old corpse guard sneered. Old man, go to hell. The young woman was in despair. She gritted her teeth and attacked the old corpse guard, but she was easily blocked by a Level 3 Martial King refined corpse. The heavenly corpse sex corpse guards didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill them, and were toying with the young woman and the others like a cat playing with a mouse. Oh, I see. Lu Ming looked to the east and west, a cold smile on his face. He discovered that there were auras hidden in the east and west. Although the auras were restrained to a very weak extent, Lu Ming could still sense them. And that aura was the aura of the Sky Corpse sex corpse guards. They are trying to attract the young woman's reinforcements and then capture them all in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. However, the highest level among them is only at Level 5 Martial King realm. A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He stopped hiding and strode out. Who is it? As soon as Lu Ming walked out, the heavenly corpse sex corpse guard noticed him and shouted. Of course it's the people who are here to kill you. Lu Ming sneered. Kaka, little brat, just you alone? You're looking for death. The old corpse guard laughed strangely. At this time the young woman and the rest looked at Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming was alone and that he was so young, they were immediately disappointed. Young hero, leave quickly, don't worry about us. The young woman cried out. Lu Ming was alone. If he did not leave now, he would also be killed. Beauty, it's fine. I'll leave after I kill these monsters of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming flashed a bright smile at the young woman. The young woman and the others were a little stunned. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.